C10 up just in case, because they were the one channel that covered that motions hearing yesterday. So I wanted to keep them ready, give them the respect they were owed for being on top of things yesterday.
Okay, my YouTube stream should be running now. Perfect.
And for those who don't know, I am attorney Andrew Branca, Law of Self-Defense. My expertise is use of force law and political, legal policy analysis of things happening at the federal level, especially the federal courts, especially all the lawfare against Trump, and recently admitted to the bar of the U.S. Supreme Court. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and my name is Nicholas Recollection of Recollection Law, a small actual criminal law firm in central Minnesota. And my expertise is YouTube mostly, but also I'm an expert in criminal narcotics law. In Minnesota. Broad expertise going through the entire process.
So everyone should, of course, subscribe, both to Nick and myself. I'm personally on a mission to hit 1 million subscribers. I've got a ways to go. Goes up a little bit every day. We're 19.6% of the way there. We can do this only, of course, with your support. So I would ask you for that support. Hit subscribe, as if it were John O'Keefe getting hit by Karen Reed's car. And also that thumbs up like button that tells the YouTube algorithm to share our content more broadly. And of course, you should subscribe and like Nick's channel as well.
You should absolutely do that. What is going on? So I'm trying this crazy thing where I stream as we're doing.
I'm hearing coughing. I think we may be coming back. I see Megan Fox in the chat.
Hey,
Shane
up,
is in there. Shane has my orders for when to, under what conditions, block people, as I've already shared with you. He did a great job yesterday.
Hear ye. All persons have anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, now holding in Dedham, within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Good morning. Thank you for your patience. The lawyers and I got some work done this morning while you were waiting for us, and we do appreciate it. So I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone? All right. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Sorry
about that. That was me.
No problem.
That was NBC 10, actually.
Right.
So we should be back on cross with defense counsel Alan Jackson, who did the opening. He's been very impressive.
Yeah, they ended in the middle of cross, right? Yesterday?
I think it was the middle of cross. Yeah.
Roberts, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. You take the stand.
Thank you. Good morning. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr.
Oh, no, it's still direct.
Good morning.
Yesterday, you told us a little bit about when you went into John's home at Meadows to look for him.
Yes.
And I recall you said that you did not see him there.
Correct.
At some point you left?
Correct.
When you went into Meadows, who did you go into Meadows with?
Karen and Jen McCabe.
Have you ever seen any video from a ring camera depicting you and the defendant and Miss McCabe going into the home?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Actually, I've moved to introduce A ring video, it has certification, and then a smaller clip of that ring video, there's no objection.
Did you say if there's no objection or there is no?
If there's no objection. There's no objection. May I introduce Your Honor?
Sure.
All right, we're going to get some ring camera video. By the way, the following day, Karen Reed's blood alcohol level was something like 0.08, which is drunk driving. So you can only imagine what her blood alcohol level was 12 hours earlier.
You ever meet people that like just a slow digestion?
Mm.
Man, I don't think it ever.
Drunk?
I don't think it ever took me that long to metabolize alcohol.
Oh, she probably kept drinking.
Oh yeah, I guess that is a good strategy.
It's a
You don't get a hangover as long as you keep drinking.
Hangover's keyword is over. Nothing is over.
Your Honor, if I may note, 12A is the ring video from 12 Meadows. 12B is the certification from Ring. And 12C is a clip of a portion of 12A.
That's accurate, yes, thank you.
Thank you. With the court's permission, I'd like to play 12C for the jury.
Okay.
For those who'd like to watch this on Rumble, I believe Nick's streaming on Rumble. I am not.
Yes,
but
I
It's the
am.
same stream. So just find Ricardo Law on Rumble.
Yep, and I am up over on Rumble. Come join
There's
me.
the ring camera. Oh, everyone looks kind of frantic. I mean, imagine
Thank
the
you.
yammering going on inside that car with 3 drunk women.
Ms. Roberts, you've seen that video before?
Yes, I have.
Is that you and the defendant and Ms. McCabe going into Meadows?
Yes, it is.
When you came out of Meadows, did you have a chance again to look at the defendant's tail light on her Lexus?
Yes, when we left the house, she pointed it out to me.
Did you stop and get a closer look?
Yes, I did.
I want you to describe to the jury your best memory of what it looked like.
Karen pointed out and said, "Look, my taillight." And she said, "Do you think I hit him?" And I said, "No, I don't think you hit him. What are you talking about? Let's just go find him." But the taillight itself, the piece was missing. And as you got closer, there's a metal sort of square, and one of the pieces was sort of sticking out. And I only remember it because I thought if someone walks by that, they're going to catch their jacket on it.
How long of a time did you have to actually look at the taillight?
Under a minute.
How close were you to the taillight when you looked at it?
I was in front of it. I could see.
And when you talked about the taillight, you said a piece was missing. Is this the left side or the right side of the Lexus that you saw the piece of the taillight missing?
It was the right side, so it was the passenger taillight.
May I approach?
Yes.
The defense theory is someone went back later, got taillight pieces from the house and brought it back to the scene of the crime and distributed them to frame Karen Reed.
That is Karen's SUV.
Is it similar or a fair and accurate depiction of how you saw the vehicle that morning?
Without the snow, I can't be positive, but this square piece was missing, as is in this picture.
The photograph you look at is not the car in the snow in the driveway the day you saw it.
Correct.
Putting that aside, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the damage that you saw to the right rear taillight of Ms. Reed's car that morning?
Yes.
I'd move to introduce this as an exhibit, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
Now we show it to the jury.
Now the jury's gonna be like, "Oh, he did die in the
With the
snow."
court's permission, I'd like to publish exhibit 13.
Sure.
Oh my gosh, I almost have everything set up. It's amazing.
Ms. Roberts, I'm going to ask you to take a look at the photo that you just described. Do you see the white area in that photograph?
Yes.
Is that where the taillight had missing part?
Yes.
And where was the metal in relation to that
I'm
white
gonna
part? that you see?
gentrify that white area.
If you look at the white part, it's the upper left. It's sort of like a rectangle, but it's vertical.
But this
sort of.
photo is taken later.
And that's the metal part that you were concerned about?
She did
Yes, one of
testify
the
that that
side-
was
It's almost like an encasement.
fair
the-
and
the
accurate
right
as
side,
to the
I
night
think it was
of
the right
the
side, was
accident, though.
sticking out a little bit, like out from the car toward me.
But here's
you
the thing,
express any
that could have
concern about the
happened
metal sticking
prior
out?
to
Yes,
the
because I
accident
thought
as well.
at that height, it could clip someone's coat or something if they were walking by.
You mentioned the defendant asked you if you thought she
I'm going to
hit
adjust the
somebody.
volume a little bit.
Correct.
Is
How
that
many
still
times
okay?
did she ask you that?
Because we were getting drowned out.
She
Yep.
asked me that in the driveway. How many times? She said, "Do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him?" And my answer was, "No, I don't think you hit him. I'm sure you hit something because your taillight's broken, but I don't think you hit him. Why would I think that?"
Did you have any reason to think at that point that she hit anybody?
No.
Did she ever repeat that phrase or question in the same or similar manner again that night?
She did at the scene where we found John,
Before or after you found John?
after we found John.
So we'll get to that then. Could we please take that picture down, Ms. Gilman? How far of a ride is it from Meadows to Fairview?
I don't know, maybe 8 minutes.
So when you left John's house at Meadows and you traveled to Fairview, you said you were driving.
Yes.
Was there any comments or conversation from the defendant on that ride?
There was talk of Bella's mom, who lived near Jen's sister. There was talk, and I said, "Where is Fairview?" And Jen said, "It's off of Chapman." So it was near Spring Lane. And I knew of somebody previously that John had dated on Spring Lane. So I brought it up thinking, could he have gone there if he was walking home? I don't know. I didn't know where he was or
John
why he
dated a
was
lot of
missing.
people.
Describe the mood in the car.
Well, it was scary driving, and Karen was, frantic, and she was yelling. I don't even remember at this point what she was yelling, but she was yelling. She had an elevated voice. She would be in between us while I was driving, and she would sit back in the back seat and be in between us.
Did you have any words with Miss Reed?
I told her to shut up several times because I was trying to drive and I couldn't concentrate. I told her to sit back and buckle up because it was bad driving. I didn't want to get into an accident and her not have a seatbelt on.
How
Coward.
often was the yelling on the way
Just
to
kidding.
Fairview?
Oh, several times. It was like you couldn't control her. And I was trying to drive in a blizzard.
You went down Spring Road before you get to Fairview?
No, Spring Lane is before Fairview off of Chapman.
And did anything remarkable happen on Spring Lane?
So, I'm sorry?
Anything remarkable happen on Spring Lane?
No.
More of the same?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned yesterday that when you got to Fairview, the defendant began kicking your door.
Yes.
When you looked out, you didn't see anything.
I did not.
And at some point, you ran over to where Miss Reed was.
Yes.
Tell us what your first observations are when you get close to the defendant.
Well, it was a shape of a body, like the length of a body, shape of a body. She ran over and I said, "Oh my God." I jumped out of the car. I ran over and she was lifting up his shirt to try and warm him, I guess. So I went over to his head and I began to dig his head out of the snow.
Can you take us back and describe for us what you're seeing?
His body was completely covered, but his head was completely covered. So I started to dig around his face and his eyes, and his left eye was fine, but his right eye looked like it was huge, like he had something happen to it. And after that, I told Karen to get off him. We were going to start CPR. I had been certified at work through the American Red Cross, so I knew chest compressions were more important. So I started to do chest compressions, and I yelled to Jen and told her to call 911. Karen was trying to do mouth-to-mouth. I don't know if she knew what she was doing, but I knew chest compressions were more important, so I concentrated on that. I yelled for Jen. I carry blankets. I have 2 kids, so I carried blankets in the car, so I yelled to Jen to get the blankets. I don't know what I thought I was doing with blankets, but I wrapped them around his head, just thinking we're trying to warm him up. He was covered in snow.
When you first ran over, You mentioned that his head was covered in snow. Was his head fully covered in snow?
Yes.
When you look down, could you see who it was at first?
At first, no, I had to dig him out.
When is it that you realized that this was your friend John?
When I cleared the snow off his face.
Did you feel his skin?
Did I feel what?
His skin.
Yes,
And could you tell us how it felt?
it was cold. Like he had been there in the elements for a while.
You mentioned that his head was covered with snow before you brushed off the snow. Was other parts of his body still covered in snow?
Yes.
Can you share with us what you saw?
His legs were covered. His arms were by his side. He was on his back. Karen had lifted up his shirt, so now his shirt was down, but I was doing chest compressions so you could see his clothing. He had blood coming out of his nose and his mouth. And when I put the baby blankets under the back of him, there was blood on the blanket, so I think he had a cut on the back of his head.
Was the blood from his nose and mouth frozen or running?
I don't think it was running. It was
That's
not
not an
gushing.
answer.
You said that you brushed off the snow from John's face.
Yes,
Did you brush it off from both sides?
yes,
Did you brush it off to the extent that you uncovered his entire face and head?
yes,
So did you have gloves on?
no,
Bare hands?
yes,
And that's how you felt the temperature of his skin?
yes.
When you brushed off both sides of his face, did you ever feel any pieces of glass sticking out of his face?
No,
Did you ever see any pieces of glass sticking out of his face?
I did not.
Really miss that glass in
How
my
long
face.
did you give chest compressions for to Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh, I can't be sure. I would say 4 minutes, 5 minutes while we were waiting for the EMTs. I had Jen take over at one point. And then the EMTs came. So however long it took for them to get to us, 6 minutes.
When you were trying to save your friend John, did the defendant say anything?
She was just running around screaming, Carrie, Carrie, Jen, Carrie, Jen.
Was anything said at that point about her taillight?
About what?
Her taillight.
No, when the EMTs were around and they were working on the body, she was running around and saying, did I hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead?
When you were waiting for the police and EMTs, just briefly, what was the temperature like and the visibility like?
The temperature was freezing because I remember at one point I couldn't feel my knees, which is why I had Jen take over. And the wind was still whipping and the snow was still coming down.
At some point, did help arrive?
Yes, they did.
And when help arrived, what did you do?
I stood back and watched them work on him.
Did you see first responders trying to give first aid to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
How long were you outside for that morning?
At that point,
Well, the entire morning.
maybe a half hour.
When the first responders were trying to save John, what else were you doing?
I was calling my husband. I called my mother. When they put him in the back of the ambulance, I then made a call to Mrs. O'Keefe. I think I called Mr. O'Keefe first, but he didn't answer. So I called Mrs. O'Keefe and told her John had been in an accident. And she screamed, I can't do this again.
What did you do after that phone call?
The police put Jen and Karen in the back of a cruiser. And I was looking in the ambulance to see what was going on with my friend. So I was standing outside of the cruiser. They were inside. I was standing outside just watching. And Karen was saying, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? And I said, no, they're working on him. I can see tubes moving. I can see them moving. Something, if he was dead, they wouldn't be working on him. She grabbed the front of my shirt and said, are they working on him? And I said, yes, they're working on him. I didn't At this point, I think I was in shock. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't think he was dead. I thought they could save him. I knew he was in the EMT in the ambulance with the EMTs, and I was just hopeful that they were going to be able to do more than I could.
You said that at one point, Ms. McCabe and the defendant were in a car, and then you mentioned at some point the defendant grabbed you. Did she grab you when she was in the car or out of the car?
She was in the car. I was outside of the car.
At some point, did the defendant, Ms. McCabe, get out of the car?
Yes.
Did you go over to the ambulance before it left?
Did I go over to the ambulance?
Before it left?
No.
Did you watch?
Yes.
At some point, did you see the defendant get out of the car, the police cruiser?
No, I didn't see them get out, but they were out at one point.
They were what?
They were out of the vehicle, but I didn't watch them get out. I was watching the ambulance.
At some point, you saw them out?
Yes.
And were they near you when you were watching the ambulance?
Did what?
Were they near you when you were watching the ambulance?
I don't know.
No.
I wasn't concentrating on either one of them. I was concentrating on my friend in the ambulance.
When you were trying to save Mr. O'Keefe, did you ever see any signs of life?
I did not. And I checked his pulse. No, I did not.
After the ambulance took John to the hospital, tell us what you do next.
I left. I told Mrs. O'Keefe, I said, I'm going to come get you. She said, well, I'm going to have Braintree Police take me to the hospital, which was in Brockton. And I said, they're not going to take you to Brockton. I will come get you because neither of their cars had four-wheel drive. So I asked if I could leave, and they said, give me your number and we'll follow up with you. And I took Karen with me. We drove down the street. At some point, she was on the phone with Erin O'Keefe, John's sister-in-law, and Karen was saying, I think he's dead. I think he's dead. I grabbed the phone and I said, I don't think he's dead. He's in an ambulance. He's been in an accident. At this point, I didn't know what was going to happen. At some point in the car, as we're driving, she was on the phone with her mother. And I think when we were driving, we got all the way to the elementary school. And Karen said to me, if anything happens to John, I'm going to kill myself. You're going to have to take care of the kids. And I said, nobody's dying. Nobody's killing themselves.
But she's still alive.
Let's not think about that.
So nothing happened to John.
And then one of the officers
Case
called
closed.
me and said, do you have Karen Reed with you? And I said, yes. And he said, could you please turn around and bring her back? Her parents are saying that she's suicidal, so we're going to take her to the hospital and section her. I said, okay. I didn't get far. So I turned around, went back. At some point, she was on the phone with her mother, and I got on the phone with her mother and said, I'm going to be heading to the hospital. Let me give you my phone number. It's the same hospital John's at. I'm assuming they're going to the same. That's where Canton takes everybody. And her mother said, please make sure that they don't let her have her bag. There are things in her bag, medicine I don't want her to have. So I said, okay, I will. So we got back to the house, and she got in the ambulance, and one of the EMTs asked me for her phone. So I handed that over, and I said, the mother wants to make sure that she does not have her purse because there's medication in there that they don't want her to have.
Did you see the defendant leave with medical personnel?
Yes, I did.
Before we move forward, I want to step back for just a moment. Did you see when the medical personnel, the first responders, lifted John from the ground and then put him on a bed?
Yes.
Shortly after they moved John from the ground and brought him to the bed to bring him to the ambulance, did you go back
A gurney,
to where
not a bed.
John lay when you first saw him?
Yes, I did.
Why did you go back to the spot where John was lying when you first saw him?
When they lifted him up, there was grass underneath him, and I could see his phone. So I went over and picked up the phone and the 2 baby blankets that were left on the ground.
So let me ask you, when you went back to where John was lying on the ground, you said you saw grass. There was not snow under him?
No, there was not.
Was there many inches of snow around that area?
Yes.
But none where he was lying under him? You said you picked up a couple of items?
Yes.
Could you repeat that again, what you picked up?
I picked up John's phone and 2 blankets, the blankets that I had Jen get out of the car.
What did you do with John's phone when you picked it up from the ground?
I put it in my pocket and gave it to a first responder when they came over, or I handed it off to a first responder.
And the blankets you picked up, were they in the ground area or on snow as well?
They were, I don't remember.
Okay. How long after you put the phone in your pocket, do you remember when you gave it to a first responder, how long you had it for?
I don't remember.
Do you remember the time that you picked up the phone?
I do not.
Have you seen video of that event?
Yes,
And does that video have times when you went over and picked up that phone?
yes, but I don't remember, somewhere around 6:12, 6:19.
And you don't know how long you kept it in your pocket before, until you gave it to a first responder?
I do not.
At some point, did you get in your car during that morning before you left and drove from the scene?
Yes,
Do you know if John's phone was still in your pocket when you first got into your car?
I don't know.
Was your car heated that morning? Did you keep
Yes.
it running?
Yes,
And was the
I
heat on?
think I
it?
kept it running the whole time. I don't even think I shut it off.
I see. I want to now step forward to where you left us when you said that you had spoken to John's mother, Peggy. And did you decide what you were going to do next?
After I dropped Karen back off at 34 Fairview to get in the ambulance, I then made my way to Braintree, barely. I was on the highway. I was the only one on the highway. I spun out a couple times.
Can you describe
right
what you mean by spun out?
Well, the driving was, no one else was on the road. The driving was horrible. So I spun out almost at the Braintree exit to get to their house. And then I got to the O'Keefe's house and I said, we are not taking the highway back to Brockton. We're going back roads, which is a much longer way, but there's no way I was putting us in the car on that treacherous.
When you went to the O'Keefe's house, you mean Peggy O'Keefe and John O'Keefe Sr.'s house?
Yes,
That's-
John's parents.
That's different than Meadows Road.
Correct.
When you got to the home, did you go in?
Yes, for a second. They were ready and waiting for me. They wanted to get to the hospital.
When you say they, can you tell us who was waiting for you?
John's parents, Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, were waiting.
What happens next?
Mr. O'Keefe said something about a Dr. Rice and that they were trying to warm John up. We got into the car. Mr. O'Keefe got in my passenger seat. Mrs. O'Keefe got in the back seat. Mrs. O'Keefe's niece worked at Good Samaritan, so we were trying to get in touch with her to see if we were going to be allowed in because there was still COVID restrictions. John's brother was already on his way there. And Mr. O'Keefe at some point said, "He's gone, Peg." And he slammed his hands on the dashboard. But they didn't actually know if he was gone yet. At one point, Karen called me from the ambulance. And on the phone, Mrs. O'Keefe said, "Karen, what happened?" And she said, "I left him at a party." And Mrs. O'Keefe said, "And you just left him?" And Mr. O'Keefe said, "All right, that's enough. She's been through enough." Then we hung up with her. I said, "We're on our way to the hospital."
Let me ask you a question. When the defendant said that she left him, did she say whether she left him outside or inside?
No,
Was the question, follow-up question, never asked?
no.
Okay. Was there any other conversation with the defendant at that point?
Not in the car, but when I got to the hospital, she called me multiple times from the hospital room.
We'll get to that.
Okay.
How long did it take for you and the O'Keefes to get to the hospital?
I would say maybe 45 minutes to an hour.
Share with us the mood in that car.
I think I was in shock, and I think they were in shock. There wasn't, other than talking to Mrs. O'Keefe's niece, trying to find out if we could go in for COVID reasons, there wasn't much talk.
When you finally get to the hospital, take us through your first steps. What happens?
We finally get to the hospital. We walked in. Paul, John's brother, was there. We went over to him, and then Susanna, Mrs. O'Keefe's niece, came out from her office and offered to take me to the bathroom to wash up because I had blood all over my hands. So I went into the bathroom and I asked her afterwards if she could take me to the chapel so I could say a prayer. So she did. She took me to the chapel, and then when I came out, she took me into her office and explained to me that a Dr. Rice was going to come talk to the family and take them into an office and talk to the family, and then the family would be able to go see John.
Did you get a chance to see John?
I did.
Would you be willing to tell us a little bit about what you saw?
I waited in the waiting area. I spoke to my mom. Phone calls were coming in because people had heard what happened. And Mrs. O'Keefe, the family went in to see Dr. Rice. I watched them go in. I watched them walk down a hallway. And then when they came back out, Mrs. O'Keefe told me he was gone.
Strike that statement.
Without telling us what anybody said to you, please just share with us what you saw.
I went into the hospital room, and John was in a neck brace. At this point, there was a trail of blood going toward the gurney or the bed that he was on. This time, both eyes were filled with blood. They looked like raccoons. That's the only way to describe it. I thought he was going to look better seeing him in the hospital because he had been worked on, but he was not. There was much more blood.
Would you agree or disagree?
Were there any other ways that John looked different in the hospital? First brushed the snow off his face in the front of Fairview?
When I brushed the snow off his face, his left eye was fine. It had an ice cube on it that I pulled off, but the right eye was out to here, like a golf ball. When I got to the hospital, both eyes were swollen it looked like blood. They looked purple.
So that can be
Sure, may I
indicative of
Yes.
a head injury.
Quickly approach sidebar.
Okay.
Someone mentioned that yesterday. A paramedic mentioned that yesterday. That the paramedic in my chat, to be clear, mentioned yesterday that the raccoon eyes effect can be caused from a head injury, even to the back of the head. I mean, basically, the idea is that the head cavity fills up with blood and it has to go somewhere, so it ends up there and is visible. My problem with this. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. That's right.
My problem with this entire theory is I don't see how, at this point, and there's lots of time to go, I don't see how we get to the back of the head strikes something after he is hit, presumably in the front by the car, so hard that it causes a fatal injury or an unconscious injury. When it's not that cold outside. We're not talking about, from my understanding, it's not that cold. We're not talking about permafrosted ground. This is not rock solid grass. I mean, he's still landing on grass. It's not going to be the softest thing. But, this isn't an 80-year-old man. So unless there's a rock or some explanation, I'm just not buying that he was knocked unconscious, even if he was struck by the car, which I don't believe he was. But we'll see.
Yeah.
Recognize it.
Yes, I do.
To how John looked.
Yes, he did.
I'd ask that the camera not film that, please.
I'd like to mark this
So
as an
that-
exhibit. I will not publish.
We're not going to get to see the gory pictures, y'all.
So Nick is streaming on Rumble. Each of us can only stream to 2 places. So I'm streaming to YouTube and the Law of Self-Defense members, but Nick is streaming to Rumble. Thank
Yes,
you for
you
the
can-
$5, Jamie.
You can find me on Rumble at
Yeah,
Recollection Law.
Yes.
Here, if I throw a link to it in the private chat, Andrew, will you share it on your chat? If people
Absolutely.
want to watch on Rumble, they can. But I certainly encourage you to watch on Andrew's channel or mine. Either way, doesn't matter to either of us. We're here
You
for
ready?
it. So,
Yeah.
excuse me.
After you last saw your friend John, what did you do?
After the hospital?
I'm sorry, ma'am?
After the hospital,
Yes.
I drove. Well, we went back into the corridor with the family. And Karen at one point called from the hospital asking me, she said her father was on his way and could I go over and greet him or to bring him to the O'Keefe's when he arrived, and she described him. Her father did arrive, so I went over and said, "Are you Mr. Reed?" or something of that nature. And I said, "Mr. O'Keefe would like to speak to you." So Mr. Reed went over and spoke to Mr. O'Keefe. And Paul and John's parents and I, we didn't know next steps. We were waiting to see if we could leave or if we have to give information. And eventually we were able to leave. So I drove Mr. O'Keefe home and Paul drove Mrs. O'Keefe home to John's house.
Before you left John, did you take a bracelet from him?
When Mrs. O'Keefe and I went in to see John in the hospital, there was a bracelet that was on his right wrist. It was a blue, like rubber bracelet. And that bracelet was made when his sister passed away, and her husband, and he wore it all the time. Mrs. O'Keefe still wears it to this day.
Did you drive the O'Keefes back to their home?
I drove Mr. O'Keefe back to John's house, and Paul drove Mrs. O'Keefe back to John's house.
You went back to John's house on Meadow.
Yes.
When you arrived at Meadow with Mrs. O'Keefe, did you go in?
I arrived with Mr. O'Keefe, and no, I did not go in.
What did you do next?
I went home.
At some point after you went home, did you return to the O'Keefe residence or Meadows?
Not that day. The next day I did.
Where did you go?
Where did I go?
Yes.
I went to go to see the family the next day.
And where were they?
They were at John's house at Meadows.
So they were then staying at John's house at Meadows?
Yes.
Did you go in and visit them?
Yes, I did.
Why did you do that?
Because my friend had just died and I wanted to be with the family.
Were there other people that were coming and going?
Yes.
Describe the level of traffic of people coming and going to Meadows that next day.
There were people coming from all over. John's friends, people from Canton, people we went to high school with. There was people coming in and out, dropping off food.
When you were there the next day, how long did you stay for?
Several hours. Maybe like 2.5, 3 hours.
Did you ever see the defendant there?
I did not.
Now, you told us that you had only met Miss McCabe once before that night.
Yes.
And after that night, shortly after what happened, did you speak to Miss McCabe again?
Yes.
How often?
Very often. We wanted to know what happened to our friend, so she would call me.
I'm going to allow that. Not what you said. Next question, please.
Would you speak to her on the phone often,
Yes.
regularly?
Yes.
And so things changed
Yes.
after that moment.
Yes.
Did you start to see her in person,
Yes.
spend time with her?
Yes.
For somebody who was not your friend, why did you, at this point, form this close bond?
A little bit weird.
I think because we went through something horrific together. We bonded over it. Mrs. O'Keefe at one point did say, you two need to sit.
Did you ever write down a list of things that had happened to try to remember?
Yes.
When you were spending time with Miss McCabe, did you become friendly?
Yes.
Friends?
Yes.
How close of friends did you become
It's kind of personal.
She to this day is a close friend of mine.
to this day?
Yes.
Dude's a creep.
When you were at the scene, when you were trying to help John, there were police officers and first responders?
Yes.
Now, you're from that area?
Well, yes. I'm from Canton, but not that side of town.
And you are active in the community at all?
Yes.
Sports, children?
Yes. Yes.
Do you know a lot of people from Canton?
Yes.
Did you know any first responders?
Yes.
Who did you know that you saw that night as a first responder?
That morning,
Yes, I'm sorry, that morning.
Mike Lank is my friend's daughter's father. No, my daughter's friend's father. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Your daughter's friend's father. And
Yes.
does he have children that are friends with your daughter?
Yes, his daughter is friends with my daughter.
How close are his daughter and your daughter?
There's a group of 5 or 6 of them that are best friends.
Are you on a first name basis with Mr. Lank?
Yes,
When you saw him that morning, did you recognize him?
I did.
Did you speak to him?
I said, Mike, is that you? He said, yes. That was it.
Are you friends with Mr. Lank's wife?
I am.
How often had you been to their house with the children or on your own before that day, before that morning when you found John?
Well, often when the kids can't drive. So when they do sleepovers or whatever, you drop them off, pick them up.
Your children would sleep over each other's house?
Yes,
So you had a friendly relationship with Mr. Lank before you found John?
yes,
And do you continue to have a friendly relationship with him?
did what?
Do you continue to have a friendly relationship with him?
Yes,
Did you go to his house the day after you found John?
I did.
Who were you with?
Well, Jen and I had gone to the O'Keefe's house together with, I don't know if it was 1 or 2 of her daughters and both of my kids. And then when we were leaving, my daughter said, can you drop me off at Mike Lank's daughter's house? So I dropped her off.
And did you do that? You dropped her off?
Yes, I did.
When you dropped her off at the Lank house, did you speak to anybody?
His wife came out and got into the back seat just to find out how I was and how the O'Keefes were and
How were you?
how were they?
How were you?
Oh, I was not well.
And did you have a long conversation with Mr. Lank's wife?
Yes,
Was Miss McCabe with you?
yes,
After you left the Lank house, you left your daughter at the house?
yes,
You remained in the car?
yes.
At some point, did you speak to Mr. Lank's wife again?
Yes,
Are you friendly with her?
yes.
Did you ever try to get inside information about this case?
No,
After this case began, did you ever come to court?
did I ever come to where?
To court.
Yes,
And what was the reason you came to court?
to support the O'Keefe family.
At some point, did you stop coming to court?
I
Don't answer just yes or no.
Yes,
Okay. Were you aware or watching about any type of news or publication on this?
yes,
As you were watching and learning information, did you begin to contact people at the district attorney's office?
yes, I did.
Did that include victim witness advocates?
Yes,
Did it include law enforcement assigned to the case?
Objection.
The form of the question, I'm sustaining the objection.
Who did you contact?
specific names?
Yeah.
Steve
Leading.
Nelson, my victim advocate, Yuri Buchanan, who was a state trooper, and at one point I contacted Michael Morrissey's office.
Do you remember at any time being interviewed by police officers or state police about this case?
At my house on January 29th.
So that same day you found John, you were interviewed?
Yes,
Do you remember who interviewed you?
I do not.
Do you remember your mental state at that time?
I was not well. It was in the evening at some point.
Were you interviewed at a later time by any other law enforcement?
Yes,
Okay, where were you at that next interview?
I think I was at Jen's house. We were making a timeline together when 2 law enforcement showed up to question her. But I happened to be there, so they took us in separate rooms and questioned both of us.
Were you sober at that point?
Yes.
And what was your mental state then?
Have you
Still,
ever
we hadn't even had a
been
funeral.
sober?
So I was still, I couldn't believe what was happening.
And after John's passing, did you still continue to help out with the children?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I would like to play an exhibit that's already in evidence.
Okay.
It's Exhibit 4.
I am trying to
Before you start it, ma'am, I'm going to show you a video from the scene
upgrade some
that night.
equipment
Okay?
on my end at some point here with all this new AI shit. I want to get computers that can do it natively rather than have to be logged into stuff. And they're all just sold out. And it's pissing me off.
Sounds like a big
Ms.
upgrade.
Gilman, is this on?
I also just want something that's portable.
Could we start at 6:09:50, please?
I hope she's not doing an Amber Heard with that water bottle.
No, I wasn't ready for that. It's too early for that joke. Hey, Walnut thing is, shit. I'm going to have to leave in about an hour for 30 minutes. I have to drive my daughter to a class, but I'll be right back.
I'll be here.
The stream will stay running on my end, guys. So don't worry. You won't have to find a new link or anything. But yeah, just Lady Rackets and I have an overlapping schedule today. And my daughter has a place to be.
So this is the dash camera from the first responder vehicle. 4K quality.
Sounds like John.
I heard Jen.
Maybe that's what it was.
It's much clearer now that I have my earbuds in today. I forgot about it yesterday.
Oh, were you
Could
just
stop there, please?
just on room
Ms. Roberts,
sound
do you
yesterday?
see yourself in
Yeah.
that video?
Yes,
And where were you in that video?
I'm over near the flagpole.
What were you doing in that video before you stood up?
I think I was picking up the phone and the blankets at that point.
You see the first responders getting there?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please.
Was this before or after the prosecutor told you what to say, ma'am?
Is that you with the fur on the hood?
Yes.
Aren't you a little old for a jacket with fur on the hood, madam?
Apple bottom jeans. Oh, it's boots with the fur. Not hood with the fur.
Apple bottom jeans, boots with the fur. All the Commonwealth be coming down on her.
It's Massachusetts, though, man. You could have a full-blown blizzard. They're still going to have
She
a
hit-
drunk fest house party.
She hit the John, and now he gone. Oh my God. You know, you mentioned yesterday, like someone asked about using movie quotes in court, and you're like, look, man, they may be out of date. And then you drop the apple bottom jeans. I remember hearing that song in an arcade in high school.
That's you in the
God.
middle of the street?
Yes, I'm to the right of the car.
Yeah, folks, I'm moving to Tennessee. I've had enough of Colorado. It's gone crazy here.
But Bronca, you're the only 10 I see.
Oh, that's so sweet. Next year, after the school year. Well, after this summer.
Man, ChatGPT's an asshole to you.
Could you stop for one moment, please?
I like it.
Ma'am, you see the other two people in the middle of the screen right
That's
now? Do you know
amazing.
who they are?
That's Karen and Jen McCabe.
Do you see the proximity or the closeness between them?
Yes.
You are not close to Jen McCabe in this video.
No.
Is there a reason why?
I didn't really know her, and Karen was running around like you saw. I didn't want to be near her. I just found my friend.
Okay. Could you continue, please, to 6:15? You can let it run, please.
Colorado is worse than California now. Yeah, a lot of people moving to Tennessee. Barnes is moving. Tug is already there, of course.
My friend Doug Tenaple lives out in Tennessee. Fantastic dude, stand-up guy. When he stands up, he's 9 million feet tall. Also, it's horrifying.
Stop, please. Thank you. Ms. Roberts, is this when the first responders were moving John from where he was laying?
Yes.
Please continue. Could you continue to watch the area near the flagpole, please?
We're looking mostly in the Nashville area, Brentwood, Franklin area, south of Nashville.
Oh,
I really like it out there. I
It's
would
pretty.
move out there.
Pretty country.
I don't know if Lady Raggets would tolerate living near Nashville, but every time I go out there, it's a good experience. I know a bunch of people out there just incidentally. Yeah.
I mean, I don't like Nashville, the city, all that much. I'm not into country
Stop,
music, and it's full of these bridesmaids trucks racing
That
Oh
around.
my-
15 or
they're a
20 seconds of
disaster.
video, did you pay
Just a bunch
attention
of
to that, Ms.
globes
Roberts?
running around in
yes,
paint
that was
boots.
the moment that I picked up the phone and blankets. Not before. I don't know what I was doing before when you asked me.
And that location where you picked up the phone and blankets, was that where John was lying?
Yes, it was.
And is that where you saw the ground that did not have snow?
Yes, it was.
At that point, had you put the cell phone in your pocket?
Yes.
Weird flex, but the worst
If there's
strip
no
club I've
objection with the
ever
court's
been to is
permission,
in
I'd like to
Nashville.
watch a little more of the film, but if we can double speed it, so we get an opportunity to view it, I want to get to another moment in it.
Okay, any objection? Thank you.
But they did do one thing that I'm so mad I didn't get to participate in. Lady Raggeds would not let me do it. Would not let me buy it, to be very clear. They got all those strippers up on stage, and then one brought out the paint and painted the taints of all these girls, and then they booty stamped a canvas with the paint on
Around
it
16, 17.
and
would be
auctioned
fine
it off. And I was like, please let me buy that. It's too funny. Just like, don't you dare buy that. It's like, come on.
Stop, please. The person in the blue jacket, do you know who that is on the right side of the screen?
That's Jen McCabe.
And well, you can't see you now. Do you know where you are at this point?
I don't know where I am.
Continue, please.
Yes, it was nasty. That was the whole point. It was like, this is the most absurd thing I've seen. But I mean, it went for like $100. This was not, we're not talking high art.
It's not like there's a limited supply, right? They'll just churn out another 50 tomorrow night.
No. No, it was a collaborative effort. It was all the same
What are you
canvas.
doing, Ms. Roberts?
Cleaning off my
Oh, so
car.
gross. That's even worse. They don't even get a clean canvas.
Nope. This is how they all got AIDS. No one had it before, but they all got it that night.
Imagine the DNA test. Oh, good Lord. We got 20 strippers and 5,000 unidentified males.
See, that's the type of stuff I want to own for the next time my house gets raided. Because it was the funniest part of watching the search is like when they would find something ridiculous that I own because I have a ridiculous job, and people send me stuff or whatever, and they're just like, "What the hell is this?" Like,
Did it come with like an illuminated black light frame? So it would look like you walked into a Spencer's.
Oh, this
police
is
officer.
good.
Did you mention at some point you went back and the defendant, Ms. McCabe, were in a car?
They were in a police car at some point.
Did you do anything with them when they were in that car?
Make
At
out.
one point, Karen asked us to say a prayer, to pray, so we said a prayer.
Is it before or after this moment on the video? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. If you could continue, please.
Say a prayer for my defense team.
Yeah, I'm convinced this witness is guilty. Convict her and let's go. Let's go.
I started this gangsta shit, and this the motherfucking thanks I get? Lummy!
I love those AI voices. Ann B says this lady had her kids throw eggs at Karen Reed supporters.
Stop,
That's
please,
cool.
just for a moment. Do you know where you are at this point, Ms. Roberts?
No.
Okay. If you can continue, please.
I'm in court.
Rosalind, there's a person I would love to incorporate Jeff's voice into this, but there's a person I need to talk to and get permission from first before I do that, because obviously I have nothing but the highest regard for Jeff, and I don't want anyone to misinterpret that. I think he would laugh, but I
that
just want to
you,
double
Ms.
check
Roberts?
before I do that
Yes,
because
it
of
was.
the immense amount of respect I have for that man.
21-22.
If I'm a juror right now, I am looking for Karen Reed to run me over with her car. God, this is.
Well, I don't know. Why don't they just cut this out? The defense would have agreed. We don't have to watch all this dead video time. Oh, somebody's walking back.
This doesn't assist with completeness. I don't see any the attorney is certainly not giving us any indication that there's context to all of this downtime, unless they want us to see how long something is taking. I mean, maybe that's the point.
Do you know where you walked?
No, I
Are
do
you
not.
behind this car, this dash cam view?
Car.
Say that again?
Are you behind the view of the dash cam?
I think they need new wipers.
I think
Those
it
wipers.
looks like I went over to the right of the vehicle.
Awful.
Do you remember how many steps you took that night? Wasn't 12.
Stop, please. This is, for the record, 6/23/08. At 6/23/08, are you still beside or behind the view of this car?
I believe so.
And do you know where Ms. McCabe is at this point,
No,
or the defendant?
no.
Please continue. Ms. Gilman, when it reaches 6:24:18, if you would stop again.
Someone in the comments suggesting they're showing this because the defense might allege that around this time, the phone was placed under John's body. And I guess you would see people approaching, maybe. I don't know.
The phone thing, they're gonna have to really work hard to sell me on the phone thing. Because I just I don't see it as persuasive.
At this time, 6:24:18, are you within view of this camera angle?
No,
Where do you think you are in relation to this camera angle at this point?
I'm still either to the right or behind the dash camera.
And do you see the defendant or Ms. McCabe in this view?
No,
And this is at 6:24:18. Could you continue to 6:26:25, Ms. Gilman?
Mm-hmm. YouTube's thumbnail limit of 2 megabytes is the dumbest thing ever. Sorry.
I don't know.
Did you notice the first person that came from the right and the second person that are not law enforcement?
that was myself, and I think that's Jen McCabe.
6:26:25. Continue, please.
How do I have a thumbnail larger than 2 megabytes? Because
And do you know who that is on the
I don't
right?
know, ChatGPT.
The police officer.
That was Karen.
It's not hard to do.
Do you know where the cell phone is at this point, Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
I don't know. I could have handed it to a first responder at this point, or it could still be in my pocket. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I guess they're going to tie the timestamp from all these videos into the phone activity timeline. That would make sense. Subscribe, 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 folks. I got a ways to go before I hit 1 million subscribers. I need your help to help me accomplish my mission.
Ms. Gilman, if you could next stop at 63448.
They really have Panavision on this dash cam.
All I've noticed is it being terrible. Yeah, full panorama on this thing. Well, actually, no. Those black bars at the top and bottom of your screen are just the dark. It's the fact that there's no light on the interior of the car, I believe. I don't think it's an actual panoramic view. I think that's the windshield. Right? Or maybe I'm wrong.
No, I don't think so.
No, I think you're right, because I'm only seeing one wiper go across, so it's just that's the view.
And it's a first responder vehicle. It's never really dark inside.
Right. I guess it's just so it has that wide fisheye field of view and captures more.
Yeah, curb to curb.
Now, depending on the case, not this one, obviously, but if that's your source, you have some arguments about distortion and warping effects on the edges, on the periphery of the image.
Was that
Certainly,
you
if
walking by
that
in the
becomes
street?
critical, that's kind of
Yeah.
interesting to think about. To me, I don't know.
Hocus
Other-
pocus, out of focus.
Hocus pocus, out of focus, pinch to zoom on my room. Maybe on your mom's womb when I'm done with her. I miss Mark Richards, man. That guy was always entertaining.
Is he dead?
No.
Oh, okay.
I just want him to. I need Kyle Rittenhouse to go shoot some more people so Mark can take him to trial again.
I met Kyle a couple months ago.
Yeah, I've never met him in person. I've talked to him several times. A really nice dude.
He actually agreed to come on the show. I have to finish arranging that. Nice kid, very nice kid.
He seems to be doing well right now. Things have
Yep.
finally picked up for him.
Yep.
I wish I could have managed his social media right at the beginning, because I think some people took advantage of him, and I think he could have really helped his financial situation if he would have done what he's doing now, right after, right at post acquittal.
He's surrounded by some quite wealthy, good friends, so I'm sure he'll be fine.
Yeah,
They're taking care of him.
that's good. I know that at first it was rocky. You know, they had the issues with the fundraising money and Linwood and all that crap.
He's more or less been adopted by very nice, wealthy people.
Good. If anyone went through it and deserves that, like I said, I think Kyle's a good candidate for it. He seems like he's got a lot to do.
Better than the guy who got his bicep blown off. Didn't he have to change his name?
Yeah, Gage.
Yeah, Gabe. Oh my God. What a trial. Right. This is funny. The court should pipe in your live stream to keep the jury entertained. Thanks for the $5, content the character. He's always very generous. Here's another one for me, $5. Dana loves Zumba. The defense is going to have to shred this witness gently. I guess we'll see. Kevin Dare, $5. One of two. It would be nice if Proctor took a picture of the taillight at Karen's parents' house. Whoops. When the Massachusetts State Police took possession of the car, and the local PD, Dartmouth, was there when Mass State Police took the car, said a small piece of taillight was missing at the first trial.
Now,
Okay,
when was
that'll-
we did see a picture with those taillights. There was snow on it. Wasn't that from the night of the incident that was
Yes.
shown yesterday?
Yep.
So there is a picture, and I do believe at least it's far away, but part of the taillight is missing in that picture. It would be nice to have an up close picture of it, of course, but
Do you know who you're speaking with?
I don't know.
Yeah, the system doesn't really care about jurors. Silly sailor, five pounds. Why does the system care so little about jurors' time? The only time you hear judges complain about jurors' time being
Mr.
wasted is when the
Brennan,
judge
At
feels.
this point, can we pause this and take our morning recess, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Pause, please. Thank you.
Folks, why don't we take 15, 20 minutes?
15, 20 minutes. Very
All right,
ambiguous.
please, jurors, close your notebooks, leave them on the chair.
all right.
Is
There we
the
go.
only time judges care about the jurors' time being wasted is when the judge is actually concerned about the judge's time being wasted. he's just using the jurors as an excuse to deflect attention from himself.
Remember, I mean, they're going to be there for 6 weeks. Like their time is already forfeit.
Yep.
And they're getting handily compensated by the Commonwealth for their time. Full day's wages. They probably get what, like $30 a day, something like that, plus a
Yep.
sandwich.
Yeah, plus a sandwich, right? That's what I got, was a sandwich. Yeah, I got selected once for jury duty in Massachusetts. It was a civil case, and the judge wouldn't let me out of it. But the morning we came in for the trial, they settled, so I never actually had to sit for the trial, which was good.
So after being arrested for the first time in my life, get the fucking jury notification in the middle of everything. But they didn't end up calling me. They didn't end up calling me for it. So
Hey,
So that
before
was
we jump in, let me share this with everybody because it's happening this Saturday. This Saturday, April 26th. I'm teaching a class I only teach twice a year. My Law of Self-Defense Advanced class. It teaches you how to be hard to convict if you're ever compelled to defend yourself, your family, your property, all in one day, taught live by me. Plenty of opportunity for live Q&A. And if you have a conflict on Saturday, register anyway, because we make the recording of the class available to all the students for 2 weeks afterwards, so you can watch it at your leisure over that 2-week period. We cover a ton of stuff, including how to interact with the police in the aftermath of a use of force event. That can go a long way to keeping you out of prison, folks. Check it out at lawofselfdefense.com/advanced.
So how you interact with police in a use of force situation is you keep your gun out and you say, "You'll never take me alive," and you start pointing it wildly at all of them.
Say, hey, is there something on the muzzle?
And then, yeah, depending on your accuracy, I guess that's to determine if you go to prison or not. Obviously, I'm kidding, I'm joking. Oh my gosh, I'm so bad at this.
Oh, here's somebody says, let's see, super chat, $10 super chat. Thank you, Justin. Says Grosskreutz has been attempting to be a DEI BLM preacher at protests. He has popped up a couple of other times. Just when Trump is putting the shiv into DEI, he transitions into what I hope to God is a dying industry.
Oh my God. Look, again, people can love or hate Trump. I don't care. Actually, I think my opinion of what I'm going to say is completely neutral as to whether or not you like the man or even as a president. I love that his promise was to bring disruption to the existing government meta. And he did. Both terms. Just absolutely took it up and said, "Oh, look, it's a snow globe," and just shook the hell out of it. He's like, "No, we're going to mess around here and here and mess this one up and this one. We'll go after, oh, Joe, silly Joe." You know, like he just goes after everything and he just does it. And he's like, okay.
He's
And
so great. Well, you know,
people-
Jimmy Carter died a happy man because he was no longer the worst president in American history. And Joe Biden took that honor. Oh my God. It's great.
And he you know, he just does it. And what people don't understand is if the president can't do it, okay, let's figure that out. Like use Trump's brazen attitude towards it. But what he's doing, the president is the popular manifestation of political will in the United States. And he's the most accurate representation of all of it. Now you may think that there's half the country that doesn't. First of all, it's been shown that half the voting population, or over half the voting population, likes Trump and wants Trump over the other option. But he just won the biggest popularity contest in the country based on political will. He is the manifestation of it. He is constricted by Congress and the judiciary. That's the difference between the president and a former monarch, and a monarchy. That's it. That and the term limit. So let him be the monarch that he needs to be, limited it properly by Congress and the judiciary. But we need to carve out some of these powers, because by letting everybody just go based on these assumptions that we've had for 250 years without ever actually spelling out if this is legal, we just sit there and take it over and over based on what someone needs to happen. But we need answers to these questions. And we live in an age where we can get those answers very quickly, and those answers can be disseminated to the public in a way that was never possible before. Thinking about trying to explain Supreme Court decisions in 1808 to the public, they're not accessible. How do you even get those decisions into the hands of people? It was a complete knowledge aristocracy. Now it's democratized. Every single thing that's published by every single federal court is available to every single person at 10 cents a page at the most. Of course, all the Supreme Court documents and competent analysis can be found for free by everybody. So let's hammer these things out. Let's figure out what the Constitution actually means in a country going forward. And when people overlook the opportunity to do those things because of their dislike of a politician, it's frustrating. I mean, I was saying the same things before going to law school when Obama was doing all sorts of crazy bullshit. It's like, well, at least we'll figure out if a president can actually do this or not. And those are really interesting questions.
And we have access to the court proceedings, especially the federal court proceedings, like we've never had before with Pacer. I mean, the only thing missing is cameras in the court. That would be even better, of course. But all these...
And Pacer should be free. Can we make Pacer free, for the love of Christ?
Yeah, it's pretty much free. I mean...
It's not expensive. It's just annoying.
You have to... I rarely hit the minimum, so I charge stuff on Pacer. But I think if you spend like less than $10 a month or something, they just waive the charges. They don't even. I'm not sure I've ever paid.
My problem with Pacer is I think there should be just a general account where with the basic features of find the document that I want that any American can use for free, no cost to download these things. And if you need like some advanced features or some search features, put them in. Add a partner with a private company to make Pacer better, but make it free to everybody, because it's just irritating to have to make an account and maintain that account. I hate that.
Oh, if you don't use it for a while, they suspend your account. That's annoying for sure.
No kidding.
Yep. For those who don't know, Pacer is the federal database where you can get into courts' dockets. We call it a docket. It's where all the orders and the motions and all the documents for a case are filed. It is not user friendly. If you're a lay person, I would imagine it's extremely obtuse to try to use Pacer. But if you do know how to use it, you can access a lot of stuff. And it's sometimes, like, especially with these lawfare cases, I keep coming across the judges are sealing things that I guess are embarrassing to them. Transcripts of oral argument and stuff. I'm like, why don't you want me to see that? That's a little awkward. But generally speaking, like almost every motion, every argument you can get, every order. I mean, that's what I'm spending a lot of time doing on YouTube these days, is breaking all those down, exposing the nonsense within them. If we didn't have that stuff online, there'd be no way. You'd have to go to the courthouse and pay for a printout of these things.
Right. And I mean, to me, this is our opportunity. The information age is the age in which we have the ability and a government that actually fosters public knowledge and public education in this way, where it's just, let's make the information available in a way that everyone can access it using the existing tools that our country has built over 250 years. That's the type of public education I want to foster. Allow people access to information. The democratization of education is something that we have done. You can go on YouTube and learn any skill right now. I mean, it's the speech from Good Will Hunting, right? He's like, your $200,000 a year of education you could get for a couple of overdue fees at the library. You know, like that whole, he turned into like a coffee lady at the end. No, but
The
that was,
diner.
there was a line back in the late 90s that is so much more true now. I mean, you could go on YouTube and learn literally any skill. You can take Harvard courses and Yale courses on these channels in some cases. You can listen to MIT lectures from the best physicists in the world on for free. So let's take that democratization in government of information and put it out there. And I just don't think it costs the government that much to run Pacer that they need to have everyday users paying, a couple cents a page to get it. It seems like the management of the payment is probably worth more than it takes in the long run, like most things government does.
For sure, for sure. Of course, you're offered the world, learn constitutional law on the internet or watch World Star. And somehow
Or
they don't never
both.
get around to the constitutional law stuff.
They should just caption World Star videos with constitutional law quotes. We say what the law is. Oh, do you? Do you?
Hey, I don't know
let
if
me-
you want to address this one. It came in to me, but it's really for you. $5 from Jesse Gemstone. Will Rackets become a lawyer again?
Yes, my license is temporarily suspended only because in the midst of my legal woes and personal woes, I just didn't do my continuing legal education. Maintaining the actual status of my license isn't critical to my day-to-day job. I don't practice. I do it because, I worked really hard for it. That's the main reason. But that's the only reason at present that my license is not active. As soon as I get, as soon as I've been waiting for sentencing, I really needed sentencing to be done to kind of move through everything. And I'll do my CLEs and then petition the court and they'll reinstate my license. And then they'll probably find some other reason to suspend it, but they have not. There's been,
They want that check from you first.
there's been no indication of any intent to go after my license based on my my criminal activity. And the main reason is there's no connection to any clients. I was not representing any clients in any real way at the time that I was arrested. When lawyers who have a substance crime get bar discipline, it's usually because their substance use impacted their ability to properly represent a client, or they took client money to fund their substance use or something like that. I didn't do anything like that. Again, I wasn't actively practicing at the time. My status was active, but that's the extent of it. So there shouldn't be any interference that would cause an actual disciplinary action. I mean, they may investigate it. They haven't indicated that they will, though. And if they did, I mean, I'd comply. I'd be just like, you want to see my client books? You got them. They're already done, guys. I do everything on YouTube. So, and I much prefer not being responsible for other people's lives.
Oh yeah, the worst part of practicing law is the clients. Get rid of the clients. It's a lot more fun.
I really hated a couple things about it. I live in a very small community, right? The big town here is about 15,000 people. When a drug raid happens on a meth house and they have infringements on these people's rights, they don't have the money. They just don't have the money to fund the type of legal work that you need to do this.
They don't get a Karen Reed defense team.
No, I mean, I had a case years ago, and it was three people all in the same meth house, and ended up taking $500 a piece from them, and got their cases resolved very favorably for them. But it's like they didn't have it, and it's like, okay, these cases cost thousands of dollars, like these aren't $100,000 cases, but $5 to $10 grand if you're doing the actual work. But they just It's like Matthew McConaughey taking a plate of cookies and A Time to Kill. It's like, well, there isn't any money there though. Like, so what else are you going to do? And the real answer is most attorneys end up just saying no because you have to. But at the time I needed to get, cases under my belt. So it was, I don't regret it or anything, but I hated taking those checks because I knew that was even a stretch for them. And, yeah, it's not my favorite thing. Don't like how expensive it gets. And then I don't like the idea, the idea that if you screw up, I mean, someone else's life is completely, can be completely ruined. Here we go.
This video footage is fascinating. Nick, if you need a co-host, look me up. I'm at shredding metal at a recycling plant near you. It's almost as much as watching this dashboard cam.
I can't express to you enough. Like that one's deep. That's a guy who's on a podcast, and the guy himself, I think I met him once or twice, but I don't really, he's unimportant. His AI voice, people will use it on a different show to explain complex, like scientific topics. And it takes forever. And it's the funniest thing because it's just this deadpan delivery. Oh God, I love it. Here we go. I got a Mark Richards one.
Your Honor, we recommend probation for the law pope. Given his past history of making fun of benders, we are afraid he won't last in prison.
Oh man, when I thought that I might get jail time just for a couple days because the probation office kind of threw a doozy at me. I talked to a couple friends and I texted you. I said, oh crap, like this is not what I was planning or whatever. And everybody had gone from, don't worry, brother, you'll get through this, to jail isn't so bad. I'm like, oh Christ.
It only hurts the first time.
I'm like, oh Christ, jail isn't, nobody has any faith now. Now I'm dead. But no, everybody's like, don't worry about jail. I'm like, guys, I'm not worried about jail. Certainly there are bad jails, but the way I get along with people really well in person, and I don't have the type of personality that reacts in a way that would make me violent or instigating towards anything. So I wasn't super concerned about that. I also sleep a lot. When I was in jail, I just slept the entire time. I didn't even, I think I only ate one of the shitty meals they brought. Of course, to be fair, the hot meal, I missed the hot meal. I was, Lady Rackets and April told me about the hot meal that they were delivered for dinner. But since I was asleep, the guy just brought me a chicken fried steak sandwich, but it was cold and soggy. God, it was I was like, I'm not even doing that. I just ate my orange and drank my little like elementary school milk. Thanks, weirdo. Bear Juice says felon in chief returns, Pope dies, law pope rises. Oh no. I think we're in day 2 of the public mourning period for Pope Francis. So I guess pour one out for him. Mr. David Nemo says, Gabe Bronca sub, glad to see you back, buddy. Missed this a lot. Hey, thanks. Radio Shaman, there are plenty of pending indictments surrounding No Jumper, including rappers, Brick Baby, Big U, and Loose Cannon. Will you cover that? Someone mentioned that. Sure. I don't know. I know who No Jumper is. It's Adam 22, I believe. I'd be happy to cover it, but I haven't been following it. Let's see. Miku Huntu says, welcome back. Racket Man, F the turncoats. Torin says, Nick, did they find the braid I made for you? Yeah, it's right here in the image. If you haven't seen it. They did. I don't remember them commenting on it. The funniest part about them searching my office was, again, I didn't keep anything in my office because I didn't want to be tempted to snort a line of coke on a live stream. So I didn't keep it down here, which is why I legitimately don't know what was on my nose that they said was cocaine, but I don't think it was. I was on cocaine on that live stream. Don't mistake my words. I just think at that point that it was actually something else. And what was funny was they opened this cookie tin that was covered with like powder or whatever, like flour on the inside of the tin. They're like, oh shit. Because they hadn't, I don't think they had found Coke at that time in a different part of the house. So Nate Stark, shouldn't the goal be to keep the jury engaged? Yes. I would be bored out of my mind right now. Yes. Nailed it. Yaroslav Blaschik says, welcome back, bro. Last time you fat shamed me, I lost 25 pounds. Told you it works. Good. Keep it off. Don't let yourself slip. Remember, fatness is a state of mind more than a state of being. I mean, you can be a whole bunch of sizes, but there are some really skinny fat people, you know, because they've recognized that their health is in jeopardy, their life is in jeopardy, and they work to improve themselves. Like that's what we all want. Like, you stop worrying about where you are, focus on where you need to be. That's probably generally good life advice, but that's what I'm always talking about with fat people. I hate people who are completely resigned to how they are rather than thinking I could be a little bit better. Do that for yourself. Do that for your loved ones. I mean, some of you no one wants around, but most of you people do.
Hey, for everyone watching on Nick Streams, that's awesome. Thank you for being here. If you want to hop over to Law of Self-Defense at YouTube and just hit that subscribe button and then come on back, that would be awesome. Be great to hit 197 today during today's live stream. So subscribe. Hey, I got a couple little ones here. Princess Chelsea, $2. Local PD test only a small. Wait a minute. I think local PD said small crack in taillight.
That's what. Okay, I have a problem with that. We all assume what a small crack means or a small broken part. But one of the things that came out yesterday was the witness said, think of the same witness, a piece of the taillight was missing. A small piece of the taillight was missing. Well, that small piece of the taillight is a third of it, right? Like you've got the piece on the back that's flat, which is its own translucent red piece. And then you have the part that wraps around the side. And this part that wraps around the side of the car is what's missing. That's a pretty big piece, but she called it a small piece of the taillight is missing because it's not the whole thing. So I hate the verbal descriptions of something because someone's idea of a small crack or a small piece is different than mine. I don't know what that means.
I definitely want to hear the defense address that taillight photo in the snow on Cross.
Yeah, absolutely. When did this happen? Was the taillight broken before? You didn't see the taillight before any of these photos, did you?
All right, I'm hearing audio from the courtroom. Last one, super chat, $20. Thank you, Amazingly Wireless. I decided to support you today, Andrew. I can no longer support Nick based on him stating that anime has good plot lines now that he is sober.
No.
Right.
Don't you misrepresent me. I said one anime that I liked 25 years ago. I rewatched it and was like, wow, this story is way different and better than I remember because my life has changed so much since then. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? I feel like Greta.
This one, 10 pounds. I'm just salty. I remember being on jury duty. We got sworn in, then spent 3 days in a waiting room while lawyers argued. Then the guy pleaded guilty. Worse, this was pre-smartphone, so we just had old magazines. You mean like Hustler? That kind of...
God. Yeah, but all the women look so weird with the different beauty standards. I don't know. Andrew says, I'm going to give memberships and I hope it goes to people that don't want it. Then he gifted 5 memberships. Thank you.
What is that sound now?
I think the judge is got her alarm on to take her Metamucil.
I'm going to turn the sound off until no one's doing anything.
So wait, they just took a recess and now they're back. Like,
I don't know what's going on. The video's playing.
The jury must be back and just like they had a bathroom break, I guess. I mean,
they took their morning break.
Yeah, there just wasn't anything to reignite it stuff. So Michelle says if the Alberts were coked up, their son sold drugs, and John was attacked by the cops. Don't do cocaine. How dare you suggest that? Now, do the Alberts' stupid, frantic decisions that night make sense? It's like the PD is covering for their stupidity. So interestingly, that's very possible. Who knows? Cops on drug task forces will hair follicle test positive for all kinds of drugs all the time because they're exposed to them and they get into their system. It's in the air. Like it's going to happen. So the idea of police officers doing drugs and having legitimate excuses for having them show up on various tests, I would not be surprised at all at the number of cops who do end up partaking in those substances.
Oh, I was at a house party one time and an NYPD cop was there on the couch smoking a crack pipe. Just right in front of everybody. All right, we got more sound. Let's see. Well.
So in my case, there was a small canister with they alleged 2 grams of cocaine in it. That disappeared from the discovery file. They mentioned it. There's no pictures of the cocaine. There's pictures of the empty container, though. It's pretty funny to me.
I just got out of the car.
Oh, we got testimony.
All
We
right.
have that annoying noise.
The car was warm.
Yes.
What is that? Is that at your house?
That's not me.
I don't know if that is it must be from the courtroom video.
6:34:36. Do you see yourself?
Yeah, it's
Yes,
stopped
I just
now.
got in the driver's side of my car.
And at that point,
Must have been a
do you
siren.
remember whether you still had John's cell phone or you had given it to a first responder?
I don't remember.
Between you having it in your pocket and giving it to a first responder, did you put it or place it anywhere else?
No,
Did you take it out of your pocket and place it in the elements at all?
no,
So it
Elements.
was either in your pocket or in the hands of a first responder?
yes.
Thank you for your time.
End of direct.
Thank God. That guy just sucks. I hate that lawyer. Bro that survived, welcome to lawyer status. Ortilio says, I'm really glad you're back, Nick. Hope you keep being healthy. Stay high to the Sicilian. I think you're the Sicilian, right? Brown?
Looks like we're going to get more Alan Jackson. He's good. I like this guy.
What's up, Alan Jackson? Ooh, cross-exam time. Didn't mean to make you witness cry. I apologize a million times. Man, I have to leave in
Thank you.
about
Good
5
morning,
minutes,
Ms. Roberts. How are you?
but then I'll be back.
Under questioning by Mr. Brennan, you talked about the number of times or a number of times that you have spoken to the DA's office or some member of the DA's office. I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about that.
Sure.
How many times in total do you think you've spoken to a representative of the district attorney's office?
I don't have a number.
Would you say it's more than a dozen?
Yes.
Oh,
Would you say
shit.
it's more than 50?
Could
Maybe
be.
around there.
Okay.
Maybe
Oh,
less.
wow.
And who are the folks, Ms. Roberts, that you have spoken to at the DA's office?
Steve Nelson,
Okay.
the victim advocate, Yuri Buchanan, who's a state police officer, and the DA, Michael Morrissey.
I hate this. I'm going to step away now. I'll be back
And
in probably about 30
What
minutes.
was the, I want to take those in order, and 2 of those are at the DA's office. 1 of those is not. Yuri Buchanan is not at the DA's office. He's actually a Massachusetts state police officer. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's take those in order. How many times would you say you've spoken to Mr. Nelson? Just if you can give me a thumbnail.
I don't know, maybe 30, 40.
Okay. Have you received what you would consider to be updates on the progress of the case? Mr.
I would ask questions and he would give me very broad answers.
Okay. Were your questions ever prompted by conversations that you had with your friend, Miss McCabe, Jen McCabe?
Sometimes Jen would say, could you ask Steve this? Because I had a rapport with Steve.
Okay. Were those conversations by text message or phone calls or both?
I would usually text him.
Okay. What about the conversations with Mr. Morrissey, the elected district attorney. What were the circumstances under which you contacted Mr. Morrissey?
Well, during the course of this trial, the witnesses have been harassed,
That's not my question.
Objection.
but I'm answering your question.
Hold on. I'm going to sustain the objection. Next question.
Thank you. Were you phoning him? Were you meeting him? Were you texting him? That's my question. The circumstances of the communication itself.
I phoned the office asking for a meeting, had a meeting, and then he left a voicemail at some point and texted me and said, I just left you a voicemail.
Okay. Was that the extent of your conversations with Mr. Morrissey, the elected DA?
I had one other meeting with other witnesses
Okay.
and the DA.
And turning to Yuri Butnik, what were the logistics? I'll use that word instead of circumstances. What were the logistics of you contacting Yuri Butnik? Was it by phone? Was it in-person meetings, text messages, or all of the above?
All of the above.
How many times would you say that you've spoken with Yuri Butnik?
Spoken or communicated?
Sorry, good point. Communicated with.
Probably 20.
Okay. When was the last time? Actually, let me ask you a different question. Have you ever met with Mr. Brennan before your testimony today?
Yes.
What was the circumstance of that meeting?
Going over my testimony from the last trial.
Okay.
And sort of just asking questions on what might come this time. Would I be cross-examined? I wasn't last time. Just sort of, all the things went through my testimony.
Okay. When was that meeting?
I don't know, in the last couple of weeks. I don't know.
Okay. Where was the meeting?
At the DA's office.
Who else was there?
Different times that I would meet with him, Steve Nelson would be there. One time, Brian Tully was there. Mr. Brennan's assistant.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Brennan's assistant.
Okay.
I don't know. Adam Lally and Laura McLaughlin.
Were those meetings, you said there was 2 meetings? Or did I misunderstand you?
Yeah, I think there were 2.
Okay. Were those close in time to one another? You mentioned 2 weeks ago. Were those both 2
I
weeks
said a few weeks ago, but the other meeting was just before I was going to testify.
Meaning, what, yesterday, the day before?
Last week.
Was that also at the DA's office?
Yes, it was.
Were you shown anything at that meeting?
Was I shown anything?
Videos, testimony, transcripts,
No,
reports?
no,
Nothing?
I don't think so.
Okay.
We went over my testimony on the screen. And then I just talked about my testimony from the last time.
Okay. When you say you went over your testimony on screen, what do you mean?
We watched my testimony from the first trial on a TV screen.
Okay, so you were shown something. You were shown a video of your prior testimony.
Yes.
So I'd like to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please. You are.
All right. I'd like to see counsel at sidebar. Let me see if I can hit a couple of these super chats that came into me. Thank you, by the way, to everybody for subscribing to me at my YouTube channel, Law of Self-Defense. If you could keep doing that, that would be great. If you're watching on Nick's stream on YouTube or Rumble, that's awesome. You can stay there, but open up another window. Go to YouTube, Law of Self-Defense, and hit the subscribe button for me. We're trying to hit 1 million subscribers. We get a little bit closer every day. I sure would like to hit 197 today, which means we need another 93 of you now. So that would be just fantastic. Thank you all so very much. Hit that subscribe button like you're Karen Reed driving a Lexus into John O'Keefe in a blizzard. Thank you. Content of Character, $5 says, did you see the New Mexico judge was harboring a TDA member? Yeah, well, illegal immigration has become normalized in our country. We have 100 million illegal migrants in our country. Of course, they've become normalized. That's why we got to get rid of them. Everybody must go home. Go home. There's no place like home. Let's see what else we have for me here. If Michelle, $10, thank you. If AI can replace the windshield wipers with giant credit cards, wiping off the blowing snow from the police. That would explain the Alberts' actions that night. Everything would make sense. You mean if they were involved in taking illicit drugs, perhaps cocaine? I don't know about that. I didn't watch the first trial, so all I know is what I'm seeing in this testimony, and I haven't heard that yet in the 2 days we've been here. Let's see. Some of these I'm going to click off that that Nick already answered. He answered a bunch of these. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, and we're back. Thank you very much, Mr. David Nemo. You gave the $5 to Nick, but you gave me a sub, and that's good enough. I appreciate it.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Other than watching your testimony, were you shown anything else? Transcripts, videos that you may have seen today, Dashcam videos, anything like that?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think I was shown anything.
Okay. Did you discuss other parts of your prior testimony?
Yes.
Okay. What was discussed concerning your prior testimony and how it would impact how you testify today on direct examination?
Mr. Brennan had just asked me, can you just tell me what happened? So I told him the story verbally.
Okay. Anything come up about specific instances of how you were going to testify today
No,
or yesterday?
no.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit, Ms. Roberts, about the video that you were shown by Mr. Brennan. It's the Dashcam video of Officer Seraph. I'm not sure if you know which officer that is.
No, I don't.
It's the one that you've been watching.
Okay.
That Dashcam that shows your car in the foreground.
Yep.
I'd like to ask you a couple of quick questions about your memory of that incident, and then perhaps show you the video depending upon what the answer is.
Sure.
Do you remember when the officer first arrived, you and Miss Reed specifically were at Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Yes.
Where was Miss McCabe at that moment?
She was there too, but she was waving down the first responders because it was dark out and he couldn't see us. He had a spotlight.
You and Miss Reed were both providing some level of CPR, some level of life-saving efforts.
Yes, as was Miss McCabe.
What was Miss McCabe doing?
When I was doing chest compressions and Karen was doing mouth to mouth, Jen was either on the phone with 911 or handing me baby blankets.
Okay.
At some point, she did take over doing chest compressions because I asked her to.
Okay. So Miss Reed was focused on Mr. O'Keefe's head, face area.
Correct.
You were focused on the chest.
Correct.
Miss McCabe was, at some point at least, she had called 911 or dialed 911.
Yes.
When Miss McCabe dialed 911 and was on the phone with 911, isn't it true that she was actually in a vehicle at the time?
That is not true.
She was outside?
She was outside.
That's your memory?
Yes.
Okay. Have you heard the 911 tape of that call?
Yes.
Okay. You're aware that that tape was also captured by an open line on Miss Reed's phone?
Yes.
That open line that phone was dropped inside the cab of an SUV?
It was in the back seat, I believe.
Right. So in order for that for that open line to capture sort of the background of Miss McCabe's side of the 911 call, Miss
Yep.
McCabe would have had to have been either at or in the cab of the truck.
The back of the SUV was open. She was standing there.
Got it. Okay. So she was right next to or adjacent to the cab of the SUV.
She was in back of it with the back was up.
I see that back hatch.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember Miss Reed's statement, her initial statement to Officer Seraph when he got out of his patrol?
I do not.
Do you remember her saying something to the effect of, "My boyfriend, I left him, he never came home"?
I do not.
Okay. Have you listened with audio to that dash cam at the moment that Officer Sharaf arrives at the scene and y'all flag him down?
We just watched it.
Right. Have you listened to it for the audio side? I mean, in other words, instead of
Oh,
focusing on the
no.
video.
No.
Okay. I'd like to ask you to do that with the court's permission. This is it's been previously marked as Exhibit 4. And with the court's permission, I'd like to play that from runtime about 3:50 and ask the witness to concentrate most readily at about 4:07, maybe
Okay.
10 seconds into it. I'm going to give it a little run up and then ask you to listen very
Okay.
closely to the audio.
Yep.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Okay, Evan. Stop. Do you recognize the video as being the same video that you just saw and you looked at on direct examination?
Yes.
Okay, in just a quick second, the door to the car, you're going to hear it open. I'd like to ask you to pay special attention to the audio portion and Miss Reed's voice,
Okay.
if you can hear it. Go ahead. Stop. Did you last statement?
No.
Did you hear a woman's voice kind of faint in the background?
I heard a voice, but I didn't make out what she was saying.
Okay. Did it sound like she said, my boyfriend, I dropped him off and he never came home?
Objection.
Could you hear that, Ms. Roberts?
No.
Okay.
Next question.
That's all I have for the video. We can take that down. You talked about, on direct examination, some of the injuries that you saw Mr. O'Keefe having suffered, both what you observed at the scene and then what you observed later at the hospital.
Yep.
And you noted those injuries, correct?
Say it again?
You noted those injuries. Those were,
Yes.
you made note of those,
Yes.
or at least some of them. You said you saw a hematoma of some sort over his right eye. Is that right?
Correct.
And there was some significant swelling to his right eye
Correct.
at the scene.
Correct.
Did you also notice a laceration just above his right eye, just under the eyebrow?
I saw it at the hospital, but I
Okay.
don't know if at the scene I saw it.
Fair enough. At some point, you saw that laceration to his right eye.
Yes, I did.
Did you also see a laceration to the left side of his nose, a smaller laceration to the left side of his nose?
I don't recall. I know there was blood coming from here, but I don't know if it was coming from inside his nose or from a laceration. I don't know.
When you're pointing to the left side of your nostril
Yes.
and basically just above the nostril, correct?
Yes, right around the nostril, there was blood coming this way.
Okay, draining to the left side of his cheek.
Yes.
Okay. You also saw, once you got to the hospital, that his left eye had swollen as well.
Now, both eyes were swollen and filled with what looked like blood.
And his left eye was black as well as his right eye.
Correct.
Okay. You also indicated that you saw, well, actually, I don't know if you did or not, so I don't want to put words in your mouth. I apologize. Did you see his right arm?
I did.
Did it appear to you that he had some abrasions or lacerations, parallel abrasions and lacerations and punctures on his right arm?
They were scratches.
Scratches. Ms. Roberts, you've previously testified that when you arrived, let me take you back instead of jumping right into it. After you met up with Ms. Reed at Jen McCabe's house that morning, so this is just after 5 o'clock or so, the three of you arrived back at One Meadows, correct? Is that right? I'm sorry.
Correct.
Okay. You're trailing the Lexus SUV, correct?
Correct.
The Lexus pulls in to the driveway and you pull in directly behind Ms. Reed and Jennifer McCabe is driving.
Correct.
You're driving your SUV, correct?
Correct.
You've previously testified that when you arrived at One Meadows, at that moment, that once that SUV, the Lexus SUV, had pulled in and you pulled in behind the Lexus, you got out of the Lexus, sorry, you got out of your SUV, they got out of the Lexus, and that's a point at which Karen showed you the back of her taillight and said something to the effect of, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? Oh my God, do you think I hit him? Do you recall that?
I recall saying I didn't know if it was when we were coming or going, but she did point out the taillight.
Okay. When you previously testified under oath, your quote was, quote, Karen pulls in and I pull in behind her.
Mr. Jackson.
That's not my office,
My
folks.
numbers when
Yes.
offering statements.
Sure. It's the SGJ, the grand jury, page 58, lines 14 through 19 for court and counsel.
Thank you.
Did you testify, quote, Karen pulls in and I pull in behind her, period. When we get out, and Karen is now showing us the back of the car saying, my taillight, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? Oh my God, do you guys think I hit him? Question mark. End quote. Is that
Yes.
how you testified?
May I see it?
Sure.
Hit that subscribe button, folks.
Does it have a date on it, Mr. Jackson?
It does.
Go to YouTube, Law of Self-Defense. Hit that subscribe button
426.
like you're Karen
22.
Reed,
May I approach?
Yes.
driving drunk.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Smash that taillight.
Do you have the pages after this?
I'm sure I do.
Because in the pages after this, I say,
My question, Ms. Roberts, is that a quote that I just said? Is that accurate? Do you see it in the,
yes, it is.
okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Nick's running an errand, folks. He'll be back in 20 minutes or so.
Your Honor, may I approach
Yes.
one more time? Thank you. Just for reference, I'm going to show you both pages. That's the page I asked you to look at, and then the following page as well. Please take your time.
Okay.
Thank you, Kim. Thank you for just subscribing to Law of Self-Defense. I appreciate it.
What I'm looking for is still not here because I did say I wasn't sure if it was
Yes.
before or after.
Ms. Roberts, you do have to wait for questions.
When you gave this testimony, you were in front of a grand jury, correct?
I'm not sure which one that is.
Do you remember testifying in front of a grand jury on April 26th, 2022?
Yes,
Okay, about 2 years ago.
yes,
Sorry, 3 years ago. You were under oath at the time. Is that right?
yes,
Things were fresher in your mind at that time than they are now, 3.5 years later, I'm guessing, correct?
yes,
Okay. You were asked the question to describe the circumstance when you arrived at One Meadows. Is that right?
yes,
And the answer that you gave was, quote, we pulled into it's a driveway. There's 2 cars and then 2 cars, then a single. So John's car is there. Karen pulls in and I pull in behind her. When we get out, and Karen is now showing us the back of the back of the car saying, my taillight, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? Oh my God, do you guys think I hit him? That was your testimony at the time, correct?
Yes.
And just to be clear, I'd like to take a look at a quick video that you may or may not have seen before. We'll find out. Your Honor, I'd like to have this. Actually, this has already been previously marked as Exhibit 12C as in Charlie.
Okay.
And it's a short clip. So I'll play the entire clip with the court's permission.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and take a look at that video. Can you pause? Do you recognize what's depicted in the video?
Yeah, that's when we arrived at John's house.
Okay. And who's the person with the plaid red pants?
That is Jen.
And who's the person that's just rounding the back of the car in front?
That is Karen.
What is the car in front?
That's Karen's SUV.
That's the Lexus SUV.
Yes, it is.
Behind that Lexus SUV, Ms. Roberts, is there another car?
That's my car.
And who's getting out of that car?
I am.
Okay. And this is the point that you were describing in your, at least in the grand jury testimony at that time.
Yes.
This is the time that you're describing.
That I thought it was when we walked in.
This is the time that you were describing, right? When you arrive at the scene.
Yes.
Or, sorry, arrive at One Meadows.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play this through. Okay. You can stop it. And you can bring the lights up. You saw the interaction between all three of you and the vehicles, correct?
Yeah.
At any point, did anybody stop and take a look at the taillight or the rear end of the car?
Not when we were entering the house like I thought, but when we came out.
Okay. And there's no video of that?
I'm sorry?
There's no video of that?
No, I don't believe so.
Right. So the video that does exist describes nearly exactly the time that you testified that y'all stopped at the back of the taillight and Karen said, look, my taillight's broken. Oh my God, do you think I hit him?
Correct.
Right? Okay. And that obviously was incorrect.
It was incorrect.
So your memory was faulty about that incident, that part of that incident at least.
It happened on the way out of the house.
So your memory was faulty about that part of the incident that you testified to at the grand jury.
Yes.
Okay. You were interviewed on January 29th. You've already testified to that, correct? By
Yes.
Troopers Dunn and my memory's failing me now.
There were two. I don't know who they were.
Okay. I'm sure it's in my notes somewhere. Two individuals that interviewed you on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Obviously, things were very, very fresh in your mind at that point.
Yes, but I believe I was in shock. So,
The incident had just happened.
yes.
Okay. And you were asked to recount certain of the specifics about the incident that you had just experienced, not days or weeks, but just hours before, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you did your best, I'm sure, Ms. Roberts, to be as full-throated as possible, to provide them with as much detailed information as you could and to be as honest as you could.
Yes.
I mean, you weren't going to lie to these police officers, right?
No.
In your very first conversation with those two troopers on January 29th, you didn't mention anything about a taillight or a cracked taillight or
No,
even
I did
having
not.
seen a cracked taillight, did you?
No, I did not.
Okay.
I
You
didn't
then-
want to accuse anybody of anything.
You were then interviewed on February 1st, 2022, a few days later, correct?
I don't know.
Does that
I
sound
don't know the
right?
exact date. I was interviewed again, but I don't know the exact date.
Okay. During your interview, let me withdraw that and ask a different question. On February 1st, or whatever day it was, the subsequent time that you were interviewed just a few days later, you did then for the first time describe the taillight that you saw, correct?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your recollection if you looked at a report?
Yes, please.
It's normal for people like this to be nervous on cross. They know cross can be hostile. If you've never been in a witness stand, it's normal to be nervous, period. It's not a normal experience.
Let me
for
have
people.
just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Let's see. A new member for Nick. That's nice. Andrew gifted 5 Recado Law memberships. Thank you, Andrew. I'm sure Nick appreciates that.
On the second page, just to direct your attention to the discussion related to the taillight.
Nick talked about that
If you
one
want to take
already.
a look at that.
And that's Karen Reed, of course. The trial, the pace of this trial is certainly painstaking. Hey, head over to youtube.com and go to Law of Self-Defense channel and subscribe. Sorry, folks, but there's slow moments.
That you were interviewed on February 1st, 2022 by a trooper by the name of Connor Keefe and a trooper by the name of Kathleen Prince.
Yes. Did Connor Keefe write that report?
I'm sorry?
Did Connor Keefe write that report?
Trooper Kathleen Prince wrote the report.
Okay.
Does that matter? No?
Nope.
Okay. Does that refresh your recollection that you did discuss the taillight at that time?
Yes.
And did you tell Trooper Prince and Trooper Keefe that you noticed the back right taillight in the middle, quote, in the middle, your words, was broken and a piece of the metal encasement was pushed forward?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't say that the taillight was completely shattered, correct?
Correct.
You didn't say that the entire lens was missing, correct?
Correct.
You said it was broken in the middle. Is that
Yes.
right? And then you described today that a square piece was missing.
Yes. That's the piece I was referring to in the middle.
Just in the middle of the taillight, though. That was how you described it.
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to shift gears for a quick second and talk about a March 7th, 2023 text message with victim witness advocate Steve Nelson. Do you remember communicating? You don't have to know the exact date, but if you do, fine. Do you remember communicating in March of 2023 with victim witness advocate Steve Nelson about the Ring camera at One Meadows?
I don't know the exact date, but yes.
Okay. Is it true that you contacted him to inform him that the O'Keefes needed to replace or wanted to replace the driveway Ring camera, that same Ring camera that we just literally saw through that perspective
Yes.
of you arriving?
Yes.
Did Mr. Nelson indicate that he believed that would be fine to replace that Ring camera if the O'Keefes wished to do that?
I don't remember if he said it would be fine, but at some point they were told they could replace it. It had broken. It wasn't working.
Did he indicate that he would check with DDA Adam Lally and then get back to you?
I don't know.
At some point, you were informed that the O'Keefes had the green light or the go-ahead camera at One Meadows. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then ultimately, you then relayed that to the O'Keefes that they had the green light. You've talked to somebody at the DA's office, and they said, yeah, go ahead and replace the camera, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever receive any kind of response from the DA's office, either before or after you relayed this information to the O'Keefes, to say, wait, hold on, we need to do a reconstruction, we need to make sure that the camera is in the exact same spot that it was at the time of the incident?
No.
Any communication like that?
No.
So the communication that you got was, yep, go ahead and replace it, it's no big deal.
Correct.
Okay. And ultimately, you learned that the O'Keefes did, in fact, replace that Ring camera.
Correct.
You have already described your relationship, at least in part, with Canton Police Officer Sergeant Michael Lank, correct?
Yes.
He is friends with you.
His daughter is friends with my daughter.
You're friendly with the family.
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware that he's also friends with the Albert family.
No, well, no,
Were you aware that Michael Lank grew up with Chris Albert?
I was not.
Have you ever been in a social setting with both the Lanks and the Alberts?
No.
You're aware, obviously, you were at the scene. He was the first officer to respond to the crime scene at 34 Fairview on January 29th after Officer Seraph and after Mulaney arrived. Right? Then it was Sergeant Lank.
I don't know which order. I did see Sergeant Lank there, yes.
Was he the, excuse me, sorry. I was just reminded, you indicated that you don't remember the date of that text communication between yourself and Mr. Nelson.
No, I don't remember the date.
Would it refresh your recollection if you looked at a text message between the two of you about the subject of the Ring camera?
Sure.
Okay.
Do I need to know the date?
May I approach? I need to know the date.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Thank you. Thanks.
Is it March 7th, 2023?
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
Thank you, Doc. You indicated that you did recognize Sergeant Lank at the scene.
Yes, I did.
You had a conversation with him.
No, I said, Mike, is that you? He said yes, and that was it.
All right. Following that, the next day, you did go to his house. You've already described that.
I did.
You indicated that you went to his house to drop off your daughter for a play date. Is that right?
Yes.
But you also indicated that you took Jennifer McCabe with you.
Yes, because I drove Jen McCabe to the O'Keefe's house, so she was leaving to go home with me. So I was going to drop her off.
Okay, so your memory is you took Miss McCabe from where over to the Lank's house?
I think she was at home.
So you picked her up
Yes.
at her house
Yes.
with anybody else?
With my daughter, my son. I picked up her and either one or two of her daughters. I don't remember.
And then you drove over to the Lank's house. Is that right?
No, I drove to the O'Keefe's house.
First.
Yes.
And what did you do with the O'Keefe's
Then
house?
left a couple of kids, and my daughter wanted to go to the Lank's house, so I drove my daughter to the Lank's house before driving home.
And Jen's child was with you on the way from Jen's house over to the O'Keefe's house.
Yes, one or two daughters. I don't know.
Dropped the one or two kids off at the O'Keefe's. Is that right?
As well as my son.
As well as your son. Then you went to drop off your daughter for the play date.
Well, she was 13, so it wasn't a play date.
Whatever. I don't know what you call it.
I know.
I don't have a 13-year-old. What a date, whatever
Yeah.
it is.
So she went over to her friend's house. Yes.
Okay. But you took Jennifer McCabe with you
Yes, because I was driving her home.
back to her house without her kids?
Yes, she was going home.
Were you going to go back to the O'Keefe's and pick up her kids and then take all of them home?
I didn't have a plan. I mean, Patrick,
Okay.
nephew, is my son's best friend.
Got it.
So he wanted to be with him.
Okay. Did you, I think you just answered this, but I want to make sure I'm clear about it. You didn't take separate cars. You all went in the same car. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Did anybody stop by or go by 34 Fairview during that roundabout?
No,
Nobody stopped off at 34 Fairview either on the way or on the way back?
no. I don't believe so. That wouldn't be the route in which to get to my house.
Right, exactly. You indicated that you stayed, even though you were dropping off your daughter, y'all stayed, you and Miss McCabe stayed at Sergeant Lank's house for some 45 minutes. Does that sound about right?
Yeah.
And Sergeant Lank's wife, you indicated was in the backseat of your car?
Yes.
Did y'all ever go inside the house?
Jen went in to go to the bathroom.
Was Sergeant Lank there?
I don't know. I didn't go in.
You didn't have any communications with Sergeant Lank?
I'm sorry?
You didn't have any communications with Sergeant Lank himself, Mike Lank, on that trip?
No, I did not.
But you don't know whether or not Jen did?
I don't know whether or not Jen did. She went in the house to go to the bathroom.
Okay. You've indicated that there have been occurrences in which Jennifer McCabe has asked you to contact the DA's office on her behalf to ask a question here or there, get some information, correct?
To Steve Nelson, yes.
Okay. How many times, just the number of times, volume, would you say that Ms. McCabe has asked you to reach out to the DA's office in one particular or another? On her behalf?
I don't think very many.
What does that mean? Of the 50 times that you've had
No,
communications?
maybe like 4, not many, to my knowledge.
When you would, on these 4 occasions or 4 or so occasions, when you would reach out to the DA's office, gather information, whatever that information may be, would you then report that information back to Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
You obviously understand the importance of providing statements to law enforcement that are free of influence of other people, other witnesses. Is that right?
Say it again?
You understand the importance of providing information to law enforcement as a witness to law enforcement free of influence from other people.
Yeah.
In other words, you want to be as accurate and as independent as possible.
Yes.
And that's because if your statement is somehow, or if your communications with law enforcement are somehow influenced by others, it might call into question the credibility of the person providing the statement.
Objection.
Can you answer that question, Ms. Roberts?
No.
Okay, next question.
Sure. A statement that's been colored by influence from someone else would lack credibility, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
I want to talk about the statements in the prior testimony that you have provided in this case, Ms. Roberts. There's been several of them. The first time you told your story to law enforcement was on January 29th. We've already established that, correct?
Say that again?
It was on January 29th, the first time you relayed your story to law enforcement.
Yes.
And that was to Trooper Dunn and Trooper DeChico. That's the name I couldn't remember.
I don't remember.
But you do remember Trooper Dunn?
I remember 2 troopers. I don't know their name.
Okay. Where did that interview take place?
In my dining room.
And who was with you when you gave that interview, if anybody?
My husband was home. I think my daughter was home at that point. My husband was home. I don't know if the kids were home.
Nobody else from outside the family?
No.
Okay. Who contacted you about doing that interview? How did they know to come to you at your home?
I don't remember. They may have just shown up. I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember what time the interview was?
Maybe around dinner time, maybe around 5, 6.
Was it recorded?
I'm sorry?
Was it recorded in any way? Tape
I don't-
recorder running?
I don't think so.
The troopers were taking notes, obviously?
I believe so.
During your conversation with, and I'm jumping around a bit, so I apologize. During your conversation or conversations with Mr. Brennan and the members of the DA's office in preparation for your testimony, were any of those interviews recorded?
No.
Was anybody taking notes?
No.
No, none of the DAs were actually taking notes, the ADAs?
I didn't look around the table to see if anyone was taking notes, but I didn't see them taking notes.
No pads and pens on the table?
There's a lot of stuff on the table, but I didn't see anybody taking notes.
Okay. You received a phone call just before that interview started at 5:25 p.m., correct?
Around 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. Is this the night of the 29th, you mean?
This is the night of, I'm jumping back to the night of the 29th.
Yeah, I'm not following you very well.
That's okay. On the 29th,
Yeah.
you were interviewed around 5:25 p.m., maybe just a little bit before that.
Yeah.
You received a phone call just before that, correct?
I do not know.
Isn't it true that Jen McCabe called you and spoke to you just before that?
I spoke to Jen McCabe the entire day.
Okay. Including just before that interview?
I don't know.
Did you tell Jen McCabe that you were about to be interviewed?
No,
Did you tell her at some point did you text her and tell her that the officers had arrived?
I don't think so.
Did she text you back and say, call me right after?
I don't know.
Okay. During the course of that interview, when the incident was still pretty fresh in your mind, you indicated that at about 5 a.m. you got a call from Karen Reed indicating that John never came home and that she was worried, correct?
Correct.
You also indicated that she was worried that John may be walking and may have gotten hit by a plow. You relayed that to the officers.
Yes.
You indicated that you met up with Karen Reed and Jennifer McCabe at Jennifer McCabe's house, and Karen was hysterical and worried that something had happened to John.
Yes.
You also indicated that once you were at 34 Fairview, once y'all had made your way over to 34 Fairview, Karen saw John and ran to him, although you and Jennifer didn't see him initially, correct?
That's correct.
You said that Karen was repeating the phrase, is he dead, over and over. Is that right?
That is correct.
You also indicated that she said that if anything happened to John, she'd kill herself, correct?
That's what she said to me.
Object.
So the objection sustained.
Did you indicate at any time, I'm sorry, let me ask a different way. Did either of the troopers indicate to you after your initial interview that if there was anything further that you could recall that would be useful, please provide it? Please give it to at that time.
I don't know.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to look at that January 29th report?
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Show the second page of that report, January 29th. And there, I put a little mark by paragraph 5. You can take a look at that.
Yeah, me too. This is true of lots of people. I don't bother remembering things from 2 years ago and dates and times.
Okay.
Ma'am?
Yes.
During this interview with Trooper Dunn and Trooper Chico, they indicated after you gave your statement that if you wish to provide anything additional, now's the time to do it.
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you informed that you were limited on time in that interview? Meaning, we got to get this done, we're leaving, we're out of time.
No.
They didn't cut you off, correct?
No.
They didn't tell you that they had a limited amount of information that they wanted and then they were just going to leave, correct?
I don't remember. I don't recall.
As a matter of fact, they told you that anything you wanted to provide to them, provide it. Give them as much detail as you could, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. You just read the last statement that these troopers indicated, correct? If there was anything further she could recall that would be useful, please provide that information.
Object.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Hey, while we have a pause, I would appreciate it if you're watching on Nick's channel. And Nick's just running an errand. He'll be back shortly in 15 minutes or so, I think. If you're watching on Nick's YouTube or Rumble channel, that's awesome. Keep watching there. But if you want to open up another window and hop over to the Law of Self-Defense YouTube channel and hit the subscribe button, that would be appreciated. We're only a couple away from rolling this odometer over to 196,600. It would be great to hit 197 today. We're shooting for 1 million total subscribers. It can only be done with your help. So go to youtube.com, Law of Self-Defense, and hit that subscribe button like Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with her taillights, if that's true. These are all hearsay objections.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Having looked at the
No,
report,
no. Bring it to her and show it to her again.
she's just, it's the same thing that I just showed her. Having looked at the report, does that refresh your recollection about what Trooper Dunn and Jachico told you at the end of the interview?
I don't recall. It's not refreshing. I'm not remembering it. Even reading it, I'm not remembering it.
I see. Okay, fair enough.
He's reciting
But you
out of
sit
court
here,
statements
details about what you told
from the
or what,
report.
those two officers told you are not fresh in your mind, and nothing's refreshing your recollection about that.
Right.
Okay, but you do remember the basics of what I just described in that conversation with those two troopers.
I mean, they asked me what happened. I told them, but I was also in shock.
You never said during the course of that interview that my client called you at 5 o'clock in the morning, just hours earlier, and said he's dead and then hung up, correct?
No, I don't believe I said it at that point. I did not remember that until a couple of days later.
I see. And in fact, when you were asked about that particular statement, when you asked about that particular series of events, that never came to your mind.
No.
That literally the first words out of Karen Reed's mouth, according to you now, is he's dead and then hung up.
Correct.
When you heard that, you didn't take that to mean that she killed him.
No.
Of course not. She was panicked, correct?
Yes.
You did add that, one other thing that you didn't add in your initial statement to Trooper Dunn and Trooper DeChico is anything about the taillight either, correct?
Not.
Okay. And you also didn't say anything about any sort of a Google search or the praying that you talked about in the back of the patrol car, anything like that?
No.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't remember.
The second time you were interviewed, that was the February 1st interview. That was with Kathleen Prince and Connor Keith, correct? And you just looked at that report, at least part of that report. Is that right?
Say it again.
Connor Keith and Kathleen Prince, that was on February 1st, 3 days after your initial statement, correct?
I don't remember the date, but I remember meeting with them.
Okay. I want to make sure I get the dates down, so I'm sorry to belabor this, but. May I approach?
Yes.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were looking at the report of that interview?
It might.
Okay. First paragraph.
Thanks. Am I reading the whole thing or just the part where you dotted?
Just if it refreshes your recollection.
Oh. Oh, for the date, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
What date was it that you met with me?
February 1st.
That second interview was conducted at 12 Country Lane, correct?
Yes.
And who again lives at 12 Country Lane?
Jennifer McCabe.
So the second time you told your memory, your story to law enforcement, you were literally sitting in Jennifer McCabe's house.
Yes.
And you had met with Jennifer McCabe before your interview, correct?
Yes. We were putting a timeline together.
So you two were actually prepping, if that's a valid term, prepping for your interview, putting a timeline together, correct?
We were putting a timeline together at the request of Mrs. O'Keefe.
And Jennifer McCabe, was helping you with the timeline, and you were helping her with the timeline.
Yes, we were putting together the events of what had happened.
So she was helping you, and you were helping her, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So both of you were assisting in each other's memories, correct?
Yes.
I remember this, and you remember this.
I return. Thank
Now,
you.
I remember this, correct?
Man.
Yep.
Obviously, that would
Whoops.
help influence
Sorry.
your memory.
Thought I had to do
Going
something.
over the event with
Nah.
someone else, correct?
Yeah.
So what's on that timeline, you would agree, is not completely independent, your memory. It's a combination of your memory and Jennifer McCabe's memory. Isn't that right?
Yes.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
This guy, he is a fantastic cross-examiner. And it sounds like I was going to ask you to recap it when we get a break, but it sounds like he has been, like the last witness, just dismantling their credibility, getting them to admit that their own testimony isn't as reliable as it first seems. I mean, that question right there, it's not your memory. It's a combination of yours and someone else's memory. You're helping
you,
each
Your Honor.
other remember things.
And things she didn't say when you would expect her to say them.
So
Like
the two of you drew out some sort of a timeline for you to follow during the course of that interview. Is that right?
For me to follow what?
During the course of that February 1st interview, as you were interviewed in Ms. McCabe's house. I mean, that was the purpose of the timeline, to help you with that interview.
No, that wasn't the purpose of the timeline.
You used it for that purpose, though, obviously.
We did not. I was at Jen's house making a timeline, and the two officers showed up to interview her. I just happened to be there.
Right. And when they interviewed you, did you have that timeline in front of you? That's my question.
No, I did not.
Okay. But you had just created it along with Jennifer McCabe.
Some of it.
Okay. And then it was after that that this timeline was coordinated between the two of you, that you actually told your second story to Trooper Prince. And when I say second story, I mean the second time you were interviewed on February 1st as opposed to January 29th. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever become aware of text messages that Jennifer McCabe was sending to others in a group chat talking about you in that interview?
No.
You were never told or became aware that she sent text messages to a group as she listened in on your interview?
No. I don't think she could listen in. She wasn't anywhere near me.
You weren't aware that or are you aware as you sit here that she sent a text message that said she's telling them everything, all the stuff?
Sustained.
Have you ever been provided a text message or told about a text message that perhaps Jennifer McCabe was sending to a group?
That's interesting.
Listening to your suggesting that she was listening to your interview?
No.
Ooh, he's throwing a line on hearsay, but it's good.
He has snuck a few hearsay things in.
The third time you
But he just hinted
told
at
your
a
story
group text
was later
about this
that
thing
night
amongst
in a
witnesses.
telephonic interview. Is that right? With
Juicy.
Trooper Proctor?
I requested to speak to Trooper Proctor because I had remembered the very first time I spoke with Karen that morning, and I wanted to make sure it was recorded.
Okay, that wasn't my question. My question was, did you have another telephonic conversation with Trooper Proctor, yes or no?
You said that night, but it wasn't that night.
When was it?
I think it was earlier that day.
Okay. Meaning, but it was after the interview with Trooper Prince.
I don't think so.
I think it was beforehand?
I think it was beforehand.
You were still with Jennifer McCabe when that call took place, correct?
I was in her house. I was not with her. I stepped away to speak to him by myself.
In her home at 12 Country Lane.
Correct.
Who else was with you other than Jennifer McCabe in the house?
Her sister was there writing down the timeline for
Who's
us.
that?
Her sister, Denise.
Denise?
These true crime broads.
So she was scribing the timeline as you and Jennifer McCabe were creating
She
it?
was writing it down as we were remembering things.
Right.
Well, they had a
And the three
wine
of you
glass
were
in
doing
each
this
hand,
together,
so
sort of communally.
Yes.
She would say something, then you would say something, then it would spark something that she would say, and back and forth, correct?
Yes.
it was a drinking game. Drink.
How is it that
We used to
Trooper
call
Proctor
that,
got a hold of
let's
you?
get
Did you
our
call
story
him, or
straight.
did he call you?
I think he was on the phone with Jen, and I asked to speak to him.
So Trooper Proctor got a hold of you through talking to Jen McCabe.
Well, I asked to speak to him, but yes.
Right. Was that interview recorded, to your knowledge?
I don't know.
The fourth time you met with police was February 2nd, the very next day, at about 12:08 p.m. Is that right?
I don't remember.
Do you remember signing a consent form for your phone?
Yes.
Was that the next day after this interview with Trooper Prince and Trooper?
I don't know what day it was. It was right after Karen was arraigned for the first time. Jen and I met with them and both handed our phones over willingly.
So you just answered my question. So when you met with police, whatever the date was, it was a few days later, you met with police. You had a fourth time, you were still in the presence of Jennifer McCabe when you met with police.
Yes.
And handed your phone over, is that right?
Yes.
She handed her phone over, is that right?
Yes.
And the two of you were together when you signed your consent forms, is that right?
Yes.
Last time there was 2 women signing consent forms for one guy. That party was
The
different.
time you told your story was in front of a grand jury. Is that right?
I don't know.
Do you remember testifying in front of a grand jury?
I do.
Okay, let's talk about that for a second.
Uh-oh.
Before you testified at that grand jury, just physically, you were brought into an anteroom where you waited to be called by ADA Adam Lally, correct?
Yes.
Who was in that anteroom with you just before you gave your testimony?
My husband and Jen and Matt McCabe.
So Jennifer McCabe was with you yet again just before you gave official testimony under oath concerning this case and concerning the incident.
Correct.
Ms. Roberts, when was the last time you've spoken to Jennifer McCabe before you testified in this trial?
In this morning.
Did you discuss your testimony?
No.
Oh, that's a lie.
So you and Ms. McCabe, who became friends because of this incident,
Correct.
talked as recently as this morning before your testimony.
Correct.
And your testimony now is that you did not discuss anything about what you're doing here
No,
or what you're going
I
to
did
testify
not.
to.
She called to wish me good luck today.
When did you talk to her the last time before this morning?
I don't know, maybe a couple of days ago. I don't remember.
Within days of you taking the stand yesterday, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever?
Yes.
She's needing a Salem right about now. Salem 100 menthol.
Oh, I thought you meant a witch trial.
Ms. Roberts, I'm
no,
going to
no.
ask you.
I was like, damn, Bronca's going 1300s or whatever. Oh, no, 16, 17. The good old days.
To take a look at, actually, let me ask it a different way. Did you say that you did or did not recall texting with Jen McCabe during that January 29th interview with state police? Do you recall that or no?
No.
Okay.
During the interview, I didn't text anybody.
Okay. Are you saying you didn't text anybody or you don't recall?
I don't recall. I don't think I had I wouldn't be texting somebody if I was being interviewed by the state police.
Right. Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to take
Are
a
you
look
sure?
at a report of text messages?
Sure.
Mayor Coach?
Yes.
Uh-oh. She shouldn't have said that last line. Because now he's going to be like, wait, but you were being interviewed here when this text message was sent.
Yep.
But she didn't need to say that. Last bit, I wouldn't be texting someone while interviewing state police. She could just stuck with, I don't remember texting anyone. That was a good answer. That second assertion is what gets you. People,
Oh, come on.
don't knock over the spittoon.
Yes. Take a look. There's 2 tabs. Take a look at the tabs and the data across the 2 tabs. If you want.
Where's the judge going? Oh, okay.
Okay.
She's got a text. I think I'm fooling the cops.
Absolutely.
This guy's buying every word.
Okay.
You're killing me.
Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch if you'd like. And I forgot to tell you, anytime we're at sidebar, please feel free to stand up and stretch, okay?
Starting a new business, sidebar yoga.
That was quicker than we thought, Judge. May I
Okay.
proceed?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take a look at this document?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that there were 2 text messages at around the time of your interview with those 2 troopers?
No.
Do you recall, as you sit here, texting Ms. McCabe that the state troopers were arriving or they're just getting there?
No.
Do you recall Ms. McCabe texting you anything back about calling me after?
No.
Okay. Did you, in fact, different question, Did you in fact call Mr. McCabe right after the interview and talk to him?
I don't know.
Yeah, I just inhaled a crumbling sweet tart. One of these guys. Oh my God. What's the victim's name in this case? Oh, John O'Keefe. I feel like that guy. Can't breathe.
Have you ever testified that at the scene, Miss Reed was seated in the back of a patrol car along with Jennifer McCabe, and you were standing just outside the car, and there was an interaction among the three of you?
Yes.
Have you ever testified, or have you ever stated in any particular, that during that interaction, Karen asked the three of you to pray?
Yes.
Have you ever said or testified that during that interaction where you're seated, where they are seated in the back of the patrol car, and Ms. Reed asked you to pray, that Ms. Reed said to Jennifer McCabe, Google hypothermia?
No,
You've never said that.
I've never said that.
You testified at the grand jury on April 26th. Is that right? April 26th, 2022?
I do not know.
Right? Does that sound right? April 26th, 2022?
I have no idea.
Late April 2022, does that sound right?
I don't know. It was 2022.
You testified under oath, correct?
Yes.
Swore the same oath that you swore here.
Yes.
Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and guilty of perjury. Is that right?
Yeah.
So Keller Robotics says seeing bits and pieces of this case has left me lost. They haven't laid out the major factual elements of the case, in my opinion, that are going to lead to a guilty verdict, or would lead a jury to a guilty verdict.
Yeah.
So
That's what I needed.
it's not that you're lost. It's that there isn't a cohesive narrative built at this point. I mean, to me, they should have come out with a much stronger first witness. But sometimes the practicality of when people are available and things like that affects when you call people in. And this is a 6-week trial, so they might want
Is it your testimony that you have never
less
said
important stuff
that Karen
and let the more impactful stuff hit later?
told Jen to Google hypothermia, or that you don't recall saying that?
I don't recall saying that.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at portion of your grand jury testimony from that day?
It might.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sure.
Also, this is the second witness. And apparently a lot of the states, what the state feels is its most compelling evidence is from these consultants, the Celebrite people they hired to do accident reconstruction. And we have that big kerfuffle over whether or not the defense is going to be able to introduce counter evidence to that. So they may have delayed that and put Nuttall up instead as the first
If
witness.
you can read on to page 83
I hit
as
him,
well.
I hit him.
Right. Well, and I mean, I guess as a potential narrative hook, her saying, I hit him, when your theory of the case is that she hit him with the car, I mean, that does have some, that makes some sense.
Yep.
I just don't think
I
they sold
testified.
it very
I
well.
didn't hear it, but I was told that she was asked to Google it.
You testified under oath at the grand jury that at some point Karen was in back of the police cruiser, correct?
Yep.
Objection.
No, I'll allow that question.
Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told the grand jury?
Yes,
And isn't it true that at some point during the course of your testimony under oath, you said that Karen was in the back of the police cruiser?
yes,
And then you went on to describe that Karen and Jen and I were standing outside and she made us all start holding hands and starting to pray.
yes,
I mean, what the she being Karen Reed, correct?
yes,
And at this point, they had lifted John up and taken him onto the gurney, correct? That's
I don't
what you
know.
described.
I don't recall.
I'm going to do this again, just so we're clear.
Some of the objections are because she's already said she doesn't recall. If she doesn't recall, she doesn't recall.
People think
At
you
the bottom.
cannot recall something and then testify about it.
Okay.
Like, oh yeah, I can say I don't know, but then I can tell you why I said that thing. It's like you don't remember saying the thing. You can't tell me why now that you did it.
Yep. I say I think, so I'm not positive.
Another question for you.
Okay.
Refresh your recollection.
Yes.
Okay.
Of course, now he's refreshed her recollection. So now she does remember. Now she can testify about
And
her
you
state of
testified
mind.
basically that you think, at least that's what you were telling the grand jurors, that you
Yep.
think that was the point at which they lifted John up
Yes.
and moved him into the ambulance, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
And then you were asked a question, what, if anything, did she, Miss Reed, ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, correct?
Objection.
Do you recall that?
I did not hear the question about Google being asked.
That's not my
come on.
question.
Yeah.
May I ask? May I inquire?
Just repeat that question.
Sure. Isn't it true that you were next asked by Mr. Lally in front of the grand jury, quote, what, if anything, did she, Miss Reed, ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, end quote. Do you remember being asked that question?
No.
Does this refresh your recollection?
Yep, we're back.
May I approach, Your Honor?
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you please read from this point?
16 through 18.
Or actually, no, they typically won't let them read from this point. Refreshing recollection doesn't get read to the jury. Because again, it's just about refreshing the recollection of the witness so then they can testify after being
Okay.
asked a question.
Yes.
This is defense counsel on cross-examination of this witness
That was the question that you were asked.
for people who just
Yes.
walked in.
And in response to that question, you stated, quote, at one point she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long Google hypothermia. Correct?
Mhm.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Ooh,
How could you forget that?
because the state asked you to.
By the way, she said earlier she was not
That was
cross-examined
very
in the first
detailed. You
trial.
agree that that's a very detailed and specific recount of an event. You recounted where you were, back of a cruiser, or they were in the back of a cruiser, correct?
Yep.
You recorded or reported the time. It was right around the time that you thought they were lifting John up and scooped him up onto the gurney, correct?
Yep. I thought it was about that time. I wasn't sure.
Location,
I'm sorry, I didn't get that answer. You were talking over each other.
That's my mistake.
What was your answer, Ms.
I
Robin?
thought it was about the time they lifted him up, but I wasn't sure.
You were very detailed about who was there. It was you. It was Jen. It was my client, Karen
Yes.
Reed, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
You're so detailed that you talked about where you were standing next to the cruiser open door, correct?
Yes.
What the others were doing, holding hands and praying, is that right?
Yes.
And the actual words used, you're as detailed about all of that as the actual words used. She asked her to Google hypothermia and how long, and then you stopped, Google hypothermia, end quote, correct?
Correct.
What were you going to
You
say?
will agree, at least for that purpose, you painted a very, very detailed picture in front of the grand jury, didn't you?
Yeah.
Except it's not true, is it?
I did not hear her ask that. I was told she was asked that. In the
The answer to my question Ms. Roberts, and I'm not a trick question. What you told the grand jurors was not true. You never heard her, my client, ask anyone to Google anything, did you?
I did not.
And yet, that's what you testified to under oath, under penalty of perjury, in front of the grand jury, didn't you?
I did.
And the reason you did that, the reason that you said that false statement is because someone told you to say it, correct?
Object.
What's the objection?
I'm going to let her answer.
Yeah.
Nobody told me to say it. I knew it happened at that time,
How did you
which is
know it
why I
happened?
said it.
How did you know it happened, Ms. Roberts, if no one told you it happened?
Because we wrote a timeline. We already spoke about
So
that.
the timeline that Jennifer McCabe helped you with, that influenced your testimony in front of the grand jury, correct? Obviously.
I was telling what happened in the back of the cruiser.
The timeline
You can answer.
you wrote,
So when you ask a question, let her answer, okay?
the timeline you wrote, with Jennifer McCabe's help, influenced your testimony to testify in front of the grand jurors to a statement that you never heard, correct?
Yes.
That's not good. That means she may be testifying about things she actually has no personal knowledge of.
Yeah, I
You were
mean,
later asked about
he
that
was
statement
establishing that
in
earlier with
another
the
investigation
exchange of notes.
by another investigator or
The
set
other
of
witness.
investigators, correct?
I don't know.
Were you interviewed by a different law enforcement agency, a separate law enforcement agency from the Massachusetts State Police at any time?
Yes.
And you were told that to lie to those agents would be a crime, correct?
Yes.
Punishable by prison, correct?
I was not told that.
They asked you whether or not you heard Karen Reed ever say anything to Jennifer McCabe about Googling anything, correct?
I don't know.
Isn't it true that you told them what you've just now told us, which is, I did not hear Karen Reed ask Jennifer McCabe to conduct any Google searches?
I don't recall.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of that interview and that report?
Sure.
She's going to have to hire Michael Vanderveen to defend her on this impeachment. I mean, he's getting wrecked. In my haste to get back, I forgot to stop at the bathroom. Be right back.
Yep. Now Karen Reed's whispering, she's a lying bitch. She's a lying bitch. I told you about her.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at the entire document, just to familiarize yourself with it, if you don't mind. Go to the front page. And don't answer anything about the document until I ask you a question, if you don't mind, please.
Sure.
Thank you. Ms. Roberts, do you recognize that as being a report of an interview that you conducted?
I've never seen this before, but
Understood. Yeah, you may never have seen it, but does it remind you that that's
Yes.
a report of a conversation you had with another law enforcement agency? I'm going to ask you to turn to page 7 of that report. And if you look, there's a small paragraph, about 2 paragraphs up from the bottom. I think I may have put a little blue dot by it, but I'm not sure. Please read that to yourself.
correct.
Done?
Yep.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Roberts.
More refreshing of recollection endlessly.
Ms. Roberts, does
endlessly.
that refresh your recollection about what you told these investigators?
Yes,
And what you told them was you, quote, did not hear Karen Reed ask Jennifer McCabe to conduct any Google
that is
search.
correct.
And you went on to say you saw McCabe on her phone.
I'll allow it.
You saw McCabe on her phone, but you did not hear Karen ask Jennifer to Google anything.
Correct.
So what you told the grand jurors was in fact false.
I misunderstood Mr. Lally's question.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Brennan, any questions?
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. That was not good.
When you spoke to the grand jury about your memory, were you trying to fool them in any way?
No,
Were you trying to,
Objection.
Watch the form of your questions.
were you trying to mislead them in any way?
Objection.
Sustain, watch the form of your questions.
Tell me why your lie was
When
okay,
you
all
spoke
right?
to the grand jury, were you honest?
yes,
When you were asked the question, what, if anything, did the defendant ask Ms. McCabe? Did you begin your response by saying at one point?
Objection.
You can show her her response.
May I approach?
Yes.
Page 83, line 19.
This guy was just given like the stack of things on Apollo 13, told to patch the holes.
Just read it to yourself and the lines to follow. You got it?
I need you to put a bullshit filter on
When
everything
you
you
were
just
asked that
said.
question by Mr. Lally at the grand jury, did you ever say you specifically, personally heard that statement?
I'll allow that.
Did you
No,
ever
I
tell
did
the
not.
grand jury you actually heard that statement being made?
I did not.
And when you spoke to the people in that report that you looked at on page 7, did you ever tell them you specifically heard that statement being made?
No,
Were you consistent in both of those statements?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you say anything different as
No.
far as what you personally observed between those statements?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
no,
And when you were asked about what the defendant may have said to Ms. McCabe or Mrs. McCabe, did you generalize your answer?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you begin your answer with at one point?
yes.
When you chose the words at one point, what were you trying to convey to the grand jury?
I'll allow that.
I didn't know at what time it was done.
Was that a topic of conversation around the time you were brought to the grand jury?
Around the time what?
That you were brought to the grand jury to testify? This Google search.
Was it? I don't know.
Okay. Were you asked here in front of this jury whether or not you personally heard that statement
Yes,
by me?
I'll
Did I ask you that question?
no,
Did you personally hear that statement?
no,
After this happened, you discussed what had happened with people, didn't you?
I'm sorry, say it again.
After you found John lying in the snow, did you discuss what had happened, what you saw with other people?
Yes, of
Did
course.
anybody tell you that you couldn't discuss the trauma that you had been through?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Say it again.
Did anybody tell you that you couldn't discuss what you had just seen
No. Didn't say it again. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
after you found John that morning? Did anybody, civilian or law enforcement, ever tell you you weren't allowed to discuss what you had just went through?
No,
Did anybody ever tell you that you couldn't have support of other people?
Objection.
no,
I'll allow that.
no,
Was this a traumatic event?
yes,
Have you spoken to it to a number of?
yes.
Tell us why you would want to speak to somebody about what happened that morning.
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I've spoken to many people, obviously, that we all grew up with. But but Jen in particular, I do speak to her. I am friends with her. We went through a really traumatic experience together.
Did you ever confide in other people other than Jen McCabe about what you endured that morning?
Yes, many people,
Why?
because it helps me get through, and it's whether John's family, friends, whoever, I've talked to a number of people about it.
You're friends with John's parents?
Parents?
John's parents, the O'Keefes.
Yes.
You still friends with them?
Yes.
Do you ever discuss what happened?
Yes.
You were asked by law enforcement if they could have your telephone?
Yes.
Was there a warrant?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Did you feel like you had any obligation, legal obligation, to give your phone to law enforcement?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, they asked for my phone. I handed it over willingly.
Did you think you had to?
No, but there was no reason not to.
When they went
Oh,
through your
come
phone,
on.
do you know whether they
Nobody wants to
saw
give up their
all
phone.
of your phone calls that were on that phone?
Objection.
Do you know that?
I don't know. They cloned my phone, so I assume they saw everything.
Objection, please.
I'm going to strike that answer. So the answer is I don't know.
What type of information did you have on your phone when you voluntarily gave it?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Text messages, phone calls, call logs, pictures.
Nudes of John O'Keefe. I've been dropping jokes over here and I was muted.
You
Somebody
said that
killed
you
me.
stayed friendly and still are friendly with Peggy O'Keefe and John Sr.?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, at times, do you try to help them with things?
Daily.
Do you try to help them with the children?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, you were asked about
What's the purpose
contacting
of
the
this
district
testimony?
attorney's office about replacing a Ring camera.
Yes.
Whose Ring camera was that?
It was at One Meadows where Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, John's parents, are now living.
What motivated you to call the district attorney's office about the Ring camera?
Because we knew the Ring might be some sort of evidence that they didn't want to take the camera that was not working down without permission.
Do you have a Ring camera?
I do.
Do you
Did you
know
hope
the
John would
difference
give you a
between
Ring
the
camera?
actual physical camera and the iCloud storage that keeps the actual video on it?
I don't know the difference.
Okay. Did you ever ask to replace any hard drives or storage, or were you asked to replace the camera itself?
Just the camera.
And that was in March 7, 2023?
I don't know when.
You were asked questions about what the defendant said that morning when you were trying to help Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
You were asked whether you heard any comments about her, from her, about dropping John off.
Say that one more time.
You were asked whether you heard any comments about her saying she dropped him off.
In the car on the way to the hospital.
Okay.
She said it to Mrs. O'Keefe.
When you were outside trying to help John, were you ever told where the defendant dropped John off?
No.
Were you ever told where he was left?
No.
Was it ever suggested that he went into 34 Fairview?
No.
Was it
I
ever
gotta step away
suggested
for a
that
minute.
he went into
No
any
problem.
house whatsoever that morning?
No.
Were you ever asked
I only got
to
rid of
go
that guy, am I right?
into the house to look for him?
No.
When you were being interviewed by law
Influenced?
enforcement, did you ever refuse to be interviewed?
No.
Were
When
the
you were being
interviews all the same or different?
They were all different. They were all different.
Were you ever asked to give a complete review and detail of everything that you knew?
I was just asked to tell me the story of what happened that morning.
And at some point when you were interviewed, you were asked about the phone calls that the defendant made to you that morning at 5 o'clock.
Yes,
When you received those phone calls, Jennifer McCabe was not on the line, was she?
no,
Was she a party to the calls?
no,
Did she influence your memory in any way about the words that the defendant spoke to you that morning?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
no,
Do you have a clear memory of what the defendant said to you on the morning of January 29th, 2022 at around 5 in the morning when she first called you?
yes.
Is it your independent memory?
I'm saying,
Is it
Sorry.
your independent memory?
yes,
How well do you remember it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Tell us what you remember her saying to you.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
when she first called, she said, John's dead, Carrie, and hung up.
And she called you back.
She called back.
When she called back, was there any other party on the line other than you and her?
No,
What do you remember the second time that she called you?
yes. She said, John, I think he got hit by a plow. He did not come home last night. He would never not have come home. I wasn't supposed to stay in Canton, and Kaylee was here. He would never leave Kaylee by herself.
Did anybody ever ask you to lie
No,
or exaggerate?
no.
Would you?
Say that?
Would you?
No,
No, I'm super honest.
You were asked whether or not you told people on January 29th about
The
the
state's just
missing
allowing a
pieces to the
witness.
defendant's tail light.
Judge is allowing the state to have a
And
witness
you began to
testify
say
that
you
they're
didn't
super
tell
honest.
anybody that morning.
I didn't think it had anything to do with John. I didn't want to point fingers at anybody
Why not?
because I had no idea what had happened to him. I wasn't going to point fingers at his girlfriend.
Was it in fact broken with missing pieces that morning?
Yes,
You saw the ring video of you and Miss McCabe and the defendant going into John's house?
yes,
Had you seen that video before today?
yes,
Had you been shown it before in
Yes.
other proceedings?
yes.
When you went into the house with Miss McCabe and the defendant, did you do anything before you went into the house, actually in the house?
When
Take any-
we took off our shoes and
You took off your shoes?
Jen and I both took off our boots
Why did you take off your boots?
because you had to take off your shoes to go into John's house.
Well, you say you had to. Explain to us a little bit of the background on that.
John was a neat freak. You were not allowed to wear shoes in the house.
Had you ever worn shoes in his house?
No,
Had you ever seen anybody wear shoes in his house?
no,
You and Miss
you do
McCabe?
now.
Oh,
You do now.
that's not
You and
funny.
Miss McCabe took your shoes off?
Yes,
Did the defendant take her shoes off?
she did not
How do you remember that?
because Jen and I were standing there for about a good 2 minutes trying to get our boots off and she had already gone in the house.
Oh, guilty, guilty. She
Do you
wore
know why
shoes
you
in
were
John's
called that
house.
morning?
But
No.
isn't she your girlfriend?
Did you
Right.
volunteer to be part of this
Yes,
after the call?
The defendant was his girlfriend, though. So, like, she probably has a special license to wear shoes and everybody else can get
You-
fucked.
Had said you thought that you looked at the taillight before you went into John's house?
yes,
Do you remember actually seeing the tail light that morning?
I do.
Was it simply cracked?
No,
Do you know that the portion of the ring video from when you came out of the house with the defendant, Miss McCabe, do you know that that portion is missing?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you ever seen any ring video depicting when the defendant was showing you her missing pieces of taillight that morning?
no,
How
Despite
can
no
you-
video, you certain that you saw it?
Say it again.
Are
Did
you
she
certain
testi-
that you looked at it with the defendant that morning in that driveway?
Objection.
Did she
Sustained.
testify to this video
Let's play
earlier?
clip 3, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So that was why, because I'm like, how is she testifying to a video that doesn't exist? But okay, if she's seen the video prior and testified to that on direct, that
There's
makes sense.
video of the 3 women walking into John's house. She had testified that's when they saw the taillight broken, but the video shows that can't be when it happened. They just walked
course.
right past it. All right. Time for lunch, I guess.
I think we're watching video.
Quiet, folks, still on the record.
Oh, okay.
Quiet, folks. Still on the record.
All right. Well, they muted on their end. We're going back to the ceiling fan.
Gotta love the fan.
There it is.
Better lawyer than the prosecutor.
So she had testified that when the 3 women went to John's house to look for him, as they got out of their car, they paused at the taillight, and Karen Reed said, "Oh my gosh, look, my taillight's broken." But when we see that on the ring camera, they don't pause at the taillight. They just walk into the house. Now she says, well, we must have done that taillight conversation when we were leaving the house to go back to the car. But for some reason, that ring video is missing.
It is now. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
When you first got to John and you were trying to save him that morning, do you have a distinct memory of it?
Yes.
Counsel had asked you if it was your story. Was this a story?
Say it again.
Was it a story that you told?
A story?
Yes.
It's what happened.
Do you wish it was just a story?
Objection.
Sustained.
There's no further questions.
Okay, so recross.
You just asked, just a few minutes ago. Did you ever say that you actually heard that statement about that Google search? And you said no.
Correct.
The question that was posed to you by Mr. Lally was, what, if anything, did she, Miss Reed, ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard,
Right.
correct?
I misunderstood the
And
question.
you misunderstood that question?
Yes.
What
I
did you
did.
misunderstand about that question?
I didn't know it was that you heard, so I was explaining what happened in the back of the car.
I see. So you just ignored the part, literally, the part of the question where he said, what did you hear her say? That's
I
what your
think the word
testimony
was
is now?
heard, and I didn't hear it. I obviously got the question wrong because I did not hear anybody ask about a Google search.
Well, I know that's what you're saying now. I get that. But when you were asked, what, if anything, did she ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, your immediate answer was, at one point, she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long dash Google hypothermia, end quote. Correct?
Correct.
That was your answer,
Yes.
correct?
To a question I misunderstood.
And that was a false statement, wasn't it?
Technically.
Technically?
Yes.
Yes, technically.
Pregnant, Ms. Roberts.
Okay, so remember, jurors, I said earlier, comments of counsel are not evidence and you're to disregard them. Ask a question.
Disregard
Thank you,
it.
Laura.
She's not
What do you
actually
mean
pregnant.
technically?
Technically, I was under oath and I did not hear Karen asked Jen to Google it,
And yet under oath.
but I
you-
knew it happened at that
And yet
time.
under oath, you said you did.
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
Objection.
Was that a lie?
Yes.
Did you lie?
I did not intentionally,
But you did.
And,
not intentionally.
okay, that's the end of
Understood
this.
the question, Mr. Jackson.
All right, is there any other question or is that it?
I didn't hear what you just said.
I said I misunderstood the question, Mr. Jackson.
Correct.
That's what happened.
All right,
Can I ask one more question?
After this
Okay.
exchange, you know how her husband feels.
You said at one point she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long. and you corrected yourself and finished the bill hypothermia. What did you mean by how long? What were you about to say?
I don't recall.
Really?
Had someone told you something about a phrase that started with how long?
I don't recall.
Hypothermia?
I don't recall.
Like, for instance, how long to die in cold?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Amazing.
All right, Ms. McCabe, I'm sorry, Ms. Roberts, you are all set.
Thank you.
That's it for Roberts. Lunchtime.
And again, you know, she reviewed those notes with the other person. She's had, I mean, they talked about how many times she's been called, something
Yeah.
like over 50.
Yes.
I'd like to play clip 3, please.
Wait, what? We're just going to play a clip without a witness?
Your Honor, before this is played, is it possible to take a quick break so we can review this? There's a lot of clips. I'm not sure what this is. I'd like to see it before it's played.
All right, how long a clip is this?
Probably about 10 seconds, 15 seconds.
All right. Jurors, we're going to ask you to take a break, and we'll bring you back in, and we'll see a 10-second clip. So, all right,
What-
we'll give you a 5-minute break.
What clip is this
Court,
supposed
all
to
rise,
be?
please.
How are they introducing it?
Jurors, close your books. Follow me.
We're publishing a random clip from an interview that's 10 seconds long to the jury without a witness.
And the defense doesn't know what it is. Like, Your Honor, what is this?
I mean, any idea what this is? This would be typically, if they were going to do something like this, you would assume that there was a pretrial motion with a stipulated agreement. We're going to air this clip. It doesn't really belong. It's in lieu of maybe some other testimony. We saw it with Johnny Depp where they couldn't get certain people there, so they had recorded interviews. So both sides stipulate to allow this interview in lieu of trying to force someone to physically testify. But what the hell is this? 10 seconds. There are very few people that are that fast.
Hey, David's in my chat. MLS, check out MLS on YouTube. David does good work up in Michigan. He may be streaming the Patrick Leoya trial right now, the Chris Schur trial. But he's in the chat here too. I don't know. Anyway, welcome, David. Thank you for the $10. He says, watching over here today, the chat is better. I think he's criticizing your chat, Nick.
No. He's criticizing his own chat. He would never say that about my chat because he'll get defamationed.
We may. I suspect I'm a little more aggressive with banning people than Nick is. So that could be cause for the difference.
Possibly. I typically so I moved my chat. I used to have my chat windows up on my main screen in front of me, and I moved them down here. But the problem is my nose gets in the way. I can't actually see them down on this monitor. No, if you want to have a less a little bit more of the Wild West experience, you're welcome to come to my chat and make fun of me and call me all sorts of names. But it's not like Andrew's chat isn't a free chat. He just established very clear rules that make perfect sense. And people should go ahead and respect those because they're not unreasonable in any capacity. People can be decent.
Yeah, for those who may have joined late, the rules are pretty simple. You can say anything you like about me or Nick. I don't care. Just don't involve my family. That'll get you banned. So this is Gopher, big boy, $10. This is highly unusual how well coached she is. She knows the case file better than the defense. I'm not sure that's true. The defense is doing a pretty good job. Meeting with the prosecution 50 times. It's a lot of meetings. It's a lot of meetings.
I think it was just clever hyperbole that she's very well versed in the case file. She knows a lot. She admitted to meeting with them 50 times. Then suddenly, one of the most important statements, she's like, no, I don't know anything about that. I don't even know. What are you
There was a lot
about?
of refreshing of her recollection.
Two Eyes Strong says almost all the kids who became cops in the Mauve McFarland are in prison for drugs and distribution. Big Boss Nick, can you guest co-host DSP's wrestling show, please? Oh God, no, I don't want to talk about wrestling ever. I'd talk with DSP, but I wouldn't talk with him about wrestling because I don't know shit about it other than Ric Flair's funny. As a commenter, Carrie's superpower is being immune to strangulation. Her neck has ablative plating. Jesus. What do we got here? Let's see.
When you're single and looking for a partner, it's important to project the qualities you desire, which I understand, but boy, oh boy, have I had to suck a lot of dick lately.
Also, that is a function of my chat here in the Recado Law chat on YouTube or Rumble. This is cross-platform. You can go to supertip.gg/RL, and your super tips will come right in. We have AI voices. You can make them say all sorts of crazy shit. We got more AI voices being made, hopefully in the next day or so. And if not, I'll have to fire Ryan. And what I mean is out of a cannon. The Infinite Mike says, "Hey, Nick, great to see you back. Any chance we can hear what Jesse Ventura thinks of this case? Your impression is the best one." God, I haven't done a Ventura impression in, like a year. Let me think about it for a minute.
Oh, wait, no, I know what I'm talking about. Jesse Ventura here, former governor of Minnesota, active Navy SEAL, sort of. But what we actually have here is a case of a woman brought in by a government to take the fall for the murder of a police officer. But she was already down, if you know what I'm saying.
Big Boss is late night Warhammer lore stream, Nick, 40K news. That'd be fun. I haven't been keeping up with Warhammer stuff or reading any of it. And I don't know during this trial how many late night streams I'm going to do. I did it before where I was doing late night streams during trial streams, and I end up doing 15, 16-hour days. And that gets really, really stressful on the kids and lady rackets. So I'll probably incorporate some night streams, but it's not going to be a consistent 4 to 5 day a week schedule. It's just too much. And that's part of kind of what kicked off a lot of things was me just spending way too much time streaming because it was really successful and awesome. I was making tons of money and the channel was growing a lot. So I wanted to keep doing it and be involved in it. But at some point you need to take a step back. And so I'm approaching this more intentionally with my own sanity in mind. There we go.
Yeah, same here. I did a stream after the Karen Reed. I did a political live stream last night. But it's another hour and a half on the day. And this morning I got up at like 4:30 a.m.
License plates or something in jail.
Sorry.
Just prison grounds.
I didn't mean to play that.
Go ahead, hit it.
Yeah, we'll play it again.
Would you need to make license plates or something in jail, or is that just prison grounds?
I don't know if you know this. If you haven't been in a DMV in the past, decade, they literally have like an inkjet printer and a stack of sheet metal, and they just print them now. Like they don't have to send it to the incarceration free labor force anymore. But they used to make those at the St. Cloud prison here in Minnesota. I don't know what prison has the work programs because you're typically there for longer. County jail, I'm not sure if they have you do any work. I don't know. I haven't. I was just in the booking area, which you're held until arraignment, and so I had my own cell. And typically, our jail has individual cells; they don't double up. But we are a temporary ICE facility, so a couple times that I was not in jail, but at the jail to take care of some administrative stuff after being arrested. They had just brought in a truck with 48 ICE arrests from around the multi-county area. They bring them all there and they get processed there until ICE comes and picks them up to take them to the Twin Cities for immigration court. Just Jewel, what's up? Says, yesterday a clip from an interview was entered on its own before the witness. How can a clip get entered into evidence without a witness? Typically that's done by party stipulation. There's a motion ahead of time for whatever reason, like, let's just bring this in. Let's not argue over, or we've negotiated the reason that this is going to come in. We could authenticate this clip. We can show the court how we can authenticate this clip, but it's going to require the one person who's seen this thing or the one person who is a witness there, and it's really onerous to bring them in. Maybe they're in another state, maybe they're unavailable, maybe whatever. So it's like, rather than go through all of that and then spend a lot of time establishing foundation just to authenticate one clip with no other useful information for the jury, let's just agree to it, bring in the clip. And that's a great way to do things. There's no reason, you state your name, who are you, how do you get there, why are you here? That eats up an hour of time for something that could be short. It's just weird that he's like, I just want to play this clip, and the defense is like, we have no idea what this is.
Right.
This should have been. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just hearing noise from the courtroom.
Oh, bring it back up.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
I'd like to play clip 3, please.
When my car was seized, there was a few small pieces of taillight missing that I had picked out at John's at 5:45 before we drove over to Fairview. I'm showing Jim and Terry, look what I just did to my light, and I'm worried that there's gonna be some kind of electric short circuit. There's like the bulb is showing, and some of the red plastic's missing. So I picked pieces out of the light housing that had kind of collapsed within the light and dropped them in John's driveway.
I'd like to have that marked as an exhibit, please.
Okay.
No objection.
Right.
She should not have done that court TV interview. My God.
All right.
Never talk to the media.
Rather than calling your next witness, who it'll take 10 minutes to bring a witness in and do all of that.
Yes, Your
Why don't
Honor.
we take the lunch and recess? I'm sorry, is the food here? Okay. Folks, we'll take a 40-minute lunch and recess, okay?
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your books, put them on your chairs, and follow me.
So that would mean they'll come back at what, 1:30 Eastern time, right? It's 12:50 now. Return estimate 40 minutes from now. Okay. Yeah, she gave a bunch of interviews, and that's almost never a good idea, folks.
People people got frustrated with me talking about my own case. If you go back and listen to me talking about my case, what you'll hear is actually very intentional and careful not to make definitive statements about what my case was, but rather to talk briefly about what the state would need to prove, potential issues with the case that might separate it from other more obvious cases. My intention with that as a public person was to leverage part of my platform and whatever voice I had left to stem the bleeding as much as possible. People can argue over the wisdom of that all they want, but I've long held that I think the legal field's a little bit behind on this from the social media front. That being said, if you go back and carefully listen to what was said in those streams, you will not hear me make definitive statements about what happened. What you will hear is me say, these are the issues that change our case from a normal case where a contraband substance is found inside of a home. Contraband substance being found inside of a home makes it pretty easy to suggest that the homeowner is the owner of the substance. In our case, there were 3 identifiable people other than my wife and I who had, up until very near the arrest, full access to our home. They were there frequently. They had the ability to get into the home even when it was locked. And so that's a complicating factor. Does it mean that those people are responsible for owning the drugs? No, but it is something that the state would then have a more difficult time establishing if we were at trial. They have to eliminate those people because those people can create reasonable doubt. So I made statements similar to that. These are the distinctions that you have between what what would on the surface be similarly situated issues. Now, the way the internet works, some people ran with that and said, Nick's accusing these other people. I never did. The judge, prosecutor, nobody ever brought up any of my online statements in specific in any court thing. They never tried to use those statements or even leverage those statements in negotiation against me. And the reason is because they were very carefully delivered and very intentionally. I know people don't believe I'm capable of doing that, but when your life and family are on the line, you can to some degree. Again, people can debate the wisdom of it all day. I didn't make perfect choices in my case, but I did get pretty damn good results based on what I was facing, and better results than many people thought I would. So, but a media interview has something where someone else is in control of the narrative. And Karen Reed is not a lawyer, and a murder case is not so simply distinguishable. Just like in all things, these two things are not the same thing. On my own show, when it's just me, I'm in control of what I say completely. And I can be, you punished for it. I can make mistakes or whatever. She's reacting to the question from an interviewer who might be surprising her with information she doesn't know is out there, who may ask a question in a way that is designed to elicit a response that is more ambiguous than what she would normally say. We talked about this yesterday. Maybe she's exploring the concept. I hit him. I didn't know if I hit him, but now she's got a statement out there that says I hit him right in the interview, and they can clip that and play it. And then it's up to the defense to overcome what the jury just heard. But you don't want to be in that position if you don't have to. So it's very, very, very bad to do those interviews. It's a pending murder case. I mean, this is it.
Let's see. What do we got? I got this. Not cupcakes. What do they have to say? $10. Thank you very much. Says the witnesses are supposed to be sequestered before they testify. How would Jen McCabe know to call and wish Carrie good luck while testifying? Well, I mean, sequester is not quite the right word. They're not really sequestered, which is isolated from everybody. They're not supposed to discuss their testimony while they're witnesses. So if they're witnesses over a couple of days, they should not be discussing their testimony during the breaks between taking the witness stand. But of course, she says here she didn't do that. She said, good luck. It's not
right. There's people misunderstand witnesses' interactions quite a bit in these cases. Witnesses can interact with defendants. State witnesses can be friendly with defendants. That's okay. They can also be defense witnesses can be friendly with state people. It's not actually about alliances with the witnesses. Witnesses are supposed to be quote unquote neutral arbiters. They're delivering facts. Their relationships are supposed to be irrelevant. Now, if they have a relationship, you can call attention to that relationship to perhaps question their credibility or cause a juror to question their credibility. You can do that, and that's part of it. But the idea is that a witness is just delivering facts. If it's a state witness, it's because the state is interested in the fact or the knowledge that is within that witness's head, and they want that to be in front of the jury. But it's not like they're on a team getting together. And so people are not, these are, ignore Karen Reed for a second. All these other people are friends. Just because Karen Reed is on trial doesn't mean that these people cannot talk to their friends for the next year. And are they going to talk about things and exchange facts? Yes. And the defense did a very good job of saying, did you have a conversation about what happened there? Yes, we were sitting around exchanging notes about it. Well, that looks terrible for her credibility, but there's nothing illegal, immoral, or unethical about it unless they were conspiring to, manipulate their testimony. But they don't have evidence of that. What they do have is like, you guys talked about it, so you may be talking about things that you didn't actually have knowledge of.
Right. You get that kind of cross-contamination. So now people know things, not from personal knowledge, but because they were told by somebody else that it happened. And for lay people, they don't readily distinguish between those two things. They just know things, right, from whatever source. But when you're testifying, you're only supposed to be testifying about things you know from your own personal knowledge, not things that you know because somebody else told you it happened.
And it's up to the legal teams to elicit testimony that exposes that knowledge is not personal. or even to remind the juror that that knowledge isn't personal. Because if you think through your own memory, you've collected tons of knowledge that isn't firsthand, but you probably don't remember specifically where you got it. And that was what he was doing with her grand jury testimony. Let me refresh your recollection. This is what you said then. So how would you have gotten this? Did you hear it? You said you heard it. And she's like, I didn't hear it. It's like, okay, wait. So I knew it happened. Okay, well, so then you don't have firsthand knowledge of it. You knew it happened. And the implication would be because you discussed it with someone else and they told you that it happened, which is fine. But let's not pretend that this is something that you know happened. Someone said this. But that's a critical point, this whole thing, because the let's see, that Google search is a big point for the defense. The prosecution has to attack the credibility of that Google search, right? Like they have to deal with that at some point, because that Google search makes it look like someone inside the house has a dead body and they need that body to look like it froze to death.
Well, they're saying that Karen Reed asked for the Google search.
Right. They have to make
they have the Google search in record, right? So somebody did it. So they want to make it seem like Karen Reed is who triggered that search, as opposed to the actual murderers inside the house.
And legal advice to everybody out there from a licensed suspended attorney. If you ever need to Google how to chop up and dispose of a body because you have one, use someone else's phone. Don't tell them you're doing it. Google it from someone else's phone, someone in the room, preferably. Let that person take the heat for how to chop up and dispose of a body so you don't have to. Don't put that on your own phone. Don't use incognito mode. As we found out, even your incognito mode searches were being logged by Google. There is no protection for it. And NordVPN will not save your ass either. You need to use some other person's device.
It's never gone, folks. I get discovery files all the time with everything that was deleted off the devices, including their porn searches. Everything is still there.
So great.
It's just labeled deleted. On the file, it's labeled deleted, but I'm reading it and it's still there.
The dream cross-examination would be to have a high-ranking government official talk about how they never use their phone for anything, but you've got their Google search term history extracted by, an expert. And it's just like the most degenerate, horrifying shit ever. It's like, how to barbecue at children while they make out with someone on a subway. Like, oh my God. The Iceman says, real quick, it was stipulated by defense that state could read in Karen's statements from interviews. Defense does not seem to be afraid of them.
Well, I don't think there's anything they can do about it. I mean,
right.
They're gonna come in. I mean, there's statements against interest. There's no way they're not coming in. So of course you stipulate to it.
Right. So for the chat, a statement against interest is a hearsay exception. Hearsay is the introduction of an out-of-court statement used to prove the truth of the matter asserted. So whatever the statement is saying, the statement has to be used to prove that what the statement is saying is true, if that makes sense. That's the first thing. But once you're doing that, that's hearsay and not allowed. One of the major exceptions to hearsay is a party statement against their own interest. If you are the defendant and you've said something that's against your own interest, which when the state's involved, everything you say can be against your own interest. So any of your statements are going to come in. There's very little objection on a hearsay grounds that's going to keep out the statements of a party. You have to go towards things like privilege. That's what's going to keep your statements out of court. Attorney-client privilege, marital privilege, and those are about the main enforceable ones. There's a couple medical ones that are very limited in scope.
Yeah, and people need to keep in mind why we have the hearsay rule. So hearsays, as Nick says, an out-of-court statement produced in court to assert the truth of the statement. The reason we don't like that is because there's an inherent lack of credibility. Because what you want is the person who actually made that statement to come in, testify, be subject to cross-examination. You can't do any of that with a hearsay statement. Anybody can make up any story about somebody's told them something. But we have exceptions to the hearsay exclusion rule because there can be out of court statements that don't have that inherent lack of credibility, like business records, for example, that are maintained in the normal course of business, or statements against interest. A defendant's not fabricating statements that are harmful to them out of court to be introduced into court.
Like when we were at dinner in Nashville and you told me that you actually don't own any guns, never own guns, and believe that the Second Amendment is nothing more than the toilet paper of Harry Reid.
That would be a statement against interest.
And I remember you saying it, so let's introduce it. But no, obviously, you wouldn't want the ability of someone to fabricate a statement and just say it. And similarly, one of the reasons you need someone to be able to be examined and cross-examined about a statement is that the statement might have been said, but that statement could have been a quotation of another. There could be context to it. There could be some reason. Someone could have a different opinion now. They could have said this statement at one point and learned something later. There are all sorts of reasons. And that's what the examination, cross-examination process does, is it says, not only did you say this, but the statement is relevant to this matter, because the statement is something that that is not out of context, is not related to some other issue. It's for here.
Also, the credibility of the person recounting the statement, right? Maybe they have some existing animus with whoever it is they're speaking about. That needs to be exposed to the jury, but you can't really do that unless you have the person on the witness stand.
I have an animus. It's a large animus. Hunting Orion, welcome to Paralegal. Rob Price, at least in this trial, we don't have a week solid of testimony that it was snowing. Brennan is a rat-looking prick and should be disbarred for the bullshit he has done in this trial. Damn. Boosh, welcome to Legal Status. The Iceman says, Barnes argues pro interviews. Curious if you agree. Barnes's argument about pro interviews, I have not heard, but I can guarantee you Barnes is talking about very carefully crafted interviews, probably curated and controlled questions by the attorney for a specific generation of a public image. These interviews are where the person being interviewed and their media team is in control of the narrative, and that their interview is so valuable to the media outlet, whoever it may be, and that value is subjective, of course. But that interview is so valuable to that media outlet that they're willing to allow the PR team of the person being interviewed have significant control over the narrative. And in those instances, with the right person who is typically comfortable in front of a camera, who's able to field questions well, who is contemplative and has been coached very, very effectively on the exact narrative to give, sure, they can give media interviews, but that's a whole different question than Karen Reid going on and obviously being out of control. These statements are not good for her.
Yeah. And very few people can pull that off. I wouldn't want to be doing that myself if I were the defendant, because first of all, the media already hates you, right? So they're already working to manipulate whatever you say. And then the stakes are so high. And even if you do it perfectly, there's a big cost. For example, George Zimmerman did interviews before his trial. He was always accompanied by his lawyer. They were very well scripted. They were very carefully controlled. I think he only did himself good in those interviews from a legal perspective. But when he later sought to sue the media that lied about him, that manipulated the photographs, that manipulated the 911 recording to make him look like a racist killer, the judge said, well, sorry, but you're a public figure. You made yourself a public figure by doing those interviews on TV. And that was it. And he should have been able to sue NBC and those other agencies, because what they did to him was horrific. But it wasn't permitted. So even though legally speaking, his interviews worked for him, he got lucky. He had very good lawyers. It still cost him the civil suit.
Yeah, and like you said you wouldn't want to be doing it.
It's really dangerous.
You speak professionally, have for decades, and not only that, but now you speak in conversational manners in interviews frequently.
Yep.
So it's, well, I mean, you always have, but you do it publicly and frequently. So you're a person who is used to being in the media situation that you're in.
And I'm sensitive to the legal peril, right?
But
I'd still be nervous about it.
Yes, and you should be, because the if you have an attentive state, the attentive state is watching and will thoroughly go through everything you say. Depending on the crime, you're talking like in a Karen Reed case, this is a major media event in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. It is a public murder trial that failed. If you think they're going to miss a statement of Karen Reed when they go for the retrial, not a chance. A do-over for the state is a massive time and money investment and an opportunity for elected people to be very much embarrassed. So those elected attorneys, elected judges. So now the state is going to double down on their efforts. They're going to spend the extra resources. They're going to approve all of the overtime to get, through thousands and thousands of pages of documents and hours of video from anywhere. Although I will laugh when someday one of these like real IRL streamers who stream like 16 to 24 hours a day gets tagged in a major crime, and that prosecution team has to go through thousands and thousands of hours of video.
AI.
Well, that'll be the thing. But find me the time where it most looks like there's a knife on screen.
Yep.
That's coming.
Yeah, it's a problem. I mean, when I do my legal consults on cases, I charge a lot of money. And one of the reasons I do is because I'm obliged. I feel I'm obliged. Not every expert does this in the legal profession, but I feel I'm obliged to look at every piece of evidence that could potentially be introduced at trial. And a lot of times that could be thousands of photographs. It could be hours of video. But I'm not willing to give a legal opinion to a reasonable degree of legal certainty unless I've looked at all the evidence that could be presented to the jury. It's extremely time consuming.
And people may misunderstand like what a case file looks like. In my case, which is pretty obvious, they opened a safe and there's a bunch of drugs in it, right? In bags. That's most of the evidence that you need. But before they had found that, Lady Rackets and I had been out somewhere and she found a pair of tall socks. They weren't sexy stockings or anything like that. They're just tall socks, but they had weed leaves on them. And we bought them it was like a pending Halloween costume or something. I don't even know. Or we just thought they were funny. That was the first evidence picture they took. And so this has no relevance to anything. I mean, someone owning socks with a marijuana leaf on it and marijuana being legal recreationally in Minnesota makes it doubly stupid. But this is what they flood case files with.
Right.
So when you get that file, like, sure, you've got the really critical 100 pictures of the crime scene and everything like that. And you may have thousands and thousands of other pictures, hundreds and hundreds of hours of video, and the worst is you may have video from multiple body cams of the same thing. So you have to watch the same hours and hours of video from a different perspective just to see if it picks up different audio, if there's something from a different angle that's important or critical to the case. And so when you're talking about going through these case files, you're investing hundreds of hours of work into this. And that is why it's so expensive.
We may be back.
Cause
already?
That was undetermined.
Oh, no.
Oh,
And
no.
the whole debate here.
Sorry about
Oh
that.
God. Do you ever want to listen to those fucking eggheads
No.
between from a news station?
No.
Dear Lord.
But yeah, when you look at the evidence, when I look at the evidence file, the cases I consult on, probably 99% of what I'm looking at is not relevant to any of my legal analysis, but you don't know until you look at it.
Yep.
So there could be hundreds of pages of transcripts of interviews, thousands of photographs, hours of video, and you have to look at every bit of it to find the little nuggets that are the relevant pieces.
And the state will they love giving you discovery.
Yeah.
Like they like to drop the really important juicy stuff at late hours or whatever, but they are happy to give you all kinds of communications and state generated documents. Like for example, the trace report on a gun's ownership. I mean, these things can be dozens of pages just to say one thing. Yeah, this guy's the last guy we know of that owned the gun, but it'll have dozens of pages behind it. And it's just,
thank you, everybody.
Woo!
Thank you. Keep going. Don't stop. Keep subscribing.
But all of their reports will just dozens and dozens of pages, and lots of them can be useless. And the other thing they'll do is they're not individually scanned and entered. They will scan 40 different documents into one 400-page PDF. And then you get the joy of going through it. So, one of the first things organized people have to do is go in and actually break up the PDF into their relevant documents and relabel it so you have some sort of discernible system. But otherwise, you're scrolling through hundreds of pages in one thing to look for the one document. And some people aren't good at using search functions, and some people don't have the equipment to, recognize text on a scanned document or whatever. But it's getting better, though. It's getting much, and like you said, AI is gonna, like Westlaw has AI tools that are going to completely change the game on legal research, because it's just the ability to look for certain patterns in documents. Computers are way better at it.
It doesn't make case law up.
Don't use it to,
you wish you had.
don't use it to generate your documents or generate citations mostly. But to use it to, I don't know if the tools are there yet. They keep calling me and saying, well, do you want to do a thing about the AI tools that are available? And I'm like, I don't really practice, so no. But eventually they're going to have a thing where it helps you find things in discovery documents, for example. And it's exactly what I had said before. Like, look for the picture that might have a knife in it or a large metal object or something consistent with a puncture wound. And eventually AI is going to be really good at giving you those. And you'll be able to adjust the flexibility of those results. Like, how lenient do you want me to be if the picture's blurry? Like, yeah. Or do you want me to be really precise because you're looking for a specific thing? Enraged Bacon says, actually, they have a text message from a text message chain with these witnesses that literally says, tell them the guy never went into the house, when talking about the interview with state police. Yeah, and we'll see. I mean, I'm not exactly sure. I need to know what
I didn't
that
watch
text
the
was
first
about.
trial, but tell them the guy never went into the house could be a totally innocent statement. If the guy never went into the house, that's just a fact that they want to share with the investigators. It doesn't mean there's a cover-up.
And I want to know the text around it to understand who the guy is and what house that is. Because, I mean, am I assuming that that's John O'Keefe and the house of, who's the house that they were at? Can't remember that house.
The Alberts.
The Alberts, yeah. So is that John O'Keefe and the Alberts house? I don't know. But yeah, well, we'll see if they want to introduce it.
This is about Kerry Roberts, I guess. I hope. I hope it's not about me.
I hope it is about you.
Thank you. I guess Rowan Coward, $5. I appreciate it.
Spectre says it's telling them to say John O'Keefe never went into Brian Albert's house. Yeah,
Well,
and
did he?
I don't know.
I don't know, right?
I have no idea. I think from the story I've heard he did, but my story comes from people online talking about what happened. So again, this is the difficulty of knowing all this stuff. That statement's impact may be huge online. That statement's impact may mean nothing to the defense team's strategy. And we just won't know until they try to introduce it or not. Now, it goes to the credibility of a witness, but what if that statement is more confusing to the jury because the juror goes in the deliberation room, there was that one text message, the guy never entered the house. And that's all they remember because they missed the first part. Tell them the guy never went in the house. That tell them thing. They just tell them and they hear the guy never went in the house. They wake up, because they're kind of zoning out. And that's all they get and they remember. That's a risk. And so you have to, who knows? You guys know a lot about the case because you've researched it. There's all sorts of stuff online. You watched the first trial. Remember, that first trial didn't happen now. In this case, that first trial only comes in on matters of impeachment for inconsistencies of testimony that was delivered under oath. And that may matter a lot, but it may not matter at all if the prosecution's careful.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting. At one point, Kerry Roberts, the witness who just left, she said that she was not subject to cross-examination in the first trial, which seems really weird to me.
Seems insane.
Yeah.
But hey, here's the thing. They hired a juror to be on the defense team. And that juror probably said, you know what? You guys didn't ask that woman any questions. And she came across as really credible. We believed her. Or 3 people in that jury room would not let go of it because Carrie Roberts was there saying these things, and you guys didn't take it down. So now they go, okay, well, we know now we have to cross-examine this woman. Her testimony was lethal for these 3 jurors to our case. And if that's the situation, that's why if you ever get a chance to hire a juror to be on your legal team, oh my God, what a great move.
I mean, it was the same defense team. Alan Jackson, David Unetti, Elizabeth Little.
Except for whoever that new juror is that they pulled in, right? Like that's obviously she wouldn't have been on the first.
Right, the new person is new, right?
One moment.
Her name.
Yeah, I'll be right back. Got to get some
okay
medicinal.
All right. So while Nick's away, I will once again suggest people take a look at our class I'm teaching this Saturday, April 26th. Our Law of Self-Defense Advanced class teaches you how to be hard to convict if you're ever compelled to defend yourself, your family, or property. I only teach this class twice a year, teaches you everything you need to know to be hard to convict in just one day. And if you have a conflict on Saturday, I would urge you to register anyway, because we make the recording of the class available to all students for 2 weeks afterwards. So you can watch it at your leisure over that 2-week period. That's all at lawofselfdefense.com/advanced, lawofselfdefense.com/advanced. So I'll leave that up. Hey, and if you're watching on Nick's channel, YouTube or Rumble, that's great. Keep doing that. But if you hop over to YouTube at the Law of Self-Defense YouTube channel, just to hit the subscribe button and the thumbs up button, that would be greatly appreciated. We're trying to hit 1 million subscribers at Law of Self-Defense on our YouTube channel. We can do that with your help. We're almost 20% of the way there, which is pretty good. So hop over to Law of Self-Defense on YouTube, hit that subscribe button, and then feel free to hop back over to Nick's channel if you wish. That's totally fine, of course. Let me see what we have here for super chats that I can answer. Let's see. Let's see if I have member questions. Law of Self-Defense members. Law of Self-Defense member Zachary says, I can say anything about Nick. Well, then he's a dog-faced pony soldier. Yes, I'm not worried about Nick's feelings about mean statements. And of course, Nick has made some decisions that make him vulnerable to mean statements. That's just the way the world works. This is the Karen Reed murder trial for those on the Law of Self-Defense member website. I did do a show, a live stream very early this morning on the unelected black robe, tyrannical inferior district trial court judge Paula Sinis, who's overseeing the legal kerfuffle of our good friend Kilmar Armando Abrega Garcia. You can find that as a video on demand now on YouTube. Let's see. Tony says, haven't kept up with the Nick story. What's the latest? Just in summary, Nick had a sentencing this last Friday. Basically, he's sentenced to probation for a number of years. I think it's 5 years. And as long as he does that properly, I believe the charges go away. The conviction, the guilty verdict to which he pled goes away. So that's what I'm hoping for Nick, as always. The best possible outcome for him and his family. Let's see. Tony says, Law of Self-Defense instructor grad here. Congratulations. I hope you enjoyed the course. We have a Law of Self-Defense instructor program. Well, and here he is. Welcome back, man.
Oh my goodness. Get my ear holes. Have you ever been orally penetrated, Andrew?
Orally, A-U-R-A-L?
Wrong.
Yeah, I had a bad first
I have them on the
marriage.
wrong side.
There was a lot of that. There was a lot of yelling
What's a lot of yelling in the courtroom?
in my first marriage.
Oh.
I was orally violated many times.
Oh my goodness. All right. Here I got one of these.
Nick turns his head and his nose reaches the Sahara. A little wind blows and bam, you got a sand dune buildup. No mystery.
Look, I can take care of your sand dune buildup, obviously. Here we go. Mark Richards' voice.
Your Honor, can we have a sidebar? The prosecutor keeps badgering me, and I frankly can't understand him. I think he wants me to go to a bar and watch the Red Sox. Please get me out of this state.
Let's see. Oh, God.
I don't usually get personal on here, but I'd love to insert my bent button into Karen Reed repeatedly until I ejaculate. Sorry to get personal.
Guys, those are disgusting. Keep them coming.
Hey, listen, I want to step away for a minute to grab something
Yeah.
to eat for lunch. I'll be right back.
Of course, I will. Uh-oh. Hello, Law of Self-Defense listeners. How are you doing? Welcome. I am Nick Recollection of Recollection Law, the actual criminal attorney on YouTube. And Andrew Branca has left for a little bit, and you are in my capable and bloodstained hands. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are, of course, watching Karen Reed Trial Day 2. We have just had the prosecution finish cross-examination of not the prosecution. Yes. No. We got rid of that one chick with all the neck folds. What's her name? Carrie. She's gone. She's done. I didn't find her to be that interesting of a witness. Again, the state is introducing facts to start telling their story. My understanding is this is a 6-week trial, which means we can expect the state's case in chief to take a couple weeks. That's a lot to plan for from a storytelling perspective, especially when those opening statements were not long. I mean, for a planned 6-week trial, those opening statements were very brief, but they're setting up their narrative. And the first part of their narrative seems to be from the paramedic, one of the paramedics who was attempting to resuscitate the victim, John O'Keefe. And the key fact that the prosecution seemed to want to elicit from him is the idea that Karen Reed said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. In addition to his testimony, we had Carrie, who was also there to elicit testimony about effectively admissions from Karen Reed. Now, what you'll notice is absent so far from the state's case is physical evidence. We have circumstantial evidence of potential admissions of guilt. This is 2 layers of abstraction from, seeing someone do something, or seeing the physical results that can be attached to an action or a fact that is necessary to prove this case. You're talking about proving that this guy had a head injury, which would knock him unconscious and leave him incapacitated in the snow. This is direct evidence that that we would be, or like video of that injury occurring, I guess would be direct evidence of that. Circumstantial evidence says the circumstances suggest that this is the likely thing, that this is what happened. Someone hears whatever. And now we have another layer of abstraction that it's not about the act itself. It's about a possible admission of the act, but there could be tons of other reasons. But this is very compelling evidence, especially combined with the 2 interview clips, in my opinion. And to me, it seems like this is their tee off, right? This is their setup for the rest of the whole. They are going for this idea. She said it. She knew she did it. She admitted it. And here's how she also attempted to engineer the cover-up of her own crime, which is kind of funny because the defense is probably going to run some sort of narrative to at least lead the jury to infer that there was a cover-up of another crime or an accident by the rest of the people, a conspiracy by the other people present that night for whatever reason to cover up the death of John O'Keefe and pin it on Karen Reed. So you've got this competing storyline going. Is it the best choice? I don't think so. But we can tell they're going very strong on what they feel is their strongest case. And that case is whatever happened, she knows she did it. She said she did it. She said it over and over. She said it in a panic about doing it. And then she tried, when she sobered up, to cover it up. So that's the kickoff of the narrative that we've got here. We don't know the whole story that they're going to lay out and the order that they're going to do it. And there are, again, I hinted at this earlier in the stream, but there are practical reasons why you might have a different order for, welcome back.
Yes, sir.
That was way quicker than I thought. I thought I was going to have total control of your channel for a while. But there are plenty of really good reasons that that you might have to reorder witnesses in a way that conflicts with your ideal storytelling arc. And like we saw yesterday, there's motion practice over major forensic evidence in this case, and that the state clearly, as it was part of the opening statement, the reliance on Waze, the reliance on this, data collected by the phone and the black box of the car. They're going to try and use that forensic data to really flush out the narrative that they've already started here, that she hit him with the car. She knew she hit him with the car. She intentionally hit him with the car. Because remember, this is murder too, right? This is a murder with malice in the state of Massachusetts. So she has to intend to at least, I believe, cause severe bodily injury, like the purpose of, and then it results in a death. That would be the standard in Minnesota for a second-degree murder. And that the intention to cause that injury is critical. Incidentally causing injury that leads to death would be a manslaughter charge. That's not the same thing. So they have to show, and they've already hinted that the black box data from the Lexus shows that she depressed the pedal 75% of the way down. I don't know if any of you guys have driven and checked the accelerator percentage of when you depress your pedal. Like, look, and I depress all sorts of people and pedals and everything all the time, but 75% isn't as far as it sounds. That sounds like a big number, but a lot of the depression of a pedal, depending on the car, is completely useless. They don't want someone's foot breathing on the accelerator 1% and have 1% acceleration. It doesn't work that way. Plus, this is a Lexus. I don't know what year it is, but it very likely has different drive settings. And those different drive settings literally change the amount of throttle that's applied electronically to the drive shaft or through the drivetrain based on the setting that you've got. So it's not actually changing the functionality of the car. It's changing the functionality of the pedal. So depressing a pedal 75% in sport mode is going to get a lot of response. Depressing 75% in a fuel conservation mode is going to change the way that works. Not as much throttle is going to be applied to the car. So they're relying on that data, but they've got a conflict over it. So but I don't think they were going to lead with forensic analysis of the car's data unless they thought it would give them a literal evidentiary advantage. And it looks like they tried to get that through motion practice. Like, we're going to have our experts come in and exclude theirs. And if they could do that effectively, then leading with their expert testimony would have been a great choice. Now, I
suspect what the state wants to do is they had their experts produce like an animated video of Karen Reed running over John O'Keefe and leaving him in the snow,
spitting on his corpse on the way out.
Exactly right. Yep.
Right. And so if they could have gotten that in without a rebuttal from the defense, it would have been devastating. And then you lead with that, because if you can have unrebutted testimony out the gate that is strong and flushes out the story of the actual moment of death, very compelling, powerful evidence. For whatever reason, they don't have that. The motion practice may be at play. and they're leading again with admissions. But admissions stick in the minds of jurors like glue. Any admission that you have done something, hey, the guy said he did it. Like I can't figure out how. I don't know why, but that asshole said it. I did it. That stays right up there because of course it does. And that's where the state is. And that's why the state is having them so focused 3 times. 3 times. I did it. I did it twice isn't as compelling. I did it 4 times isn't either. And that's weird, but that's how our brains work. A couple numbers do that really effective. 3, 7, 17, 13, 11. These are numbers that stick very, very well for different situations.
I have to say, I'm really bothered by this Ring camera deal where they have the video of the women coming into the house where they obviously don't look at the taillight. They didn't have that conversation that Kerry Roberts claimed they have, but they don't have the video of them going back out again. I have Ring cameras. Everything's uploaded to the cloud. And this would only be a few minutes later after they came in. So I'd like it explained to me why they don't have that second video, because now they're saying, well, it would be that second video that would show us demonstrating that the taillight was already broken at this time. It wasn't a frame job on Karen Reed that they broke it later, which is what the defense argued in their opening, basically, that initially no one found any shards of taillight at the scene of the crime until hours later.
Right, but now we have this complicating clip, right? 10 seconds from some interview is Karen Reed saying, I was showing them the shards. Look at these shards from my taillight. Now I've got these shards. And it's like, okay, wait a minute. Where are the shards from? Where is this? What's the rest of that? What does that statement mean? Where is so there's a rule of evidence. Dude, my appointed attorney in my family law case, I said, use the rule of completeness. And she said, I've been practicing for 20 years and I've never heard of the rule of completeness. And I said, have you heard of a noose? No, I didn't say that, but she was fired very shortly after that. That's the state appointed attorney. Thank you very much for that one. But the rule of completeness is this rule where if a statement or a piece of evidence is given out of a larger body, like this is a 10-second clip from an hour-long interview. You don't want to make the jury watch an hour-long interview if an hour of it is irrelevant and 10 seconds of it's relevant. But where are the other statements around that tell us why it's important she's talking about these shards? Do those shards mean, is she talking about like the next day? Look at what I found on the grass where John was. Or is she talking about a week beforehand when she's like, I must have backed into a light post or something. Who knows? We don't know the context, but there may not be any. There's no motion to include a more complete video clip that provides context, which means that the media used that statement as is, and there's probably nothing else in the interview that the defense would pull out of it.
Well, so, they might though. I mean, the defense might already have that submitted. Every time I see 10-second video clips, I immediately think this is bullshit.
Yes, me too. But I don't know what the juror thinks.
I do have a super chat here. Someone says $5. Thank you very much. EMT 2666. The devil's EMT, I guess, says they don't have the second Ring video because it was deleted by now fired Mass State Trooper Proctor. That could be. If that's the case, it doesn't look good. Someone has to go to the cloud and intentionally delete that clip. Otherwise, Ring just keeps it.
Because storage is cheap. MLS says the cops did a better job investigating the death of John than they did investigating Nick. Actually, there were some mistakes that were pretty funny. Not for this show. Queefer Kumia gets super tip. Stutterland says, sound like police did it, then covered it up. What you think? Right now, that's kind of, as someone who defaults in most cases to a defense-oriented position against the state, that's my theory of defense, is that whether intentional or unintentional, the death of John O'Keefe occurs at the hands of other people at that party, likely inside the house. There is some sort of panic, and they try to find a way to get that body to a place where it'll look like he died of other causes and other circumstances. And those circumstances end up involving Karen Reed. Now, maybe that's serendipity and they didn't intentionally frame Karen Reed. And I think people need to always be willing to entertain the possibility that even though something may look one way, intentionality can come from circumstance rather than raw intention. So they didn't set out to frame Karen Reed, but as Proctor shows up and there's, evidence that she like backed up and drove forward, now you've got, there's we didn't know how to explain this, but there you go. That's our option. And they go with it. Maybe they had no malicious intent to do it. But to me, it looks like that's the avenue of reasonable doubt I would be looking to raise at this point from what I know of the defense, is this. And that's what I would be trying to sell the jury. Look, he died in there. Did they try to kill him? I don't know. Who cares? Did they kill him by accident and go, crap, now we're panicked because they're all drunk and they know they're going to get a favorable investigation from their buddies at the department? Maybe that's what they did, but that's what I'm trying to sell.
I mean, you can imagine a scenario where he's in the house. Maybe he gets in a fist fight with somebody and he slips and he hits his head and dies.
Right.
Maybe he's just drunk and he trips over a toy on the floor and he dies. And now they got a dead guy in their house and they're thinking, well, crap, our house is full of a bunch of drunk people and maybe a bunch of drugs or other things they don't want discovered in an investigation. They don't want people coming in the house. He's our friend, but he's dead. He's dead. We can't bring him back to life. Why don't we just put him out in the snow? It'll look like he slipped and fell coming into the house and hit his head. And then it's nobody's fault. It's just a terrible accident. It doesn't change his outcome. He was dead regardless, but it keeps us out of a lot of trouble. And then Karen Reed can't find him. And she starts saying things like, oh my God, did I hit him? And they're like, wow, what a gift. What a gift. She's pinning it on herself. We didn't even have to frame her. She's framing herself.
And it kind of seems like, again, you could even hear it from this lady. She didn't take her shoes off. Like, you're mad she didn't take her shoes off in the house of her boyfriend and you had to? You can hear her being annoyed by that, which is a silly thing, but it just seems like those people didn't like her and it's not related to this case that they didn't like her. And so, you might not have set out to frame someone or anything like that, but you really don't care about their plight for whatever reason. That can happen.
Well, I must say, I mean, Karen Reed is not my type, but she's much better looking than these other women in that group, in that social circle.
I wanted to talk to you about this over lunch because during the Johnny Depp trial, I talked a lot about Amber Heard and how she looked coming into the courtroom. And this is a very unfair thing from the outside perspective, but women's appearance in court is treated vastly different than men's. Men's simple, wear a suit and don't look homeless. Very rarely you may want to look homeless, but most people wear a suit and don't look homeless. Just comb your hair, brush your teeth, have your beard trimmed enough that it's manageable and groomed, and wear a suit. Women have way different choices because they typically are wearing some level of makeup, and they may have more, they accessorize more than men typically. And so the level of flash and the level of dress becomes much bigger of a spectrum. These women are trying to out homely each other without looking too ugly. And all of them will. Karen Reed cannot be this gorgeous woman. She cannot come in with foundation and concealer on, with very smooth skin, shining, glowing skin, eyeliner and mascara that pops. She can't do that because she's a defendant in a murder trial. The woman on the stand looked about as plain as a fucking pancake at a Waffle House. Like, no, she's not done up at all. And I do not believe that she spends most of her days going out looking like that. But they all have to look comparatively homely. And I think the race to homeliness is one of the funniest things that can happen when you have a gaggle of female witnesses and a female defendant. It's now a competition.
Females on the jury. Probably. I imagine there's females on the jury, right? They're creating impressions based on appearances too.
Right. And you don't want the juror to be thinking about how much prettier or uglier someone is than themselves. Like, you want the juror to be listening. And so it's a really tough burden. Sorry, ladies. But you have a really tough burden on how you dress for court. And, you know, that woman has to look like a mom, no matter what she's doing. Like the woman on the stand, she is a mom, I think. And she has to look like a mom, because she has to look like someone who didn't participate in covering up a murder, who wasn't partying so hard that night that someone died. Like, I mean, I partied really damn hard and no one got fucking offed. Come on. How cool were these cops?
Yeah, I think we might be back. Let me see.
Already? Oh, shit.
Oh, no. Never mind. I think they're faking me out again. Never mind. False alarm. Here's a super chat. Let's see. Somebody says, MeFlower66, $5. Thank you very much. Hey, Nick, hope you're doing well. When you two finish this trial, you will be dumbfounded. Why in the hell the Commonwealth went through with this twice?
Look, the second time is saving face. It's my opinion. Sorry, what were you going to say? I didn't mean to.
I understand. You know, this is an attractive case for a prosecutor. You know, it's got a lot of drama. It's going to be covered in the media. A lot of prosecutors want to run for governor someday. I mean, it's not attractive in the sense that it's not a clear-cut conviction, and most of what prosecutors take to court is a clear-cut conviction, or they wouldn't take it to court. But look at all the media attention these prosecutors are getting. They're loving it.
Right, and at the end of the day, you got a dead cop. You got a dead cop.
Appears to have been a nice guy. I mean, he took over raising his brother's children or his sister's children after the parents died. That's a big move.
And we don't have any stories that I've seen about excessive force or racial animus or any of those things that would be perfect media discussions around the death of this cop. Like, he just seems to be like a cop who does his job, liked or disliked. I have no idea. It doesn't really matter to me. But that's what we got. You got a dead cop, and you've got prosecutors in a community, and that community is on display. So the prosecutor goes, the community is on display. I'm implicitly on display in my decisions here. So, and then they have a hung jury. Now it looks bad because you do have, at the end of the day, a bunch of other cops. And now you've got media coverage from assholes on YouTube saying, maybe it was the cops who killed this other cop. Maybe this is so bungled by, you know, the incompetent law enforcement. As a result of this, you have Proctor who's fired, right? Like, this is a lead investigator. How many cases did his firing impact? How many appeals came out of his dealing of evidence? I have no idea. But the prosecutor has to rehab what happened in the first trial.
Yeah, and the defense alluded to this in their opening, but you just don't get fired as a Mass State Trooper. That's not a thing. And we're back.
All right.
Next
witness. He's not a prosecutor. He's an independent criminal defense attorney. The elected prosecutor of the district hired the special or requested the special prosecutor, whatever it is.
Good afternoon, Mrs. O'Keefe.
This is
They're
the
overarching
mother.
decisions.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
This is the mother of John.
Good afternoon, Mrs. O'Keefe.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brennan.
Could you kindly introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Margaret O'Keefe.
I don't know how to
I'm
do
John
things
O'Keefe's mother.
kindly.
Are you married?
Yes,
Who are you married to?
John O'Keefe Jr.
How long have you been married for?
Too long. 53 years.
I'm sorry, ma'am, I didn't hear you.
53. Long enough?
How long have you lived in the area?
We moved to Canton 3 years ago.
Before you moved to Canton 3 years ago, where did you live?
Braintree.
How long had you lived in Braintree for?
50 years?
Did you begin your family in Braintree?
No, we lived in Mattapan first, and that's where my daughter was born. And then we moved to Braintree.
These are all really
Your
the
daughter
same
was born
places.
When you were in Mattapan?
Mm-hmm.
Your daughter's name?
Kristen.
How many children did you have?
3.
Did you Kristen and John?
And Paul.
Is Paul the youngest, the baby?
The baby.
Did you raise your children? Well, how long were you in Mattapan before you moved closer to here?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
How long did you live in Mattapan before you moved closer?
2 years
And then the rest of the time you were in the area?
in Braintree.
And tell me a little bit about your immediate family.
My daughter. My daughter Kristen had a tumor, a cancerous tumor that she had for 5 months. And she died in November of 13. She had 2 children. And then 2 months after she passed, her husband passed from a heart attack. And then you all know about John. And then my son Paul is over there.
That was 2013, ma'am? Could I ask you about her children?
She had 2 children, Kaylee, who's now 17, and Patrick is 14. And he's a rent for my money.
Do you remember how old the children were when your daughter passed?
3 and 6.
When that happened, was there any plan for the children?
As far as?
Well, what was going to happen with the children?
When she passed?
Yes, ma'am.
And when he passed?
Yes, ma'am.
My son decided to be the head guardian, and then we had, I was the other guardian, and there was Steve's brother and sister were the other 2 guardians. There's 4 of us.
May I approach to adjust the microphone?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Talking too soft? Okay.
Did I understand that there was a decision that John would be the primary guardian? Can you share with us how that decision came about?
Well, he was single.
Sounds like a good neighborhood.
The other 2 guardians were married. And they didn't have children, but he decided to do it himself. And then I was the second one in case he needed me. So I was over there most of the time, like when the kids get home from school or, take them places. And then have them on weekends so he could have a break. So that's what I did.
Did other people help out in addition to you and John?
Yes, my husband was there, and Paul and Erin were there, and the other members of Steve's family.
I understand at some point John worked in law enforcement.
Yes.
Besides that, could you just share just a little bit about him with us?
He was a police officer at headquarters. And when he first started, he was in Hyde Park, and then he moved to Dorchester, and then into Boston itself, and that's what he did.
I was hoping if you could tell us a little bit about John besides his work.
He was enthusiastic with sports. He was wonderful with the kids. He took care of them and did everything for them. Take them places on vacations and everything. He was their number one when they called him JJ.
Would you mind if I showed you a photograph?
No.
May I approach?
Yes.
As the defense, you hate this kind of testimony.
Yep.
We're going to hear about what a great guy he was.
Okay.
Exceedingly sympathetic witness.
That's my son.
Just going to cry like crazy, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yes.
16.
Thank you. With the court's permission, I'd like to publish.
Yes.
And so, Keith, do you know when this picture was taken?
Oh, I really don't know. It was in the summer of I don't know what year. I really don't know the year. But is that one he probably took him to a fair or an amusement park, and he had his picture taken there with them, and then the kids were with him too. So,
Do you know how old he was in that picture?
43, maybe.
Okay. What year was John born?
75.
Ms. Gilman, could you take the photo down, please? How old was John when he passed?
45. My mind's not working right now.
I understand. It's okay. Can I ask you a few more questions? Okay. You let me know.
You think the defense has any questions for this witness?
I want to go back to the morning of
I can't
January
imagine
29th.
that there's a single fact
2022.
about the night of the death
Okay.
of John O'Keefe that is elicited by
Were you
Peggy
home?
O'Keefe.
I was home in Braintree.
That is
In Braintree.
useful for the defense.
Who were you with?
My husband.
Feels like it can only go sideways for him.
Did you receive a phone call?
Yeah, you'll look like you're beating up an old
from
lady.
Carrie
A tough old
Roberts.
broad,
It
though.
was about 6:15, between 6:15 and 6:30 in the morning.
Did you know Carrie Roberts?
Yes,
How did you know her?
she lived in Braintree for a while. John and her were friends. They went to the junior prom together. And then we found out that she moved. She lived in Canton, and she was around the corner from us, and she helped us out with the kids.
And when you would help him take care of the kids, would you often see Miss Roberts?
Yeah, because she'd take Patrick and her son Ryan places. And yeah, so I saw her all the time.
Often?
Yeah.
When she called you that morning, do you remember the conversation?
Yeah, she said John was found in a snowbank. And I didn't understand, which I said, what do you mean found in a snowbank? She said, they found him in the snow. They don't know what happened. She says he's brought up to the Good Samaritan Hospital. So she says, I'm going to come get you and Papa because I don't want you driving. And I says, we can drive there. We both have four-wheel drives. She says, no, I'm coming. So she came to get us. And it took a while to get there because the snow was bad. And in the meantime, I had called one of my nieces to find out because one of my other nieces worked at Good Samaritan. I just wanted to know if she could find out anything about it. And I just couldn't get a hold of her. So when we get up there, they told us to sit in this room and they would bring us down shortly. So finally they said, okay, you can go down. So we started walking down the corridor. And as I'm walking down, I hear Karen Reed yell, Peg, is he dead? Is he dead, Peg? Peg, is he dead? And I just kept walking. And then I asked, I don't know who it was, a nurse or a worker at the hospital. And I said, what is she doing here? And she says, oh, she's being psych evaluated. So then they brought us down to the room where my son was.
Well, that's hearsay. But the defense didn't want to say a word.
He's bruised up. His eyes were closed. It's just not a good scene.
Okay.
She's being psych evaluated. Which was
Is
true.
That crazy bitch is a murderer.
May I?
Yeah.
When Carrie Roberts picked you up in the car, did anybody go with you and Miss Roberts on the drive from your home in Braintree to Good Samaritan Hospital?
No, we were the only three in the car.
I'm a
Who
little
was the third
surprised
person?
Alessi
My
didn't
husband.
jump up and object. He seems to be on the spectrum a little bit.
During the drive
I don't
to Good
understand
Samaritan
emotions,
Hospital
Your Honor.
that morning,
Yeah.
did you ever have a chance while you were in the car to speak to the defendant?
Yes.
Please
I
tell
know-
the jury about that conversation.
She, I asked her what happened, and she said, we went to a party. I left him there. I said, you just left him there? She said, yes, I just left him there.
Did she say whether she left him
I shot
inside
the
or
clerk.
outside?
No, she just said, I left him there.
Did she tell you whether or not she left him in the driveway or the street?
She just said, no, I just left him there.
You told us that when you got into Good Samaritan Hospital, you were walking down the hallway.
That doesn't mean I left him there
and you
dead.
had another interaction with the defendant.
Yes.
And you told us that she was asking if he was dead.
Mm-hmm.
Can you describe a little bit where in the hospital you had this interaction with her?
When they took us down to the emergency room, the doors open, and there was a corridor to go down to the other rooms, and she was on the left-hand side, and that's when she saw me come in, and that's when she started yelling, is he dead, Peg? Is he dead, Peg?
So when she was yelling, could you describe her mood or demeanor? Was she animated?
She's loud, and I don't know. She was just loud, and as she was saying it.
And when she was asking you, is he dead? Is he dead? Did you again ask her a question?
I just asked the nurse, what is she doing here?
Okay. And did you speak to Miss Reed herself?
No. No.
All of these Karen
At some
Reed
point,
statements.
you and your husband got to see John?
Yes.
Well, I guess she was
And were you with Kerry at some
speaking
point?
to her to
Kevin
hear her
was there,
yelling in a
and my
hallway.
son Paul was there.
How did you get home?
I think I went home with Paul, and I think my husband went home with Kerry. We went back to Canton at the time.
Do you remember generally the time frame? Was it morning, afternoon, evening?
No, it was morning.
Do you remember getting home that day?
Yeah. It was snowy, icy.
Was anybody home when you
No.
got back?
No, it was just us. And then the kids started coming home. And that's when I was trying to, take care of them. And then there was a knock at the door. And it was Karen, her father, and her brother asked if they could come in. And I was just trying to calm the kids because Patrick was just out of control, yelling. And then they came in. And then he said, do you mind if we go upstairs and get a couple of her things? Which I never should have let them go up there. But at the time, I just couldn't think straight. And I really didn't have anybody else to help me keep them down in the kitchen. So I don't know what they got up there, what they did up there.
How long were they, when you say upstairs, do you know what room they went to?
I guess they are going to have
I
to cross her
assumed
now.
bedroom.
So I'm going to strike that, Mrs. O'Keefe. If you could just, what you actually know, okay? And Mr. Brennan can ask a better question.
Thank you. Could I lead a bit?
Yes.
Ma'am, how many rooms are upstairs?
Yeah, lead a
in
bit.
John's home?
This is just
1,
establishing.
2, 3, 4 bedrooms and an office. And off the master bedroom, there's
Foundational
a
facts.
bathroom, and then there's a closet. It's a big house.
Did you see the defendant and her father go upstairs?
I didn't really see them go up, but I knew they were up there because I could hear them.
You didn't follow them up or go to look?
No.
You didn't know which room or rooms they were in?
No, I'm assuming the bathroom and the master bedroom.
My question was poor. You didn't see which rooms they actually went in?
No.
How long was the defendant upstairs in John's home with her father?
I don't know, maybe 10, 15 minutes.
Did you see them come back down?
No, I did not.
When they were upstairs, what were you doing?
I was trying to calm the kids.
Both of them?
But yeah, well, mainly Patrick.
How was Patrick reacting?
He was very upset once we told him because he slept over a friend's house the night before. And he just said, I'll never see him again.
I'm sorry. I'm not supposed to be laughing at that. Someone in my chat said, imagine having to bang Robin Williams for 50 years. And I can't unsee it. That's the worst.
You like the moment?
God. So the people who are like, yeah, she's here. She doesn't like Karen Reed, blah, blah, blah. Maybe she just doesn't like Karen
Would
Reed.
you like to take a short break?
But if
No,
she
it's
thinks
fine.
Karen Reed murdered her son, it makes sense that she doesn't like him.
You can just let me know when you're ready. Take your time.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
You ready?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Maybe she already didn't like her. I don't know, but there is a logical explanation that would
That
justify
morning,
her
did
not
you-
liking
When
Karen
the
Reed.
defendant and her father came into your home, did you personally interact with the defendant?
No,
Was there any hugs, condolences?
no,
Did you ever confront the defendant with any accusations when she was in your home that morning?
I don't even remember her being in the house. When she went upstairs, that's the last I saw of her.
Did you ever lean over a kitchen island? Do you have a kitchen island in your house?
No.
Did you ever lean over the kitchen island and say, I think he looks like he got hit by a car?
No. I don't remember talking to her that morning.
Did you see when she left?
Nope.
Did you ever see her Lexus in the driveway?
No.
The children, who's their guardian and custodian now?
Well, there's still four of us. Four of us.
Where do they live?
One in Boston, one in Stoughton, and Paul's in Bridgewater, and me.
Where do the children live?
With me. In Canton.
They live with you full time?
Yes.
You're their primary caretaker?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, just
I got a question in my locals that said, why is she allowing him to lead? Like the details he was leading on are details about a house. It's like he just needs to establish that there's 4 bathrooms or 3 bedrooms or whatever, and that she's been there and knows about it. But those are hard to ask as open-ended questions and get them to understand why you're asking. Like, I just need this dumb thing.
Right.
And they're not critical. They're not in contention. So it's foundational questions.
Okay.
All right. And it just makes it more efficient to lead with this old crying lady on the witness stand. I mean, you don't want her there any longer than you have to.
Right. And again, these aren't anything that the defense cares about
I'm very,
on those
very
issues.
sorry for your loss. I have no questions for you.
That was
Here we
good.
go.
Mrs. O'Keefe, you're all set.
Well done. There's no cross-examination based on that testimony that would have done them any good. Any cross-examination is more crying. Looks like you're picking on an old lady who's lost her son. Her whole point was to establish that Karen Reed said some statements. They weren't all that damaging. Peg, is he dead? Peg, is he dead? Like, those are just as good for the defense as the prosecution, in my opinion. She's
I would like
concerned
to
about her
introduce
dead
the clips,
boyfriend.
Label 4 and 5. Yeah, both on.
Can you explain?
Both clips 4 and 5 are on that zip drive.
Okay.
And that was the best way to do it, by the way. He could have just stood up and said no questions for this witness, but instead he took the witness and just gave condolences to her and then said
Right.
no questions. That's
There's
even
no
better.
objection to these?
Sometimes when you just say no questions, people might think it's because you think the questions would lead to damaging answers or
I
you're
don't know what they are.
uncaring.
Right.
Sir, a second, please.
And also, he stood up. It took a moment, like, so the jury watched. They're
Yep.
waiting for the question. And that's a nice way, like, not to put everything into strategy, because it's a nice thing to say, but we know why he said it, right? Like, and there are things that I'm sure that the defense would have loved to at least say in different circumstances with a different witness, they would have tried to tackle and pick these things apart. But you're not going to get it out of her. And so you just stand up You draw attention and you say, very sorry for your loss. And the implied thing is, our client didn't do it, and we are sorry for that. But we are sorry for what you're going through. So it was good. It was well done.
This is not, is that my chat?
I think
no, that's
so.
your chat. I knew it. Forget it. I'm going to let you do it.
Mrs. O'Keefe, can I get you to spread this whipped cream on your face and shout, Toodaloo? That Robin Williams, oh, that line was horrifying.
I was like, I can't believe that's my chat that said that, but it wasn't.
That redheaded lady had a jawline as square as the dude with no mouth. What's going on there in Massachusetts? Get your people under control, Bronco. Oh, Lady Raggeds brought me this burrito the size of a newborn. Like, Jesus.
Hey, everybody, I appreciate all the subscriptions. I would appreciate even more if you're watching on Nick's stream. Keep doing that, but pop open another window, head to Law of Self-Defense on YouTube, and pound that subscribe button like the defense did not just pound this old lady. We're trying to get to, let's say 197. Let's hit 197 for today. That would be great, and I really, really appreciate all the support.
Oh, hey, and all you sweet people over on Andrew's Law of Self-Defense channel, make sure you pop on over to mine just for a moment. It won't take long. And click my button.
Indeed.
Click my button too. You'll like the other content that's coming. I promise. And if you don't, don't worry. It won't last that long. I'm joking. No, come on by. If you like Bronca's irreverent style, you'll probably find some kindred souls over on my place.
Yeah, so the reason I'm not on Rumble, folks, is when we co-stream like this, each of us can only stream to two places. So I'm streaming to YouTube and my membership, the Law of Self-Defense membership. Nick is streaming to YouTube and Rumble. In fact, I set up a little shortcut thing here. If you want the Rumble experience because you hate YouTube, you can catch it at Nick's. I set up a little shortcut link, so it's easy. lawofselfdefense.com/Nick will take you right to his Rumble page.
Hey, that's cool. I don't even know how to do that.
Coding. Learn to code, Nick.
No way. What am I, a journalist? Dear God.
Touchdown on paper, unbreaded.
That is the voice of Matthew Harris himself. That guy. Hey, that guy's by you. You know that, right?
Who's that?
You know the Unbreaded book that I would read from? The crazy guy? Yeah.
Right.
That guy's in Colorado in a mental institution. Because he got picked up there and he never made it to UC Berkeley.
Okay. All right. Great.
Because he was going to UCLA Berkeley or whatever. He was going there to murder the entire philosophy department with bullets. And he stopped in Colorado to pick up the gun. And that's when they picked him up. But he was found unfit to stand trial, shockingly. I don't know how they determined that he was crazy.
Hopefully you'll get to walk right through.
All right. Short recess.
Okay, sweet. I always get beat up at recess. I got a couple super chats from Nicholas Zernal. It says, welcome back. Nick, glad to see you covering a trial again. Can you fat shame me to lose my last 10 pounds to hit my goal of 190? I started at 220 pounds, by the way, so I'm down 20 pounds. Oh, you have 10 pounds to go? 10 pounds? Is that what you keep lying to yourself about in the mirror? Look, just because you Sharpie 200 on your little scale or whatever doesn't mean that it's actually 200. 200% fucking lard, you dripping pile of trash. Pick yourself up if you can, drag your ass to a gym and start running away.
All right, we're back.
Mr. Brennan and
pathetic
Mr.
life.
Jackson.
Get skinny, get healthy,
Ms. Gilman,
get
if you play
better.
this one, please.
They had pulled into the driveway before me, so I was presuming she saw my cracked taillight and was thinking, did you hit my son? I could sense from her that she was looking at me very warily, And then when John's nephew came home, I just wanted to see him and squeeze him. It was quite uncomfortable. I said, Dad, come upstairs to the master bedroom. I said, I think I need to leave.
This interviewer looks like he's watching a woman bury herself.
All right, so tell me why I should admit that clip.
You should admit this clip because it demonstrates consciousness of guilt. On the morning of John's death, Miss O'Keefe sees her son at the hospital and goes back to Mr. O'Keefe's home. In the driveway is the alleged murder weapon, the Lexus with the broken taillight. It's the middle of a snowstorm, and a prelude to that is there is a phone call from the defendant's father to the Dighton police looking for a ride to go in and see his daughter at the Good Samaritan Hospital.
The jury's not there.
Ride because the weather conditions are so terrible. When the Dighton Police Department declines that ride, he gets the assistance of his son, and his son's wife pick him up and bring him to the hospital. At the hospital, there are a number of comments made. I think I hit something. There is evidence we have where the defendant, her mother, and her father admittedly discuss in different ways the broken taillight. It is an issue that is primary on their mind. In this tumultuous, grieving moment, the taillight is central between these parties. Uninvited, the defendant and her father go to the O'Keefe house without invitation. They knock on the door and they ask to come in. They go into the house. There does not seem to be any interaction, at least with Peggy O'Keefe.
Is this all in the clip?
And curiously, they go upstairs for 15 minutes. They stay at the house for less than an hour. This is a family that's grieving the loss of their son. Less than an hour, they go back outside. Instead of leaving in the one car, they take the alleged murder weapon, they get into two cars, and they drive away and remove the Lexus with the broken taillight from the scene. That is clear consciousness of guilt evidence, removing the murder weapon from an area where witnesses can see, photograph, identify the damage. In fact, despite the other evidence about the cracked taillight and the testimony, it is a centrally contested issue in this case. The defense is already questioned and confronted, as they have a right to do, about the shape, manner, and extent of that broken taillight. The removal of it is helpful for the defendant. And so the fact that they stay for less than an hour, remove the Lexus from the scene is important. This statement by the defendant is clearly an attempt to create an excuse, a ruse, for why they removed the murder weapon from the scene. It is an attempt to suggest that she somehow is targeted. She somehow on that morning is victimized. She somehow in that morning
what a stretch.
Is the intent or the object of something that is abusive from Peggy O'Keefe. And so this evidence will demonstrate,
unless the car isn't the murder
part
weapon,
of our conscious
it's
of
just
guilt
needed to
evidence
drive.
on
There's
this
a perfectly
issue,
innocent
that
reason
there
for her to
was
take
no
her car.
viable reason to take that evidence from the scene.
No, there isn't.
Other than
It's
to
her
obscure
car.
it. It was not because Peggy O'Keefe yelled at her or intimidated her or threatened her. This was, again, a central conversation between her, her father, and her mother in those early morning hours. This is what was foremost in their mind. And so that's why it's not only relevant, it is an extraordinarily strong piece of the conscience of guilt evidence.
No.
And inevitably, the defense may or may not
Okay.
try to provide some
Chat.
type of explanation or excuse.
They're gonna play
but
that
we have
clip,
a right to the full force of our
which
proof,
this
and
asshole
is
just
part of it.
described in a way that is unintelligible, and he's going to say that in closing. What he just said there, that would be the thing. They just want the clip in so that in closing, they can wrap that up in a bow
With
exactly how
regard
he just
to
said.
The
So otherwise, no one would
first clip,
understand
which
what
is
the fuck he's talking
clip
about.
That's the only one we're discussing right now.
Then, in that case, now that I look at it and I see the transcript, I'll withdraw an objection. I don't care. It's not, I don't agree with anything Mr. Brennan just said. It doesn't go to consciousness of guilt. As a matter of fact, I think it very clearly shows the opposite. But
Okay, so there's no objection. So there wasn't an objection until I said, is there any objection to this? And then you all came to sidebar. I mean, they were just going to play. So there's no objection to the first clip, right?
yes, correct.
Okay, so let's
I
hear.
made an objection at sidebar. I'm withdrawing it.
Okay, so Mr. Brennan, play the second one, please.
Yes.
And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think it looks like he got hit by a car. It looks like he got hit by a car.
Okay, so tell me how this comes in.
Similarly, in consciousness of guilt evidence, the defendant making what we allege is a false statement to try to excuse her conduct of removing evidence of a crime from the scene. This has additional import. It has two facets to it. One, equally as important for consciousness of guilt in the first part, as I supported for clip number 5.
Yeah, she just looks like a bitch.
Secondly, it is important because we've heard testimony from Peggy O'Keefe that this claim never happened. So we now have direct testimony that she did not have a conversation with the defendant, did not make these claims to the defendant. And so while also conscious of guilt evidence, it has additional support from the previous clip.
What does that mean?
So again,
Jackson.
Thank you. With this video
he's now
clip,
primed the court, though.
It's very different.
He told the court what he was
It
going
has
to argue about these
absolutely
clips
nothing
at
to do with
close.
consciousness of guilt. The argument is baffling. How could that possibly be consciousness of guilt if my client is simply reiterating something that she believes somebody else said? This clip is obviously, very obviously, and strategically being used to try to vilify my client with something that's completely irrelevant. In Massachusetts, you can't call a witness just for the purposes of impeaching them. What this clip would be doing is purporting to impeach Mrs. O'Keefe, who just testified, I never said that. I never said it. I never leaned over the island counter. Never happened. So bringing this in would be used to impeach their own witness. And that's what can't be done in Massachusetts. With regard to consciousness of guilt, how does my client reiterating or stating that something that the victim's mother may or may not have said, how does that relate to consciousness of guilt? It doesn't. This is simply a wolf in sheep's clothing. They're trying to get it in because it makes my client look bad. They've just put on a very, very sympathetic and empathetic witness, John O'Keefe's mother, and they're trying to make my client, Ms. Reed, look bad by saying something what they perceive to be pejorative, in a tone that's pejorative about that very same witness. He's trying to, at this point, there is no issue about whether or not
He's missing one of the issues, though,
Peggy O'Keefe
in my
leaned
opinion.
over and said something about the car, being hit by the car. He's trying to create the issue so that he can put this video clip in. Has nothing to do with consciousness of guilt.
It's not for impeachment of Peggy O'Keefe. We don't take the position that Peggy O'Keefe is lying. This is a
I think
statement
Jackson missed this.
of the defendant.
I'll tell you why in a second.
It's in the form of an admission or a statement, which qualifies for admission substantively, not for impeachment purposes. The defendant should not be able to pick and choose which of her statements do not look good for her and do not look bad for her. She made the statements that are relevant to this case. It's not unfairly prejudicial. It's a statement that they embraced and they chose and they publicized, and it goes directly to the issue of consciousness of guilt. Just because it hurts, just because it's incriminating, just because it's difficult for the defense is not a basis to preclude it. It is an admission, a statement of the defendant. It's admitted substantively.
If that were true, Your Honor, then they would simply put in the transcript. They wouldn't need to play the video. Transcripts is one line. And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think he looks like he got hit by a car. He looks like he got hit by a car. Sorry. I think he looks like he got hit by a car. It looks like he got hit by a car. They just put that statement in. They want to play this because of its prejudice, because of the tone that it sets. It's not in evidence at this point. The witness who supposedly said the statement has denied having said it and said it never occurred. This is far, far more prejudicial than it is probative. If they want to simply use the transcript, that's one thing. But playing this video is simply being used to vilify my client because of the tone of voice she used in the clip.
No, he's missed a critical thing that just happened,
that's
though.
totally
I'm
prejudicial,
annoyed.
and it's not relevant.
All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to think about this. And if I decided to let it in, you can let it in first thing tomorrow morning. I'm not going to let it in now.
May I ask for a ruling in the morning?
Yes.
May I introduce the one that was not objected to?
Yes.
Shit,
Do you
that's
want a
bad.
consciousness of guilt instruction?
Should have objected to that first one also.
Mr. Jackson?
No, we don't believe that
So you're in agreement that that statement just comes in?
we're not objecting. I'm not trying to introduce it. Don't put words in my mouth. I'm not trying
No,
to.
I said you're, okay.
But I'm not objecting that it at this point that it should come in.
Okay. We'll bring the jurors back and we'll do that.
I think that was a
Can they
mistake.
come right in, or is it going to be 5 minutes? Can they come right in? Thank you.
Okay, so what the prosecutor did there is he just stood up and told you what he's going to say about those
Put
clips
this under consideration and just admit
in
the
closing
other one.
argument.
Yes, and give it to me so I can look at it, please.
He just took those clips, which had nothing to do with consciousness of guilt, laid out why they
I'm sorry, Your
do,
Honor, do you want me to leave that on there
told
so
the
you can look at
court
it tonight?
the defense didn't
And
object,
if we decide to take
and
it
they're
off, take it
coming
off
in.
the morning?
Yes.
Or at least the first one is.
Because you can just single it out.
So
and play
on
one,
close
right?
now, he
Okay,
gets to
thank you.
testify about consciousness of guilt. I mean, effectively, based on that clip, which had nothing to do with it. So he
Yeah, so
and he. The court's
Normally,
going to
consciousness of
approve
guilt
it.
requires that there's not an innocent explanation for the conduct, right? So, for example, flight from the scene to avoid identification and accountability would be consciousness of guilt evidence. Flight from the scene because you're afraid you're going to get killed if you stay there is not consciousness of guilt evidence. There's an innocent explanation for why you're doing it. Washing evidence off your hands. Well, if the evidence is acid, maybe you're washing it off because you have acid on your hands. That's different than washing blood off your hands. And normally courts are very careful about giving a consciousness of guilt jury instruction because of how bad it sounds to the jury. Basically, it tells the jury, not only does the prosecution think this client's guilty, the client thinks the client is guilty. That's what consciousness of guilt means. So generally, courts are very careful about this, and it should not be given if there's a reasonable, innocent explanation for the conduct.
Right. And now you've got the state laying out exactly how these two clips to the court are consciousness of guilt. And the defense didn't object to that on the clip number 4 or whatever, the first clip. In clip number 5, if it comes in, he's like, oh, I mean, that's not what it's just there to make my client look bad. He missed the objection, in my opinion, entirely, because the objection should be to the consciousness of guilt, which he's extrapolating out of nothing. But he's going to get to say it on close 3 weeks or, almost 6 weeks from now, when the jury doesn't even remember the clip at all. He's going to be like, we saw these video clips from the interviews where Karen Reed is conscious of her own guilt, and she's apologizing for removing the murder weapon from the scene. And the defense didn't object to that. And he previewed it for them in court. And to me, that's a big miss. I know she didn't do that, guys. Like, that's the point. That those clips don't say that, but he just got permission to say that they do to the
Your Honor,
jury
I'd like to
in
introduce
close.
clip number 4.
They had pulled into the driveway before me, so I was presuming she saw my cracked ceiling and was thinking, did you hit my son? I could sense from her that she was looking at me very warily. And then when John's nephew came home, I just wanted to see him and squeeze him and hug him. It was quite uncomfortable. I said, Dad, come upstairs to the master bedroom. I said, I think I need to leave. Because I think John's mother thinks I did something to John.
May I call my next witness, Your Honor?
Please.
The Commonwealth calls Nicholas Garino.
Oh, not me. Not me, dang. She has AOC eyes in her interview. But hey, take it from me, like the farther you get through an event, you know, you physically change the way you look. You look at me 6 months ago in some of my videos, I look very different. So I can kind of understand the difference in the insanity that she's coming across as in these interviews. Grouchy says, couldn't they object to that argument if they make it during closing arguments? No, he just told the court and the defense exactly what it was. So this is what it means, consciousness of guilt. They needed to object to that because it doesn't. It's obviously not.
I guess I'll unmute myself before I start talking next time. Yeah, that was very weird to me. You never want to leave the door open to a consciousness of guilt argument. That's because to the jury, it's horrific. And obviously, there's a perfectly innocent reason why she would want to pick up her own car.
And he gets to the state gets to manufacture it whole cloth in front of the jury on close. And I think that, I don't know, they may even miss it. They may even forget that they got this right now and be blindsided by it.
In case down here and should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Hey, she can take it.
Hi. Stand or sit, however you're most comfortable, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes. My name is Nicholas Garino.
Mr. Garino, where do you work?
I work the Massachusetts State Police at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
In the 4th Street corner.
How long have you worked for the Massachusetts State Police for?
This is year 10 now.
How long have you been assigned to the District Attorney's Office for?
Since November of 2019, so 5-ish years, 6 years.
I want to go backwards a little bit.
They said there'd be no
math. Tell me a little bit about what you did before you began working for the Mass.
Whoops.
I was a Norwood police officer for almost 11 years.
So how long have you been in law enforcement between being a Norwood police officer and a Massachusetts State Police officer?
February of this year started my 20th year in law enforcement.
Did you go to school before you became a law enforcement officer?
Yes, I went to Westfield State College, Westfield State University now.
Did you graduate?
Yes, I did.
Can you remember what year you graduated in?
Yes, it was 2003.
Did you have a particular degree from Westfield State?
Yes, I double majored. I got a major in criminal justice and mass communications.
When you began as a police officer with the Norwood Police Department, did you have to go into any type of specific training?
Yes, I went to the police academy.
And how long is the police academy?
6 months.
Generally and briefly, what was taught at the academy?
How to conduct investigations, respond to calls. They did a standard field sobriety testing week, physical training, Massachusetts law and criminal procedure.
When you began as a Norwood police officer, were you a patrol officer?
Yes, I was.
And did you remain a patrol officer for the 10 or 11 years you were there?
Yes, I was also part-time in the detail office. But
what does that mean?
Handling jobs when we're off. So filling details like road construction, I'm sorry.
When you left Norwood and began working with the Massachusetts State Police, based on your prior training, did you have to go through further training or were you ready to just begin?
No, I had to go to the State Police Academy for 6 months.
After you got out of the State Police Academy, were you assigned to a barracks?
Yes, I was assigned to the South Boston Barracks for my training. And then once my break-in training was done, I was assigned to the Holden Barracks near Worcester.
At some point during your time, your career with the Massachusetts State Police, did you start to receive any type of training in the specific field?
I'm sorry.
Did you receive any specialized training at the Massachusetts State Police after the academy?
Once I got into the district attorney's office, yes.
And can you tell us a little bit about what type of specialized training you received when you were assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
Yes. So I was hired by the district attorney's office. I do cell phone and computer forensics, as well as I'm a sexual assault investigator. I had prior sexual assault investigator school done, and I went for digital forensics classes as part of my now daily duties.
In order to work with cell phone forensics, did you have any particular background in it at that point?
I had taken some classes when I was at Nord PD, but I didn't have any of the Cellbrite or Axiom classes that I do now.
We'll talk about those in a minute so you can give a little more explanation. Did you ever receive a specific advanced degree in data forensics?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever receive any specialized further degree, a master's in data forensics?
No.
So your training came while you were a Massachusetts State Police officer through the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, that's correct.
What type of courses did you take to learn about forensics?
The first one I took was Cellbrite certified CCO CCPA is their intro course that teaches you how to use the program and how to extract cell phones using Cellbrite program.
There's a couple words I want you to help us understand.
Yes.
The first is an extraction. What is, as simple as you can, a cell phone extraction?
Yes. Quite literally plugging the phone into specialized hardware or software, and it pulls the data from that device to make a digital copy of it, so that way we can load it up later to look at it.
So when you extract the phone through a download, it basically mimics the content of the phone, but it's in a different shell. It's in a different form than inside the actual phone itself.
Yes, exactly. That way we're not manipulating or changing any data while looking, because if we were to open the device, it would change data by going through the phone itself or computer.
When you plug it in, can you explain a little bit about what you're plugging it into?
Yes. So the main program and hardware that we use is GrayKey. It is, again, specialized software and hardware that once the phone's plugged into it, the software is able to extract the information if we have the passcode. If we don't have the passcode and the phone is supported, it's able to guess that passcode depending on how long. Like for an iPhone, if you have a 4-digit, it could take months. If you have a 6-digit, it could take up to 35 years.
We can't even, we don't even know 6
have to be
digits.
accessible to actually do that download through
Of course, we found out from the San
GrayKey,
Bernardino
you
shooters
have to
this
be able
isn't
to
true
open
at
the phone
all.
with the
To be done in 12
passcode.
seconds or whatever.
No. So if we don't have the passcode and it's supported, it can guess the passcode without making the phone useless after, say, for an iPhone, I believe it's 10 passcodes.
Is it a quicker process if you do have the passcode?
Much. It would take hours to download the device, depending on how much information's on it.
Do you
How
remember that with
ensure
the
that
San Bernardino shooters?
Information that you extract from the actual device.
They made a big
is
thing about the
accurate and
password, and then
same
a third-party
when you're
company
making a
comes in
copy.
and
How
cracks
do
it
you
in a day by
ensure
just
the
cloning out,
integrity of it?
thousands of virtual clones of the
GrayKey,
phone.
it produces a progress report as it goes through its process. The only two fields that we can sort of amend in that PDF that it spits out is the ID number and then the investigator name. So after the data is pulled out, it creates a hash value, which is like a digital fingerprint for that specific information. So if you had gone in and to edit or change it, that digital fingerprint would change. It would change the big long string of numbers that it attaches to that file.
The digital fingerprint, is that the same thing you're referring to as the hash value?
Yes, exactly.
And how do you ensure that the hash value of the product, the copy, is the same as what's on the phone?
You can run the zip file that it creates with the information into a hash calculator, and it will give the same hash as what is produced from the GrayKey PDF report. So if something had changed or there was an error with it, the hash would not be the same as what was given from the PDF. And that's how we know that the data is not the same.
So if you download a phone and it has a hash value, this digital fingerprint, and then someone was to manipulate the phone and remove anything, even a period, from that data, if it's run again, will the hash value change?
Yes, it would not be the same because
Even
it
if
will
it's
show.
just, I'm sorry, even if it's just a period?
Yes, any alteration to that initial extraction with that number, it immediately would change.
So if you have an item, a computer or a phone, and you put it through the gray key program, and you do an extraction, a copy, where do you store that copy of information if it's not on the phone that you originally have? What do you do with it?
So once the program pulls that information, we have to place it onto our secure server at the office, and we'll take any of the files that were given via the extraction process, and it's saved there for us.
And so you copy it on another link or another digital file?
Yes, we'll save it to the server at the district attorney's office.
Can it be put on a physical item, like a zip drive or a hard drive?
Yes.
If you put that download onto a zip drive or hard drive, how will you know if that information on the hard drive matches the same information you originally downloaded from the phone to the server through Gray Key?
Again, like I said, you could run the hash value of that file again to correlate it with the PDF that we were given once Gray Key has given us the information. So that's how you would know all the information is the same, nothing has changed.
So for example, if you download an iPhone and it has that digital fingerprint hash value attached to it, and you make a copy or multiple copies, is the way to test whether or not those copies are exactly accurate is to look at the hash value of each copy?
Yes, and copying the zip file would not change the hash value. The only way it would change is if you
Not zip drives,
physically
guys.
went
These
into
are
it and deleted information
They're 100
somehow.
megabytes.
So now that you have the item, say for example an iPhone, and you've downloaded it through Gray Key, which is hardware and software, and it's on a digital file, can you just open it up and start reading it like
I want mine on
a
an
report
analog
or
file.
a book, or do you have to do something else to it?
No, once it's pulled into that zip file, it has to be opened into another program, which there are many forensic tools, but the ones at the office we use are Cellbrite or Axiom. They're two
And
brands,
WinZip.
and then those programs make that information readable so we can actually look at it.
So if you were to download a forensic copy and you were to open it up without using that subsequent software, would you be able to read or see anything that's on that data?
To be honest, I don't know because I've never opened one of those zip files to know what's actually in them.
After the extraction happens, after that copy made, did you mention this further software you would use to be able to actually read the data?
Yes, so that's Cellbrite and Axiom. They're two different programs, but those programs will make the information readable.
Are those the programs that you typically use?
Yes, they are. And there's other programs out there, but those are the two that we normally use at the office.
Are they commonly used in the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, they are.
Are there other programs beyond Axiom and Cellbrite that can be used to decipher the information so you can read it?
Yes, there's many.
In your entire time with the Massachusetts State Police, have you used any other programs other than Axiom or Cellbrite?
To look at cell phones?
Yes.
We have Sanderson forensic software that can look at databases that are in the phone to look at information. I normally use those because I don't want to say, I'm probably not proficient enough that I would know this exactly means this, or I wouldn't want to confuse anything that I'm looking at.
When you look at the information after it's been through
Did you say you're not
the
proficient
extraction
enough?
and then the analysis through the software, is the data still available if you want
I
to
only like
look
analysis.
into the data?
From the zip file itself, sir?
Yes.
Yes,
I
it's
never
always available.
extract.
It's, like I said, the data in the zip file that Gray Key gives us is never changed. It's just being loaded into another program so we can see it. That's all.
The software that you use, whether it's Cellbrite or Axiom, does that do the work for you as a forensic examiner?
Yes, so it runs, as the program runs, I should say, it will bring up different tabs. So it'll say phone calls, chats, photos, the databases, all different things that Cellbrite, their software, has run to pull this information out to make it easier for investigators to find what they're looking for.
Beyond the initial report that you could look at and look for the information, if you wanted to, as a data forensic examiner, could you look deeper beyond the production of those software programs?
Yes, you could.
Forensic data analysis, when you look at these tools that provide these initial reports, is that the beginning, or does it dig deeper when you're a digital forensic analyst?
No, these reports are finding the low-hanging fruit in the proverbial tree. So that's showing you the stuff that the program is set that most people are looking for. As I said, the phone calls, the chats. If you need to go deeper into it, as I said, there's other software out there where you can pull these databases and try to go through the code to find what you're looking for. Once you find something, you would have to corroborate it with other evidence or data to make sure what you're looking at is exactly what you're looking for.
Have you been involved in the download, extraction, and analyzing data on phones as your role with the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, that's my primary role in the DA's office currently.
And how many years have you been in that role?
Since November of 2019, so 5 years now.
Have you worked on a number of different cases that involve forensic data?
Yes, I have.
Is there a routine or a practice in your present role when you make a copy about what process you use and how you produce it in a case?
I wouldn't say there's a normal process. It's all case dependent. A lot of cases we get, people want PDFs of the information, portable cases that we can create. So it's basically the portable program that I'm using. That way someone could find the information they're looking for, or I give the raw information if requested.
What's the difference between PDF form and raw information?
So
One's under
Cellbrite
18.
can create a PDF form of every bit of information in the phone. It could be like a 10,000 page PDF. It literally just lists everything that's in there. If I create a portable case, as I said, that is basically like me giving you the thumb drive and it's showing you exactly what I'm seeing, and you can click on the tabs yourself from your own computer. And then if I give the raw file, that means someone has to go in and load it themselves to look for it.
Typically, when you are producing evidence of discovery in a case, do you produce PDF or the raw file?
As I said, it's all case dependent. Not all cases have forensic experts to come in to look at the information. So I'll supply whatever is requested. Normally the PDF or the portable case is what I give, but if more is requested, that's readily available.
And so the raw data, if requested, do you provide that as well?
Yes, if requested.
In this case, were you involved in any type of forensic data extraction?
Yes, I did the extractions of multiple phones and analyzed multiple phones in this case.
You mentioned that there's a software and hardware, the gray key unit. Where's that located?
That's located in the Digital Forensics Laboratory, which is keycard access and alarmed. Excuse me, at the Norfolk DA's office.
Are there other cases or the multiple cases that are occurring at the same time?
Yes, we constantly have phones coming in and out and being worked on.
What if you have a phone and the gray key unit's being used? What do you need to do?
We need to wait for that phone to finish, because if we say we unplugged it, it would interrupt that data transfer and we could lose it. So we wait until the phone's done and then the next phone goes up.
Did you become involved in some way in this case?
Downloading devices, sir?
Well, I'm asking generally for.
Oh, yes, sorry, yes.
Were you involved in investigating this case as far as speaking to witnesses or going to the scene?
No.
Can you describe the best you can what your role was relative to this case?
Yes, so I was brought, as I said, phones from this case to have the data extracted and then have it ready in our Celebrate program for the investigators to look at.
At some point, were you provided a phone that you later identified as a phone belonging to Mr. John O'Keefe?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember when you were provided that phone?
Yes, it would be January 29th, 2022, about 7:30 p.m. that night.
Do you remember where you received that phone from?
Yes, I was at the DA's office. I got it from Sergeant Mechanic and Michael Proctor.
Do you remember about what time of night that was?
As I said, about 7 to 7:30 p.m.
Thank you. When you received that phone, did you have the passcode?
No, we didn't.
Without the passcode, what were your next steps?
So the phone was placed in our digital forensics lab until we could get the passcode. I was told that a family member was going to be bringing it in so we could download the device.
Did you ultimately get that passcode?
Yes, we did.
And do you remember when you received it?
January 31st, 2022.
After you received the passcode for Mr. O'Keefe's phone, can you walk us through the process of what you did?
Yep. So once the passcode's obtained, we'll unlock the phone and then plug it into Gray Key, and then it's able to pull the full information from it without having to guess the passcode.
How long does that take?
Again, depending on the size of the phone, a few hours.
After the information was downloaded, then what happened?
We placed on our digital evidence server at the DA's office, and then if the phone is evidence, it would go into evidence. If it was a consent, we'd give it back to the person who gave it to us immediately.
Did this phone go into evidence?
Yes, it did.
When you downloaded the information through Gray Key, which you said was the hardware and software, does it produce a report with that digital imprint?
Yes, it does. It produces a report from the time you plug it in to the process it completes, and then the amount of data, and then, like I said, that digital fingerprint hash value at the end.
And did you do that with this phone, Mr. O'Keefe's
Yes,
phone?
I
May I
did.
approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Highlight. I'm going to show you a document, sir.
Okay, sorry. Yes, thank you.
I'm sorry.
Did you show it to Mr. Alessi?
I'm sorry. My apologies. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm showing you a document. Could you look at both pages, please?
Yes. Okay.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, this is the.
I'll just
Oh,
ask you a couple more
sorry.
questions, if you don't mind. What is it?
It's the Gray Key progress report that they give once the phone extractions are completed.
Do you recognize that as the report that is attributed to John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes.
And does that document have that digital imprint, the digital fingerprint that you were talking about?
Yes. So it's in. Yeah. So it's here on the back. I just want to see if it was in two places. But it would be here for the. Sorry, it got cut off. But
Why don't I put it up for an exhibit so that we
Okay.
can show you further?
Okay.
I'll ask you some questions.
Okay.
I'd like to introduce this as an exhibit, please. No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Is it 18th of March?
May I show that exhibit to the jury?
May I show this to the jury? Zip.
May I approach the witness to show him the pointer?
Yes.
Oh no! Run, witness.
On this top button will be the pointer, the middle button will change the screen, so.
Oh.
The top button, please.
Device named Johnny.
Can you walk us through what this report means?
Yep. So here at the top, here it is. Again, it says Grey Key progress report, and then it gives the report generation date and time, and it is in UTC, which is get the exact definition, universal time coordinates, I believe. So you'd have to minus 4 or 5 hours depending on daylight savings time. So this one would have been January's -5. 16/10 will be 1 noon, 12 o'clock for the actual time on the 31st.
16 minus 4 is 12.
As you go down, device name is Johnny. The software version is the Apple iOS that was running at the time. Model number, iPhone 11. And then if you were to look up the N104AP is also a model number.
It also says
The
iPhone
unique
12.
Device
Kind of
ID.
confusing.
This one is what Grey Key assigns to the zip file that it creates. Serial number of the phone, the unique chip ID, the Wi-Fi address, the Bluetooth address, and then the phone number. And then there's more information underneath.
Could we scroll that, please? Thank you.
This here is the IMEI, which is the International Mobile
KK
Equipment
Furbush.
Identifier.
What was he into?
It's not uncommon now to have multiple of those identifying numbers.
Was that his fur
The
affinity
data
account
partition
number?
size of the
Your counting
device,
mail?
which is 83 gigabytes. The lock state, if the phone was locked, it would say locked. This one is unlocked because we had the passcode. This was the Grey Key agent version for the software. And then this is the last time that the phone was backed up via iTunes or iCloud. This is the owner's name. You can have anything in this, but his phone had John O'Keefe set as the iPhone owner name, and then the different accounts attributed to the phone.
Okay. Can you show us where the digital fingerprint is?
Yep, it's down. So that the top part here is literally every time when it's plugged in to every process that it completes until the progress report is generated. Here is the full file system was created on this date and time. And then even though the partition size was 82 gigabytes, it actually pulled 125 gigabytes of data. Underneath this, if you're on the
That's
next
a lot of
page,
gigabytes.
is that unique fingerprint right here. So it has a SHA-256 and an MD5. They're just two versions of hashing to show that the file, the unique fingerprint, and that's what these numbers are here. So there's one for the image of the extraction, and then one for the keychain for the other documents that Grey Key creates.
And you mentioned that if anything has changed, even a period, that number and letter sequence will change as well?
Yes, that's exactly right.
Did you have an opportunity to download and extract any other phones?
Yes.
At some point, did you have an opportunity to download and extract a phone from the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember when you received that phone?
I got the phone the same time as I got Mr. O'Keefe's phone on the 29th at around 7:30 at night.
And so you received both phones at the same time
Yes,
from the same people?
correct.
Trooper Buchanan?
Yes,
Trooper Proctor?
yes.
What did you do with that phone?
Again, that was brought down to the digital forensics lab for holding until we could get into it, or a warrant was written, or whatever legal process was going to be done, so we could get that information.
Do you secure it?
Yes, that room is locked with keycard access that only myself and two others have, and it's also alarmed.
Do the case officers or investigators that aren't part of your unit have access to those items?
No, the only ones that had access were myself, Trooper Connor Keefe, and then the director, Samantha Vogt. She's a civilian that runs our lab.
Okay. And at that point, were you able, after there was process, were you able to get into the phone at first?
No, it wasn't supported by Grey Key, the phone model and number.
What do you mean it wasn't supported?
So the software even if we had a search warrant, we plugged it in, Gray Key wouldn't be able to recognize it because it just wasn't supported at that time.
When you say it wasn't supported, does this have anything to do with a passcode?
For both. So we didn't have the passcode. So because we didn't have it, it wasn't supported for us to download that information from the device.
If you had a passcode, would it have been supported?
Yes, it would have been.
So is there a process when you have a phone that you don't have a passcode for to be able to access the content of the phone?
Yes, that's correct. We have to wait until we either have the passcode or the software and hardware is supported for the device where it can try to guess the passcode.
So let me ask you some questions about software. In forensic data analysis, does software change frequently?
Constantly.
When the software changes, does it advance?
Does the software get better?
Yes.
Yes, it does.
At the time you first had
Sometimes.
the defendant's phone, the software you had was unable to access the contents?
That is correct.
What do? Do you look for other software or do you wait for updates? What's the process?
If there is another software out there, we will use it to try to get the information. If not, we are at the mercy of waiting for the developers to come up with the information for us.
Did you wait in this case?
Yes, we did. We had to wait.
Ultimately, did software advance so that without a passcode, you were able to access?
Yes.
How long did you have to wait before you were able to access?
I believe it was July of 2022 that the software had been upgraded enough that it was able to brute force or guess her passcode for the device.
And where does the device remain until you're ready to try again?
In that locked digital forensics lab.
So when the software updates and advances, do you know that it will be successful or you plug it in and you try?
No. So on Gray Key, they have like a link where you can click and it brings up a whole matrix. So it shows every make, model of phone and then the software associated with it. And it says it can do a partial download, a full download, a password guess. And it tells us, so when there's a new update, we'll check that to make sure that the devices we have can be accessed.
Did you make an attempt to have the software access the phone without a passcode?
Objection, Your Honor. Move me approach, please.
Your Honor, we're falling into a coma over here.
Also, this guy isn't an expert
on
how the software works. He's testifying now about how software updates impact the ability to do it. But he already said, like, I don't want to sound or I don't want to sound too proficient or whatever he said. He doesn't actually know how this shit works. This guy's, he's a tech. He's trained to do this thing. Follow these instructions. Look, when there's a new product update, you go to the table, you try and match the iPhone 11 with the software version that is listed on the data we pull off the phone. If it's on there, the software will work. And if it's not, it won't.
So easy, even a boomer could do it. So whose phone are they brute forcing here? Is this Karen's?
I think
phone?
John. No, this is John's. Phone's name was Johnny.
No, but John, they had the password for.
I missed it then.
I may often be late and gay, but at least I'm not getting cornholed in jail. Welcome back, you absolute legend.
Thanks. Look, there's an upside to everything.
Here's one. Is mediocre intelligence a requirement for police investigators? You know, the job tends to attract a certain kind of person.
Remember, they're the best. They're the best of what's available too. That's the promoted position. Like they beat out other people for that role.
Did you use software inevitably to open the defendant's phone?
Yes.
Yeah, it's Karen Reed's
How
phone.
many times did you download?
So there was
I downloaded a lot after I opened her phone.
Thank you. One of the partial part of the phone, and then we, in the same time that we had it plugged in, we had the password brute force guess software installed onto the phone, so we would try to guess the passcode. So there were two downloads, one with very limited data, and then one with the full file system extraction, which is everything on the phone that it can get.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you two documents, sir.
This was, yes.
Look, if it's 6 documents, it'll take him 35 years to read them.
While they're talking, here's a super chat I got from Adam, $10. In the last trial, there's video of Karen backing into John's car, cracking her taillight when she went to look for him. That would be interesting. I don't know if that's true.
I'm going to show you two documents that actually, the first one, do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
Is that a result summary from Gray Key for a search of the defendant's phone?
This is the initial extraction that we created before the password guess process went through.
I'd like to introduce this as the next exhibit, please.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Lots of reports that it's true in the chat.
Yes, this is the first one.
We'll see if they introduced it.
Yep.
If they can. Be great to see the state object to it.
Exhibit 19.
Sorry, ring cameras aren't reliable.
I showed you a
Wait,
second
what?
document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is essentially the same information, except it goes further of all the password guess attempts longer until we actually get all of the information from the phone.
I'd like to introduce this as the next exhibit, please.
Exhibit 20?
No objection, Your Honor.
20. Somewhere.
Exhibit 20.
Could I have the previous exhibit as well, please? Sir, I'm handing you back exhibit 19, which was the partial download.
Okay.
Exhibit 20, which was the subsequent download. You mentioned hash value changes with the content of each download.
Yes.
Is there hash values specifically assigned to each download?
Yes, there is.
Are they the same number and digits in digital fingerprint?
No, they're not.
And explain again why they would be different.
Again, the first one was the partial. It was only 45 gigabytes of data. So it has one number. The second download was 109 gigabytes of data once it got the passcode. And again, that number is completely different again. And again, like I said, the information is not the same, so the hash values won't be the same.
Were the two other phones that you inevitably analyzed?
Yes, there were.
Let's start with the first one. Did you have an opportunity to create a file on a phone that came from Kerry Roberts?
Yes, I did.
Now, you said it's a two-step process. First is the extraction, the copying, and then it's creating the file.
That's exactly right.
With Kerry Roberts' phone, did you make the extraction? Did you plug it into the Gray Key?
No, I didn't.
Who did?
Trooper Connor Keefe.
How do you know Trooper Connor Keefe?
He went to meet with Kerry Roberts, received the device from her. He brought it back to the office and did the extraction. His name is also on the extraction Gray Key progress reports as well. And he wrote 2 state police reports regarding it.
Do you work with Connor Keefe?
Yes.
He works with, I'm sorry?
Yeah, I would say we do the same, essentially the same job working together.
So he's in your unit,
Yes, he is.
in the digital forensic unit.
That's correct.
Whose unit is bigger?
That phone, did it come with any paperwork, any forms?
Yes, he had 2 signed waivers of consent from both parties for each device, one for each device.
And so as far as the copying, the extraction, you did not do the extraction on Kerry Roberts' phone?
No, I did not.
After it was plugged in and a copy was made, did you then access it?
Months down the road.
Were you assigned at that point to analyze or look at any of the data on that phone?
Initially, no.
At some point, did you create a file so that you could provide it to the parties?
Yes, I did.
Was that upon request?
Yes, it was.
And separately, did you know, ask it a different way, was a phone from Jennifer McCabe extracted?
Yes, it was.
Did you do the extraction?
No, I did not.
Was the information after extracted again provided to a digital file?
It would have been, yes.
Did you, at some point later, did you make a copy to provide to the parties?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us what a USEF reader is?
So the UFED reader is a portable case that I can create through Cellbrite. Again, like I said, it's the exact same program that I would be viewing if I was sitting at my desktop, and said it can be made into a thumb drive to give to defense, prosecution, investigators, whoever. And there's no chance for the data to be manipulated because it's just a reader.
When you have the digital file that's been extracted and then created into a PDF or a form that can be read, can you print the entire file on paper if you'd like?
Yes, you could.
Would that include, could you print it so it includes the entire content of the phone?
Yes, it'd be thousands of pages, but yes, you could.
Is there any way to isolate particular things of interest that you might want? For example, if you wanted just the chats between two people, is there a way that you could have a program isolate just those chats and then give you all of them in a form that you could read?
Yes, so you can go in to cherry pick whatever information you're looking for to create into PDFs or other, it gives 5, I think, different mediums.
What about
You can have it out
deleted
for
chats
HTML,
about
portable
pregnant
cases,
women?
XML files.
If you wanted to create a document that had a number of people in communications, could you do that as well?
Yes, you could.
So you can pretty much set the parameters how you want if you want to search for particular items.
Yes, it's very generous that way of being able to search for keywords, phone numbers, whatever it is, and then you can export that out into a PDF so you can print it.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Huh. This guy is interesting. Like, I got nothing. I hate listening to text testify on stuff unless it's really juicy. And can you look through a phone is the question. Yeah, I can.
Did you
All right.
go through
Ask
the
questions about what you
program
found.
and create a number of documents that isolated specific information that you wanted?
Yes.
Why
For
don't you
example,
just ask
did
that
you go
question?
through and
You didn't need to
create
ask,
a report?
can the
for
software do it?
all
Did you do this?
of John
Yeah, I did.
O'Keefe's calls for a period of time?
Yes, I did.
Did you go through the program and create a report for all of the calls between John O'Keefe and the defendant for a period of time?
Yes, I did.
Did you go through the program and create a specific document that would show just the text messages between John O'Keefe and the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Did you go through the phone and create specific separate documents for communications, phone calls, and text messages between Mr. O'Keefe and other people, not the defendant?
Yes.
For example, Ms. Roberts,
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. McCabe.
Yep.
Did you go through any of the phones and create documents to show any text or conversation between parties not involving John O'Keefe?
If directed, I could, but I don't believe I did.
When you took on the task of creating these documents, was it something you did on your own or something that you would wait for a request from a prosecutor or another officer?
I would wait for a request. Again, my knowledge of most of the cases is very, very limited. So if they're looking for something specific, I can assist them. If they need some type of help, I can assist them. But normally I will open it up for them and they have a better knowledge of the case, so they know what they're going to be looking for. Everyone in our office is Cellbrite trained, or if someone new comes in, that's the first thing they'll go to is Cellbrite training, so they know how to use this program. And it doesn't put the burden on myself and Trooper Keefe to try to find everything for every case.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to conclude this witness's testimony to be recalled again.
You're in agreement with that, Mr. Lessie?
We are, Your Honor, subject to the recall.
Okay. All right, Trooper, you're all set.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll see you again.
Should I?
You could just leave him right there.
Thank you.
So I didn't have any cross for him.
I guess he's coming back once. I don't know. I don't know why they're not doing it now. Maybe they need to lay some more foundation.
They might want
Do
to
you
wait
have
for
another
the
witness, Mr. Brennan?
celebrate shit to come through.
Yes, please.
I bet he's there. If they get celebrate in,
Commonwealth calls Mr. Whitley.
if they can't, maybe they'll bring him back. I don't know. Why is my arm black? There's just shadowing there. I need to get a little bit more lighting that's not obscured by, because it's behind my monitors. But I haven't gotten it yet.
It's another cop.
What is that party hat cone looking thingy that lady in front of the judge is putting on her mouth?
That's a court reporter. She's using dictation software, and she talks into the
May I?
into that
Yes,
party
please.
cone.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hello, my name is Daniel Whitley, W-H-I-T-L-E-Y. I'm a paramedic with the Canton Fire Department. I've been a paramedic and firefighter there since March of 2006.
Is he at 1.5 speed?
Before you became a
I just like the,
paramedic
didn't see
firefighter
you
with
there.
the Canton Fire Department, did you work anywhere else related to that field?
Yes, I had 4 years full-time as a EMT intermediate, and also a paramedic at American Medical Response in Brockton.
I'd like to take us right to January 29, 2022.
Yes,
Do you remember that day?
yes,
Were you working?
yes.
What was your role that day?
I was a field training officer working on the ambulance with my partner, Jason Becker.
Mr. Becker?
Correct.
That
I thought he
morning,
said
did you
Dinger
know whether
went
there
to
was
die.
a call where a group of your colleagues went to and addressed 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Were you accompanying your colleagues on that initial call?
No.
Where were you at the time your colleagues left to go to that location?
I was at the Station 2, Ponkapog Station, on the north side of town.
Different station?
Correct.
At some point after that call came in and was responded to you, did you receive a call?
Sometime after, I'm not quite sure exactly how soon or
Right.
later it was.
It's just
But,
yes or no,
we
sir.
received
I
another
never
call to
received another
respond
call
to
in my
that.
life after
As a
that day.
result of receiving that call, did you make your way towards that location?
Yes.
Who did you go there with?
Just me and my partner at that time was Jason Becker.
What type of vehicle did you use to get there?
It was an ambulance.
What was the weather like?
It was snowing pretty heavily at that point.
Do you know about how long it took you to get to 34 Fairview?
Not exactly, but definitely longer than usual. It should have been an 8-minute drive. I'm guessing 10 to 12 minutes. You could refer to my partner's report for exacts.
When you got there, what did you see?
We arrived on scene. Our engine was there before we run on a response with an engine and an ambulance to medical calls. And then at least 2 police cruisers and another car parked on the street, a gray SUV.
When you got there, did you meet with anybody?
Yeah, usually we get out, we say hi to my lieutenant and the other gentleman,
Oh
Sam
my
Parker, was
God.
on the engine before we got there. They were up front of where we parked.
No wonder all their
down
other
further,
patients die.
or at
He's
least I
gonna
did,
drive me crazy.
to the gray SUV.
When you
Stop
reached the gray
saving me.
SUV, did you see anybody inside it?
I believe at that point we were kind of, getting out.
God,
we
we're-
were walking down. They were coming out to
If he
to greet
leans
us.
forward, his chin disappears
there were 3
entirely
women
into
there.
his neck.
Did you speak to any of them in particular?
Subsumed into it.
Not at that point, no, not really.
He looks
At
like a
some
turtle.
point, did you have any interaction with any of the women?
Yes.
In fact, did you know any of the women who were
It looks like a
there
porn
that morning?
star's penis.
I knew Kerry Roberts.
How did you know Kerry Roberts?
Well, first we're neighbors. She lives about 200 yards away from me around the corner. And we
buy this guy a
she
purple
helped
stocking
organize
cap
neighborhood
with a
block party, and I
roll on.
would volunteer
Right
every
here.
year to bring the fire truck to the block party and show the kids the fire truck for a little bit.
So you knew her well?
No.
Were you friends with her?
No.
Friendly?
I just would describe us as acquaintances.
Did you ever socialize with her personally, other than the block party?
No.
But you knew who she was?
I knew who she was. I don't recognize her, yes.
Did you talk to her that morning?
Not beyond probably a hey or hi or something like that.
Do you know whether she ever gave you any items?
I know at one point I had to exchange whether it was a purse or a cell phone or some object from Miss Reed.
Drinking
At some
game on.
point that
Every time he
morning,
says
did you
drink 1
have an
milliliter of
opportunity
alcohol.
to
Try not to
meet
die.
with the defendant?
Yes.
When did you first see her?
We were in the process of getting her to go to the hospital.
A DJ's record scratching.
That would be, my partner, obviously, Jason Becker, and then my lieutenant, Greg Woodbury.
Where was she when you first saw her?
Somewhere outside in the street.
Do you recognize her in the courtroom today?
I do.
And could you identify her, please?
Yes.
Please.
Verbally.
You're pointing to a person. Can you give just a very limited?
The woman sitting in between these two
I
gentlemen.
want this judge to hold this guy in contempt of court.
Did you interact with her that morning? Have a conversation?
Yes.
When you first started speaking to her, what was her demeanor?
Pretty upset, crying. She was. We had a Section 12 in hand, which is a medical order or a police order to be taken to the hospital for psychological evaluation.
Did you discuss that with her?
Yes. Yeah.
Did you ask her to follow you or to come with you?
Yeah, she did.
And did that happen?
To the ambulance, correct.
So you went to the ambulance with the defendant?
Yeah.
And was Mr. Becker with you?
Yes.
What happens when you get to the ambulance?
I mean,
You
so
start
it was snowing,
harmonizing with this
and
guy's
it was
ums.
more to kind of just get everybody into a nice, warmer location where it wasn't snowing or windy or anything like that.
Why
And
is
we
he
would,
smiling so much?
Discussing that, we have a Section 12 that states regardless of if you want to go, we have to take you to the hospital.
You think
she
his
was arguing
girlfriend
that
has
she
like a really
really
bad
didn't
stutter?
need to
That's
go
why
to
they
the
get
hospital.
along.
And we were trying to
There's
convince
somebody
her to
for
go to the
everybody.
hospital because once the Section 12 is written, it doesn't matter
Takes
what the
him
patient
30 minutes to
says.
say hello.
We have to get them there one way or the other, whether it's cooperatively restrained or chemically restrained with sedatives or anything.
It's not a voluntary order?
It is not a voluntary order.
Inevitably, did the defendant agree to go with you to the hospital?
Yes.
Now you're speaking my
When you were going
language.
to return to the hospital, was the defendant placed in the back of the ambulance where a patient would be?
So
No, we let her drive.
how we operate for anybody that's a Section 12.
Where else in the ambulance is she gonna go?
Anybody that
roof
is
rack?
under the influence of anything, we always operate
They're
with
gonna strap her to the
people in
grill
the back of the ambulance. So myself and my partner, Jason Becker, were back there. And then we had to take somebody from the engine company and have them drive to the hospital, and that was Sam Park.
I think she wanted to kill herself after she heard this guy
H.
talking.
Thank you. Before you left, before
We're
you
gonna have to
started
Section
driving
12 the
away
whole
from Fairview,
courtroom.
were you having any conversations with the defendant?
Yes.
Can you share with the jury what those conversations were about?
So we were talking. She was
Oh my
upset.
God, I'm dying.
She kept asking if
So bad.
if there was any chance her husband could be alive, and even sitting outside
Well, he was till we got there.
in the snow with no coat on for many hours. And
Did she indicate what many hours meant? How many?
no,
How often did she raise the issue of whether or not or how long he could be out for?
I'd say at least 3 to 4, maybe more.
Part of your job is to care for patients?
Correct, yes.
Was part of your job to try to get them to the location safely?
Yes.
And sometimes you treat patients with physical injuries, don't you?
Oftentimes it is physical injuries, yes.
Are you trained when you're trying to transport somebody on how to interact with them?
Yes, well, sometimes if they're upset, in this instance, she kept asking if there was any chance that he could be alive, and that we really didn't know what was the patient that ambulance 1 took. We really didn't know what his condition was, and but figuring that it was a hypothermia type case, being the conditions outside, we were trying to give her hope that there's a saying in the medical field, you're not dead until you're warm and dead. And I was basically, there's stories of children falling through ice.
He's
and
still
falling into
there
rivers
trying to give her
and being
hope. He
underwater
just keeps
for
saying,
multiple hours and coming out, being resuscitated and having no neurological deficits. So I was telling her those stories just kind of to say, look, let's be sure we'll get to the hospital. We'll find out more there. Just trying to give her any sort of hope that her husband would be alive.
Can you describe her demeanor when she was in the back of the ambulance with you during your interactions with her?
She would go from pretty upset, crying. One instance where
she say, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him."
I can't take care of these kids. I can't take care of these kids. They're not my kids, and they're not his kids. And I, at that point, I understood who ambulance 1 had taken, because John was pretty well known in the town for taking on the care of his niece and nephew. So I said, listen, it's okay. It looks like you have a very strong support system. And then Miss Reed said, do you know Carrie Roberts? And she had been crying. And she picked her head up and said, do you know Carrie Roberts? And I said, a matter of fact, I do. And she said, anybody who knows Carrie Roberts wouldn't say that about her. And I said, well, she did come to out at early in the morning to look for your husband in a blizzard. And she just rolled her eyes and put her head back down. And I thought it was just bizarre.
Objection, move to strike.
I'll strike that last sentence.
Would you describe her demeanor as even through that ride?
No.
He's not allowed to give his opinion on the statement isn't relevant. So that's
How
why it
long
was
did it
struck.
take to get to the hospital?
I mean, you can refer to my partner's ambulance trip report. I'm sure it has the.
Do you have it right with you, sir?
I do not know.
Well, let me ask you.
I would guess about 15 to 20 minutes, somewhere in there.
You don't have an exact memory?
No.
When you get to the hospital with a patient under these circumstances, do you leave them at the door?
No.
What do you do?
We have to hand off care. So we go in and we have to give a report to a nurse to let them know what their condition is, why they're coming to the hospital.
These guys
and
have
what we
never
found,
delivered a living
taking them
patient
to
to
the
the hospital.
When you got to the hospital with Miss Reed, did you interact with the hospital personnel?
Yes.
Do you typically, after you hand off a patient to staff, do you leave?
Typically, yes. This time, Miss Reed was, I'm going to say, not really cooperative with the nurse there. The nurse was asking her to get into a Johnny, give a urine sample. She was not cooperative. The nurse tried to work with her, had an ER tech go and ask the doctor if she had to get into a Johnny. She came back. She said, yes, she's a patient. She has to do all the normal stuff. We really didn't feel comfortable actually leaving the general area. I don't know if it was just shift change or what, but security wasn't there. And with her demeanor, we just didn't feel comfortable leaving the nurse by herself with Miss Reed.
You said that there was some difficult times. Was there some difficulty about the defendant accepting wearing a Johnny?
Yes, she was refusing to get into the Johnny, and the nurse kept saying, well, you got to get into this Johnny. The nurse did try to work with her.
Is that what it's called, the Johnny?
And asked the doc if...
Objection.
I just call it the bare ass outfit.
And so the ER doc, the ER tech had to come back and say, yes, she has to get into the Johnny. And at that point, she did.
I thought she was into the Johnny, but
and was getting into the Johnny. Security personnel showing up, and we felt
imagine
being able
your
to
dead
kind of
boyfriend's
leave
name
the
is
nurse
Johnny.
and check on
He's
her.
just died.
Before
It's like,
security
get in the
came, was
Johnny.
there difficulty
Sorry.
in her providing the urine sample?
Do you know the answer to that?
Can you ask the question again? I'm sorry.
Why don't you ask it a little different?
Sure. Do you remember whether she was giving the nurses a hard time about a urine sample?
Yes.
So break that down, Mr. Brennan. The objection is sustained.
You said that she was giving nurses a hard time.
Well, it's already been answered.
She didn't want to give a urine sample. And then the nurses kept asking her to, this is the cup.
Well, the urine sample was going to be vodka.
No, I'm going.
You were there and saw this, right?
I saw it, yes.
Make a
Thank
nice
you.
vodka
Further
tonic
question.
with that urine. A dirty martini.
Yes.
Just smelling the urine sample made me go to a 0.08. Mr. Whitley, why were you smelling the urine sample?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
All right. What up, Hank? Or
Sir, you
Alan?
knew before you got
Alan J.
into ambulance 2
Hank.
that you were heading to Fairview.
New
Road
defense
for
lawyer.
what is
Oh,
called
wait, who we
Section
got?
12, correct?
We would
This
dispatch
must be
for a Section
David
12,
Yannetti.
And that was not your first call for a Section 12, right?
No.
You had been in that job since 2006.
Yes.
You've handled a number of them over the years, correct?
Correct.
The fact that the call came in as a Section 12 gave you some idea of the nature of the issue that you might be dealing with, correct?
We had an idea that it was for a psychological issue. Correct.
Right. It told you that somebody at that location was suspected of being in some type of either psychiatric or emotional distress, correct?
Yes.
And on your crew, or of your crew, I should say, you were the one to drive the ambulance to the residence, correct?
I drove to the address at
All right.
Fairview.
Now, you've said that when you got to Fairview Road, you don't recall the time, but you do recall that there were still emergency vehicles on scene, correct?
I do.
There was nobody lying in the front lawn of 34 Fairview at that time, correct?
Correct.
And do you know how much later after 6 a.m. you would have gone there?
You'd have to refer to my partner's report.
You don't know if it was minutes or hours?
It was minutes. It was within the hour. I don't know.
Within the hour,
Yeah.
okay. And you said that there were, or you testified that there were 2 police vehicles on scene, correct?
At least 2.
At least 2. There could have been more than 2.
It certainly could have been.
And those police vehicles in such a situation, particularly with the snow falling down, would have had their blue lights flashing?
I'm not exactly sure if they did or they didn't. Sometimes the police shut off their lights when they arrive on scene. Sometimes they don't.
Okay, so you don't have a memory one way or the other?
No, nothing sticks out.
But those police vehicles certainly were not hidden. They were in plain view, correct?
I would say so.
Minimum of 2, maybe more.
They're going after why the
Yes.
Albert didn't come out
And
of his
there was
house.
also a gray SUV parked near that residence?
Correct.
And there was a fire engine there as well, correct?
Correct.
You called it our engine, right? That was from
Yeah, it is a little
Well, it would be
curious that the
engine 3.
homeowner
Engine 3.
doesn't
from
come
our
out
station.
with all the commotion.
The Station 1 engine.
And a dead friend.
I'm sorry?
The Station 1 engine.
I
So Canton Fire has 2 fire stations. We were coming from the second station. The Station 1 engine is the one that responded to Fairview.
Okay, and that was a typical large fire engine, correct?
Yeah.
And did the fire engine have its lights on?
I assume it did only because we rarely shut our lights off on a scene.
Sure. And there were police officers walking about, milling about?
Yes.
Do you know how many?
I know I spoke with Officer Sarif and Officer Mulaney.
Okay, and
So
were
at
there-
least 2.
And you know them by name?
Yeah, Canton's a fairly small town, so you run into the police on a regular basis.
Sure, and you work cooperatively with them, correct?
Yes.
Were there other police officers besides Saraf and Mullaney?
I'm sure there could have been, but I don't recall ever speaking with them or interacting with them.
Okay. Were there other EMTs or firefighters there when you got there?
Just my Lieutenant Woodbury, and then firefighter Sam Pock.
Okay, and they were in charge of engine one?
Well, the Station 1 engine.
The Station 1 engine? Okay. And there were also civilians on scene, correct?
Correct.
So you would agree that there was a lot of activity outside 34 Fairview, correct?
Fair amount of activity.
I mean, there were people and vehicles and lights surrounding that residence, correct?
Check your Twitter DMs real quick, Andrew.
I assume so, yes.
Well, you were there, so you don't really have to assume, you know, right?
There was at least 2 police cruisers and a fire engine.
Right, and civilians, and police officers, and firefighters, correct? And civilians.
Correct.
All right.
You're going to have to show me how you
With
do
all of
that.
that activity outside 34 Fairview, did you ever see the homeowner come out of his house?
I wouldn't have known the homeowner.
Do you ever see anybody exit the house?
I was not focused on the house at all.
All right. You were there to do a job, correct?
I was there to take somebody to the hospital.
Right. And you were there also to do a medical or psychiatric assessment while you were on scene, correct?
Well, yes, my partner was. Correct.
All right. When you got there, you learned, well, strike that. You knew going there that your patient would have been Karen Reed, correct?
No.
Okay. When you got there, you learned your patient was to be Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
All right. And given the nature of the call, you knew when you arrived that you would be transporting her to the hospital, correct?
Correct.
One of the first things that you tried to do was to get a medical history from her, correct?
Or my partner.
All right. And you were present for that, correct?
I may or may not have been.
Getting a medical history is important so that you can pass along information to the hospital when you eventually arrive there with the patient, correct?
Yes.
And you know that when assessing and treating somebody, getting more information is always better than getting less information, correct?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so there are times when you'd like to get less information from a patient before you transport them?
So it would be pertinent information. For instance, if somebody was complaining of chest pain and they had, stents placed in their heart, we wouldn't talk about how they had their tonsils removed when they were 12.
Okay, fair enough. But getting more information is not going to negate the crucial information that you do get, correct?
I mean, it certainly could in a critical stage. If there was a critical patient, we wouldn't typically overburden passing off a report to a nurse or a doctor with non-pertinent information.
Okay, it's not your testimony that getting less information is always better than getting more information, is it?
I would say getting pertinent information is better than having.
That wasn't my question. My question was, is it your testimony that getting less information is always better than getting more information, sir?
I would not agree with that, no.
Okay, thank you. Now, the medical history that was taken from Ms. Reed listed her as having multiple sclerosis, right?
I'm going to see it, please.
You're going to have to object?
A lot fewer ums on Cross. Is Karen Reed going up to the sidebar?
That'd be weird. No. Was it Elizabeth Little?
I saw 2 blondes.
I have no idea.
I thought I saw her go up before, too. That's interesting.
Here, 1 second.
Here's a Sherry Lawless, $10. Thank you very much. Shelley says, that poor jury, I'd rather eat 50 Popeyes biscuits with no drink than be on the jury.
Seen a bit. Here, since nothing's happening, can you share my picture I made in ChatGPT real quick? Just quickly present
Before I got to remove that first. Okay.
Yeah, just
um.
They should never give me AI tools. I'm gonna waste my entire life making stuff that's stupid. That's all. That's all I got.
I got it. Is Daniel Whitley, this EMS guy, related to Judge Schroeder somehow? $5 super chat from Michael Stetson.
Schroeder said all the time too. And here we go. Here we go. How about this? You know what's bad is we had the other paramedic that said all the time, and I got Ryan, the editor, making his voice. Now this guy comes in and shatters the record of ums per second. So it's like, I don't know what to do. Now I'm lost.
Another super chat. Amazing Disgrace, $5. Thank you very much. Says, I hope the text between the investigating officers are part of this trial. They are very spicy. Is that why he keeps calling everybody his partner? Do they mean partner in the sexual relationship?
Yeah, I hear there was that. I hear there was there were a bunch of 32,000 texts that were just overlooked, that were related to something else, but were really shady. I don't know. I don't know the details on that. People keep dropping these hot little dollops of interesting tidbits, and I'm not sure. But feel free to let us know what those are, guys. Blue Varo, this is from way earlier, says the speed sensor is also in the driving tire. Snowing in the tire spin shows a high rate of speed, but it was actually from the tow driver. I mean, I guess he's talking about the black box information. The Iceman says, I hate the lesser includeds in this trial. They should never have reached for murder too, but with manslaughter, a jury could split the baby in sympathy. EMT 2666 says they don't have the second ring video because it was deleted by now fired Trooper Proctor. What do you think about lesser includeds just in general? I kind of hate them. I feel like the state should have to make the case and then make the case.
I think the rule should be the same as my favorite rule for bench trials. I think it should be up to the defendant. If it's in their interest, they get to pick.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. So basically stipulate to lesser includeds, or the defendant has the right to refuse them.
Yes, right. And I think this should be the same for a bench trial. Most states don't do it that way. Most states, you have to get the prosecution to agree to a bench trial. But some states like Maryland, if the defendant wants a bench trial, there's nothing the prosecution can do about it. And I think it should be the defendant's call. I think this notion that the state also has a right to a jury trial is ridiculous. That's not what the Constitution says.
Right. And the way rights work is you have the right and you are free to contract away your right in exchange for something else of value. And that's
you can waive the jury. Right.
Yep. That's what waiver is. You know, waive it for a perceived advantage or for the alternative option. I mean, that is the consideration of your waiver of your right. And the waiver of your right is consideration for what you get in exchange. The Iceman says, I wish SCOTUS would rule lesser included charges unconstitutional. It seems so much of a reach of government power, like they get 2 bites at the apple. Absolutely. Actually, it's more than 2. Sometimes, depending on the charges.
Yes, this is Attorney David
Sir,
Yannetti.
the medical testimony, history that your partner and you took from Ms. Reed listed that she suffered from multiple sclerosis, correct?
Correct.
And you know that that's a chronic disease of the central nervous system?
It's my understanding.
And what does chronic mean?
Different
I believe
context.
Any disease lasting more than a certain amount of time. It could be 2 years, 3 years, 4 years.
High as
Persists for a long time
Ask
or
Snoop.
constantly recurs?
Correct.
And it's a disease that affects neurological muscle control, correct?
That's my understanding.
And last question, it's also a progressive disease, which means it tends to get worse over time.
My understanding.
All right. Now, when you first interacted with
This guy looks
Karen
like
Reed after you got to 34
He's
Fairview
very
and
stern.
encountered that whole scene, it was clear to you that a major focus for her was whether John O'Keefe was alive or dead, correct?
Correct.
Bless you. She asked if somebody could survive after having been found in the snow without a jacket, correct?
For many hours, correct.
All right. And you mentioned something about hypothermia that you assumed that you may have been dealing with a hypothermia situation from earlier, correct?
Well, she said that he had been out in the snow with no jacket on for many hours.
And you assumed hypothermia was your testimony, correct?
Yes.
You are not qualified to diagnose hypothermia, are you?
I'm not a doctor.
Okay, and you don't know if your assumption about hypothermia was correct or incorrect, correct?
No,
Is my assumption correct?
That's
my
weird.
my question is that as you testify here today, after having dropped off Karen Reed at the hospital for that Section 12, you don't know if the assumption that you made that you were dealing with a hypothermia situation was correct or not. Is that right?
Well, they were certainly working on him at the hospital as a hypothermia patient.
You don't know if your assumption was correct or not, sir.
I guess I don't.
And
Where'd the ums
you
go?
told her, in fact, that you could not speak to that, correct?
I'm sorry, to what?
In terms of
Completely
how
different
long
person.
somebody
It's
could
like the other
survive
EMS guy.
outside,
Suddenly
correct?
he loses
I
50
couldn't
IQ
speak to his
points on
condition,
cross.
is basically what I was trying to say to her.
All right. But
He's
she
no longer
still persisted
conversational
in
and comfortable.
asking you
He's on
over and
guard
over if he
now.
was alive or dead, correct?
Contemplative.
Correct.
She wouldn't let that go. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And that was despite your not being able to give her an answer, correct?
Again, we were just trying to sort of give her any hope.
Right. Okay. So she kept asking it, and you were trying to give her hope that he could still be alive, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, today you claimed that her demeanor had changed when you mentioned Kerry Roberts, correct?
Correct.
And the term that you
There's
used
such a glaring
to describe
difference.
her demeanor when you mentioned Kerry Roberts as being part of a support system, what term did you use?
I'm sorry.
When you just testified on direct examination, did you characterize the way that she reacted when you mentioned Kerry?
She had been crying in her hands, and I said, you know, it looks like you have a very strong support system. And she picked up her head. She had her face in her hands. She picked up her head out of her hands, looked at me, and said, "Do you know Kerry Roberts?" And I said, "Matter of fact, I do." And she said, "Anybody who knows Kerry Roberts wouldn't say that about her."
Okay, and you've previously described that in testimony last year as her being snarky was the term you used, correct?
Correct.
But you were first interviewed by the police on February 8th of 2022,
Impeachment.
correct?
If that's what the report says, yes.
About 10 days after this?
About that.
And the events of January 29th were fresh in your mind on February 8th of 2022, correct?
As fresh as they are today.
Okay, so you do not
Wait, what?
allow that your memory was better on February 8th of 2022
Or just as
regarding
good.
January 29th of 2022. It wasn't better on February 8th than it is today, is your testimony.
I would feel it's just as good.
Okay. Your memory does not get better over time, correct?
For this case, it seemed to stick out to me.
Okay, so are
That
you
wasn't the question.
testifying that your memory gets better over time?
No, but
That would be crazy, wouldn't it?
correct.
That would be crazy.
In that
You need a
February
section 12, wouldn't you?
2022 interview, you were asked about Kerry Roberts, right?
I'm sorry, what day?
February 8th of 2022.
Okay.
You were asked about Kerry Roberts, right?
I do not recall if I was or was
Well, I
not.
thought your
You told
memory
the
was
police
really
that
good.
You knew Kerry Roberts from your neighborhood, correct?
Okay, yes.
And you've testified today that she just lived 200 yards away from you, right around the corner, right?
About that.
And you told police that you had seen Kerry Roberts on scene at 34th Fairview when you
Impossible.
got there, correct?
Correct.
You also told police that Karen Reed had told you about making statements about her wanting to die, correct?
Correct.
But on February 8th of 2022, just 10 days after these events, you never mentioned to the police during that interview that Karen was snarky in any way, correct?
I don't know if I did or I didn't.
He doesn't remember.
By the way,
I don't know if it would be in their
talking about
report.
your memory is a huge trap. Don't. Just you either remember something or you don't. Don't be like, well, I'm really good at remembering things normally. And then, okay, I don't recall. You sound like a fucking liar.
Refresh your memory as to whether or not you mentioned snarkiness?
I don't think I mentioned snarkiness that day. No.
Okay. All right. Well, that answers my question.
Okay.
But after that interview, and of course, even after January 29th of 2022, you went back to your neighborhood, the same neighborhood that you lived in with Kerry Roberts, correct?
Correct.
Do you still live in that neighborhood?
I do.
Does Kerry Roberts still live there?
She does.
So you and Kerry Roberts have continued to live in the same neighborhood for years after January 29th, correct?
We have.
And before you ever encountered Karen Reed that day, you had interacted with Kerry Roberts in the past, correct?
Briefly, yes.
Well, you were both on the same neighborhood Facebook page, were you not?
Yes, that's why I volunteered to bring the fire truck to the
Right.
block party.
Well, one time she had posted on that neighborhood Facebook
to
page that she
downplay
wanted
the
to have a fire
relationship.
truck
I
at
really
the
don't.
Are you
neighborhood block party,
kidding
correct?
me?
Correct.
And that's when you replied and volunteered that you would bring the fire truck to that block party as she requested, correct?
Correct.
And you also worked with
I'll
Kerry
put my big
Roberts on
truck
the
in your
Ponca
black
Civic
potty.
Association, did you not?
I did not know. She worked on the board prior to my arrival on the board.
So you both worked on the same board, but just at different times?
Different times, correct.
All right. We had, I think you had touched on this earlier, in addition to knowing Kerry Roberts, having been with the Canton Fire Department since 2006, there have been many times when you've worked in conjunction with the police, correct?
Correct.
And in addition to the two police officers that you mentioned having seen at 34 Fairview on January 29th, that being Sarath and Merlaney, you know many other officers at the Canton police station.
I do.
And as you say, Canton's a small town, correct?
Relatively.
People know each other,
25,000
correct?
people.
Correct.
You also knew former state trooper Michael Proctor before you arrived at 34 Fairview, correct?
I did.
Michael Proctor actually was 2 years ahead of you in school, was he not?
He was.
And you learned at some point that your school classmate, Michael Proctor, was the lead investigator into the death of John O'Keefe, this case, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, when you spoke to the police in February of 2022, Michael Proctor was one of the troopers to interview you, correct?
Correct.
You did not go to school with Karen Reed, right?
No, not to my knowledge.
You didn't help coordinate neighborhood block parties with Karen Reed, right?
Nope.
You were not in a civic association that Karen Reed belonged to at any point, correct?
Nope.
She was a stranger to you on January 29th, 2022, correct?
She was a patient of mine, yes.
Well, as far as you knew, she was an outsider to Canton, correct?
I did not know that.
You didn't live in the same neighborhood with her?
I'm not sure if we did or did not.
You had no personal contact with her either before or after January 29th of 2022, correct?
No.
All right. Now, as a result of your having gone to the scene,
Nicely
there's
put.
a patient care record that is generated, correct?
Correct.
All right. And on this issue of the snarkiness and the demonstration that you just did, there's a contemporaneous report of your team's observations from January 29th, right?
Are you referring to my partner's wrong report?
Yeah, the patient care report.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
And that patient care report is dated January 29th of 2022 and is timed at 9:03 and 34 seconds a.m. That sound right?
Sounds about right.
All right. And that 9:03:34, from your knowledge of how patient care reports are generated, would that be the time that you arrived on scene or the time that the report is written?
I mean, I would have to see what time, the exact time you're referring to.
He just told you.
It could be the time the call is closed, or it could be the time you finish the report. There could be multiple reports. I'm not exactly positive which report you're talking about.
In any case, it was from that morning, correct?
Well, it did, I assume so.
I mean, there was only one morning that you went to 34 Fairview.
Well, no, but there could be two reports. So the engine has to write a report and the ambulance has to write a report.
But they're both about that morning, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, there are boxes to fill out on the patient care record, correct?
Correct.
One of the boxes is primary impression.
Yes.
What does primary impression mean?
That is just what we believe the patient's not complaint is, but what we believe the patient is suffering from.
Okay. And that is listed on the patient care record for Karen Reed as a behavioral/psychiatric episode, correct?
Yeah. So that's a box we check for just about any Section 12.
Sure. And of course, that mentions nothing about snarkiness, correct?
No, that is my partner's report.
Okay. There's also a box for secondary impression.
Snarkiness
correct?
is next to godliness.
Correct.
What is secondary impression?
That might be like just a secondary complaint most of the time. A lot of the times, patients don't have a secondary complaint.
Okay, but in this case, it's listed as anxiety/emotional upset, correct?
Yes.
All right. And again, that mentions nothing about snarkiness, correct?
That's my partner's report, yes.
There's also a box for signs and symptoms, right?
There is.
And nowhere in the signs and symptoms box is snarkiness mentioned, correct?
No, I don't think that would be medically appropriate.
And then in the patient care record, it's recorded that Karen was found sitting in the front passenger seat of a friend's car, crying and visibly upset, but cooperative, right?
If that's my partner's words, yes.
All right. And those words, actually nowhere in the patient care record is it listed that she was snarky in any way, correct?
Again, that would not be something we would put into a patient care report.
And you did not put it in, correct?
It's not in there, right?
It was my partner's report, and no, we did not put it in.
Okay. And once Ms. Reed agreed to go with you in the ambulance, it's fair to say she was still upset and crying, correct?
At times.
If I may have a moment.
So when you testify, don't keep making these excuses. Just answer the questions. It's opposing counsel's job to elicit from you if there's particular circumstances that the jury needs to know about.
Yes or no? Anima Rumpier says, notice that Carrie said John's arms were beside him, like a person that laid down for a nap or was placed there. I would expect limbs to be splayed after being hit by a car, not neat and orderly. There you go. Maybe. Hard to say. I haven't been hit by a car recently or ever. Are they still talking?
You had just
they're here.
testified that you said at times she was upset and crying when she got in the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
You testified on April 21st of 2022 before the grand jury, did you not?
I did.
And that was 3 months after the events that you're testifying about today?
Roughly.
And your memory back then was fresh, was it not?
Yes.
And you were asked the question, once she was in the back of the ambulance and she agreed voluntarily to go to the hospital, did she appear to calm down at that point? Do you remember that question?
I do.
And your answer was, I mean, she wasn't arguing against us at that point. I mean, once she, agreed to come with us voluntarily, I mean, she was still upset, crying, and talking on the phone. Do you remember that answer?
I do.
All right. You didn't mention in that answer that it was only at times that she was crying and upset, correct?
And his demeanor so visibly changed
the
between
whole time,
one testimony and the
beginning
other.
to end, Ms. Reed was constantly worried about
Now I'm
John,
thinking
was she
the
not?
were him trying to remember what he was told to testify.
You recall that she was on the phone
Or what he
at
at
one
least
point
what he had
speaking to
decided he was
someone
going
that
to
she called
testify.
Papa, correct?
Recalling the scripts.
Did you later learn that Papa was John O'Keefe Sr.?
I am just learning that just now.
All right. And in any case, you heard her say to Papa, is he dead? He's dead, isn't he?
Sustained.
You could hear on the other end of the line that Papa was saying something to her, correct?
The objection sustained.
May I approach?
The witness or me?
Sidebar.
Okay.
That second objection was not proper.
No, correct. Yeah, I agree. He's allowed to say, I could hear a voice on the other side of the line.
Yeah, that she said something on the phone.
Right. So it's not hearsay to say somebody else was speaking. You're allowed to say they were speaking. You're not allowed to present what they're saying for purposes of proving the proposition.
Well, the crazy thing is, he could ask, did you remember what they say? Or how did what they say affect you? What did what they say, you know, what were you thinking about what they said?
The effect on the hearer. And then here's an interesting one. Brandon, $5. He says, at a pretrial motion, the judge agreed to have Karen Reed at Sidebars.
Oh, there you go.
That's interesting. It's not very common. But I guess you're allowed to, whoops, didn't mean to click that. I guess you're allowed to participate in your own defense.
Not in family court in Minnesota.
Yeah. Oh, interesting.
And well, one of the most frustrating things was to watch all the lawyers go into chambers, but also watch the county workers go into chambers with their lawyer, and watch the guardian ad litem go into the chambers with her lawyer. And yet the two subjects of the case were not allowed to go into chambers with their lawyers. It's like, wait a minute, those parties are represented. Get them the fuck out.
Here's one. There's lots less ums on cross-examination. Yeah, like maybe it was hard to hear because I was talking over testimony, but it's now I think those ums were this guy recalling the script he'd already decided he was going to recite on direct examination. And so the ums disappear when he doesn't know what the questions are going to be.
His damn it, now it's I just
contagious.
His demeanor, the way he approached the conversation, he went from very jovial, very responsive and engaged to stern, on guard, and contemplative, and he looks untrustworthy.
Argumentative for no good reason. Yep. Barry Soitoro, $20. Thank you very much. What's happening here? I thought this trial ended months ago. That trial ended a year ago, but it was a mistrial. So they're trying her again. This is the retrial the second time around. Apparently, she still has plenty of money for these very good lawyers. A lot of people don't have much money the second time around. Not uncommon to see someone have a high-powered lawyer the first trial and a public defender for the second trial because they spend all their resources the first time trying not to go to jail for the rest of their lives. Not unreasonably.
The trial alone, she's got what, 3-4 attorneys? I heard there's a lot of pro bono work going on here. Was said in one of our in the previous stream yesterday. But you've got what? You've got 4 attorneys. 8 hours a day at trial. Let's say their average fee is $350 an hour. And
that's low.
I know. Believe me. But let's say their average fee amongst those 4 lawyers. And I mean, these guys probably more if she's actually paying them all. But well, we'll do $250. It's $1,000 an hour.
I don't want to keep you folks here.
$8,000 a day for 6 weeks.
I'm going to release you today. Have you come back?
What? $240,000.
Oh, they're dismissing.
Time.
Yeah, dismissing the trial. Doesn't count all the money they spend pre-trial, which is a ton.
Or their legal assistants who are there in court as well. Doesn't account the travel time, lodging for any out of town counsel, and then they're working. I mean, these guys are going to go back to the office and they're going to keep working and prep for tomorrow.
All night.
What do we need to talk about? And so, I mean, it's 8 hours or 7 hours, 7 hours in the courtroom today, but then it's going to be another hour to 2 to 5 to 10, like to whatever they need to be doing for the rest of the night. The cost is unfathomable on these cases that go multiple weeks.
Yeah, it reminds me of the Chauvin trial where he had one defense attorney and they had like 13 prosecutors filing new motions every day that guy had to respond to after spending all day in court.
All right, so we're still in session.
Court is still in session. Please be seated.
And it costs the state nothing different than normal to pay their prosecutors. They're paying them salaried anyway. Maybe OT.
A lot of those
All
prosecutors
right,
were
so I
pro
would like to
Hagvici.
move things along a little bit more expeditiously tomorrow. What would be very helpful to me, Mr. Brennan, are these clips. I haven't seen I haven't watched anything on television about any of these. Do you have them all in one compilation that I can look at in advance? If you don't, you don't.
I thought we had provided it to the court. If we haven't, we will. May I have a moment?
Sure.
Team Ruby, thank you for the donation. Really appreciate that. And for those of you who are wondering, there is a federal law about the reimbursement of someone who's charged and they beat the charge and they can get some sort of reimbursement, but
is it $100
it applies
or
to
something,
almost
or is
nobody
No,
ever.
we sent the share file, but it's my oversight. We should have brought in a hard copy for you as well.
I don't know that I have a shared file. Is that?
Dropbox link on Monday that we sent,
all
but I can put it on a zip drive as I should have. And I can.
All right, because I couldn't open that. It needed an email and it didn't accept mine.
Didn't
That's
realize
what that
the
was.
court didn't have access. We will get a zip file and
All right, you talk to Tori about it, okay, Tori? You'll get it for me? All right.
the intention was that you'd have an advanced opportunity to look at them. I'll fix that failure.
All right. Have your associate talk with Tori.
I will.
All right. All right. Anything we need to know before tomorrow?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow.
Oh, early day.
Holy hell.
Early day.
My
Okay.
damn.
How about that? That's good. I started about 4 a.m. this morning. Did a live stream before we started this live stream.
What's wrong with you? God. Just kidding. Just kidding. I get it.
I can tell you, I had my last kid at 50. I'm like a Jamaican lawyer now. I'm working multiple jobs.
Oh, no. Dancing tonight. Team Ruby says, let's try again with the note I meant to send. Welcome back, Nick. Question, do they have subject matter jurisdiction for all this? Yes. The Commonwealth of Massachusetts has subject matter jurisdiction for a crime within the Commonwealth, and specifically this county or district or whatever would have jurisdiction over the crime that happened within its political boundaries. So yes, they do have subject matter jurisdiction, but they don't have grounds. And that's the most important part. So she should be out of here. No problem. Grifty said this is a little bit earlier. He says, you say that's your default position now, which was me saying I'm default to the defendant side. It says, but we all know that if Bronco was raided and arrested, you'd think the state were angels, the law tube way. Project Calm, welcome to Paralegal. Tara Rayner says it's her effing car. Peggy blamed her. Brennan, you twat. That I worry that was a big mistake or a big miss by the defense team. And I don't know that they're going to get an opportunity to object. Well, they're going to ask for a ruling on it tomorrow morning. Maybe they'll refine their objection, ask the judge to consider the other grounds for their objection, but the judge doesn't have to listen to them. And they already didn't object. They already didn't object to the one clip. So even that whole argument comes in.
The judge is going to think about it tonight and come to a decision and announce her decision tomorrow. She's not going to want to rethink it tomorrow. Your Honor, we have new arguments. We said we didn't have a problem with it yesterday, but now that you spend time, your evening hours doing this instead of watching whatever it is you would watch on TV, now we have a new argument for you. We hope we can change your mind. Judge is going to be like, nah, I'm not doing that.
Yep, and even if they tried, they already got it in because they got the first that first video in, and he laid out before the court and the defense exactly how he intended to use it for consciousness of guilt. That's likely going to be a big part of their closing statements. And I think the fact that they missed that and let him sit there and explain that and then said, no, I have no objection I think there's a huge mistake, actually.
Yeah, it's so damaging because essentially what you're arguing to the jury is, listen, we know the defendant's guilty. The defendant's told us she's guilty by engaging in this consciousness of guilt conduct. It's terrible. By the way, folks, I need 35 more subscriptions today to hit 197. Don't let a brother down. Go to Law of Self-Defense on YouTube. There's thousands of you here. I need 35 more to hit 197. Let's do it, man.
Pop over to Law of Self-Defense on YouTube, drop a subscribe, then come back to my channel.
Do the same for Nick.
Exactly. Stop the bleeding on my subs. Stop it. Dina says, you guys, two great minds. Who is real lawyering? Wow. Thank you.
That's very kind.
Let's see. ZM sent a couple of just donations. Nothing attached to them, but they're very much appreciated. What do we got here?
Objection, Your Honor. I swear to God, he says, or smacks his lips one more time. I'm going to be charged for murder.
I'm with you, brother. That was awful. Oh my God, it's so horrific. Imagine getting stuck in a plane flight with someone like that and they insist on talking to you. That's why I fly business and carry headphones.
You're never safe though on a plane. You're never safe. You can try. Lady Rackets and I were flying the other day and we had the very front seat of the plane. So you have no compartment underneath, right? And they have this little tiny bin, overhead bin just for that front row. That's the only people who should be using it. And then they have the regular size bins for everybody else. It's like, I just want to put my backpack up there until we're up a little bit and then I'll grab my backpack. And the fat guy across the fucking aisle who has his own damn thing on his side throws this oversized bag, probably full of potato chips and diapers, right into it. And he just closes it up. He's like, thanks. I'm like, you fucking asshole. I hate you. Anyway.
6 more subscriptions, folks. That's all I'm asking for. 6 more. One guy just took his back. You bastard. The odometer rolled backwards one.
Hold it, 199. We pull back.
Hold the line.
Once it gets a 196, 99, it's 8, and it goes to 9 and then drops, just falling like a stock ticker in 1929.
I'm getting pretty close.
Former artist says, if the judge says a clip can't be played or a point can't be made, isn't that the court abridging the speech and violating the First Amendment? No.
Hey, we made it. Woo! Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Pull the rug now.
All right,
Pull it.
Too late now. You're all frozen.
And he never showed his sub count again.
Thank you very much. Oh, it went down one.
Buckmaster says, Bronco, would you think that Nick is suffering from grandiose narcissism? You know they can never change.
What's wrong with being narcissistic? Is that a problem?
I know that I don't have any problems.
Yeah.
Nothing's wrong with it. What are you talking about? As a commenter says, this guy in neck, Karen's love child, is Baron Vladimir Harkonnen from the movie Dune.
Oh, no. Well, Carrie Roberts does seem like she's pretty safe from strangulation.
Gosh, yeah. I mean,
Mark's safe from strangulation. It's like you just grab that neck and it's like one of those toys that kids have. It's like a squeezy balloon. You know, the liquid inside just squeezes out the other end of the thing.
Has it firm and squishy at the same time? I can't.
Her head just swells. You know, bloop.
And her neck skin just pulls up over her head and makes you drop her. Just Jesus. These people are disgusting. Lord of the Ree over on Rumble says, anyone else notice yesterday when Nutman was testifying, he said, Karen said, I hit him 3 times, but the attorney for the prosecution kept saying it only twice, except for when talking to Nutman. Kind of sus. Foodie's mom says, I think Karen had a colostomy bag. Could that be the reason she did not process alcohol like the rest of us?
What?
They said, I think Karen had a colostomy bag.
Why would you? How would? Okay.
Look, I've been following her.
Is that somebody's kink?
To the bathroom, to the showers, just to wait and just to check and see why she couldn't process alcohol. I have no idea. I don't know anything.
I can tell you what happened. She got home and she was drinking. She was upset. She was supposed to be at a party anyway. Why not drink when she got home?
Who are we to judge? I think people should drink at home more than out, personally. Like it seems safer to me. Unless you're John O'Keefe. For him, I give the opposite advice. He should have stayed at that bar and never left. Trigida says local PD testified the taillight was intact, just a small crack. When picked up from that rhymed from mom's house that day, the light disappeared after arriving at the cop shop. I don't know.
Well, that would be a big deal, right?
It would be if it were true, but that would mean that those pictures don't make sense because it does appear that the light was gone from the picture prior to the car being at the cop shop.
It does.
So I don't know if I buy that. That doesn't mean that the car light was broken on John's face, right? Like that doesn't have anything to do with whether or not he died. But it would be a better fact if it was more damaged coming out of the cop shop than going in, and the pictures were taken afterwards.
Somebody had said, right, that
she has Crohn's disease.
No,
So she
MS.
No. Someone said, what's her face has Crohn's,
She has Crohn's
disease.
too? Wow.
So maybe she does have a colostomy bag.
Sounds like a typical Massachusetts hypochondriac. I used to be married to one of those. But somebody did say that
as an expert.
There's a video of her backing her car into John's car and breaking the lens of the taillight when she first went to look for him. And that picture we see later with the lens missing is after the women came home to see if he was at his house, which was later.
Right. Yeah, so that doesn't and I still just don't buy the taillight seems like a red herring thing. It's like, oh, well, there's damage on the car. And remember, it's the side of the taillight. It's not actually the taillight. Like, we're not talking about the car backing up and hitting this guy flat on the taillight side. It would be the side of the taillight. So this thing, this penis-heighted light knocks this guy unconscious and breaks on what it hits. So either the guy is rock solid as he gets hit by the thing, and then he also catches like the back window on his face to cause the hematoma, which again is over his right eye. Or he's kneeling down in the snow already when she backs into him. He's falling forward into the car, which completely changes things, in my opinion. If he has to fall forward to hit the car to get knocked unconscious, then she's not backing into him. That's
Right.
a difference. That's a bad accident. That's a very unfortunate death. That's not a murder.
And we've all stood next to those Lexus SUVs. I mean, think about how tall the headlight is. It's not shoulder height. How did he get cuts from the taillight all along from his shoulder to his elbow?
Right. From it's actually mid forearm to just below the deltoid, it looked like.
Yeah,
So
I would think so. That's about right. A little bit
all
below
the way
the
up his
elbow.
arm. Kind of like, to me, the area that you would have guarding your face if you're being attacked by a dog.
Mm.
I mean, to me, that's way more likely than a taillight exploding shards of effectively like a plastic glass. It's a polymer, right?
Yeah, I don't know. It's probably polycarbonate. Well, maybe not. Maybe it's more fragile than that. And it was cold, so plastic would crack hard. But I mean, that looks like a taillight bomb went off and he caught shrapnel. I mean, that's not just from an impact.
Okay, Lexus IS 300 taillight covers.
Are they
oh, wait,
$500?
No, these are a film that you put over them. I want to know.
That's what Karen Reed needed. Put a film over that broken lens.
Glass cover. Our taillights glass composites used in car taillights manufacturing often feature a combination of plastics and fibers. Usually glass or carbon. The addition of fiber helps reinforce strength and durability while also helping to reduce the final weight. Trying to find out if we could find a rear taillight lens cover from Lexus CT200H. So this is an old fucking thing. I just wonder what this material is. Oh, hey, here we go. Taillight lens assembly. Because on Amazon.com, you can just buy these things, apparently. Product info. I'll see if I can figure it out. Do you have any other chance to read or anything while I look?
I mean,
feel free to do so just while I'm.
Maybe I have some stuff for my members. Let me see. That wouldn't appear in the normal chat.
Of course, I'm not seeing anything about the material on the Amazon page.
So Law Self-Defense member Phil says, I suspect the defense could score a lot of points and generate a lot of goodwill with the jurors by keeping lacrosses short, snappy, and to the point. Well, they've been kind of foiled in that by a couple of these witnesses, like Nuttall became a moron the moment he was on cross. He couldn't understand simple questions, so they had to keep bringing out documents to refresh his recollection. The same with Kerry Roberts. And this guy, this new Daniel, whatever his name is, he seems to suffer from the same dilemma. He's all ready with his answers when the prosecution is questioning him, but suddenly can't remember anything when he's on cross.
Right. And if their job, as discussed, is, be boring, be contemplative, be deliberate, don't give away anything, stop and think about every question before you answer. Take your time and do that. Kind of what it looked like to me from his perspective. Remember, witness prep is allowed. You can discuss sort of the approach to the questions. What you can't do is tell them, I need you to talk about this fact that a witness has no knowledge of. You can't do that. But witness prep is allowed. We're going to, and I don't think you can give them a preview of the exact questions or something like that. But you do have an ability to kind of coach them on how you want them to behave versus what you want them to say. Let's see. Osgot, there are a lot less ums under cross. Michelle, Afro Man's lemon pound cake is a ballad making fun of the cops who raided his house and ate his wife's lemon pound cake while doing it. I can't wait to see what Nick has to say in the future. Yes, we watched that on a live stream over a year ago. It was great. Good fun. That was a really shitty thing. Did you see that at all? The rapper Afro Man, the guy who did that "'Cause I Got High" song.
Well, I know the song.
Yeah.
I don't know. I never knew who did it though.
There's what was apparently a false allegation of a kidnapping, and the cops raid his house, and he's got it all on ring cameras and shit throughout his security system. And so he took the security system footage and he cut a rap video out of it, and it's fucking hilarious. This big fat cop stops, and there's one of those cake displays in the kitchen, and in it's a lemon pound cake, and that big boy is just like, you could feel the sweat coming off of him. And he actually eats it. He opens the guy's cake and eats it during the search. And they tried to turn off the cameras, but they failed. And so he took all the footage and he just annihilates them. It was great.
I should.
And
check
then
that out.
they tried to sue him. All these cops tried to sue him for defamation.
Defamation for what they were caught doing on camera?
Right. It's like, we're watching you do this.
Truth is an absolute defense to defamation. Here, I got a super chat. Florida dad, $15. Branca, wait. I used to be married to a Massachusetts hypochondriac too. And after the divorce, went to law school. Was this a law school marketing strategy for guys? No, I had a great girlfriend when I was in law school. the bad marriage didn't happen until after I was a member of the bar. That might be a bar strategy to drive lawyers to alcohol.
That's what they give you. That's the Bar Association member benefits. Like, well, you get a 12% discount at Waffle House, and also here's a shitty girlfriend.
Somebody says, when is Jen McCabe testifying? I don't know. I don't have a witness list. We're just taking them as they come. She's a real treat.
I think Jen McCabe is supposed to be really pretty. According to what I've seen. She's kind of pretty. I don't know. Nothing. I mean, maybe she's Massachusetts, but like, I don't mean that as a negative thing. I mean, she just has a look that tells me Northeast.
Who's that? Karen Reed?
Jen McCabe. Here, I'll send you.
Jen McCabe. Yeah, I've seen. Go ahead. I think I've seen a picture, but
yeah, I was going to send you a link. But if you've already seen it, she just, I don't know. She looks like she's from Massachusetts. If that makes sense.
I should look it up because the picture I saw was decidedly unattractive to me.
Here, here. I'll just pull it up.
Go ahead.
And you can share it real quick.
Okay.
So present, Share screen.
On a scale of 1 to 10.
Here you go. Go ahead and.
Yeah, no, that's not. No.
I mean,
No, that's like a 4. Not my
yeah, I mean,
type.
she's not ugly, but she's not like this stunning person. So I don't know if
feel
that's
like
the person.
I would hand her a walnut and she would break it in her mouth. It's like a nutcracker. Like you raise her arm up and down and it cracks the walnuts in her mouth.
I don't have any like desire to dump on her or anything. Again, she looks like a normal person. I'm sure she's very nice. I just like the way people were talking is like, oh man, she's a stunner. It's
Really? No kidding.
well, maybe unless it's someone else.
Maybe it's the context. I think Karen
wait.
Reed is way better looking.
Flux
and,
says it's the daughter that is the hot one. I don't know the daughter of who.
there is a super cute chick. If you like tons of makeup type of thing, has her hair all done, that kind of look, like the TikTok photo kind of look.
Sure.
There is a chick like that in the audience, in the gallery.
No. I haven't really been looking in the gallery because the last time I did, I saw a man with no mouth and he belonged in the fucking background of Jacob's Ladder. Do you remember that movie?
I do, with the big guy who married Susan Sarandon.
Tim Robbins, yeah.
Tim Robbins. Okay, I couldn't think of his name.
And there's that,
oh my god, I saw that when I was in college.
Then there's that weird dude in the background whose head's always weird. That movie was intense. I liked it.
That was a crazy movie.
Tara Rayner says all pro bono now with 16 interns and the former juror. So they're all pro bono now, apparently, for Karen Reed. Someone said she's $5 million in debt. I don't know if that was a
that would be a typical
number.
Massachusetts hypochondriac. They're all $5 million in debt.
Real Mad says, from the deep South, I thought our accent was bad. How dare you? Deep South accents are beautiful. Romo Drummer says, don't drink out, drink at home. Nicholas Pope Ricada 2025. Yes, don't drink out because some people will get in a car and drive. Holy shit. I went so long in my life without watching anybody drunk drive. And then in the past year, I saw, or not in the past year, I guess it was about, it would have been about December and January, December of 23 and January of 24. I saw one person drive drunk so many times. I was just so fucking confused as to why they kept doing it, and made sure to stay well away from that person's car while they were driving under the influence. It blew my mind, though. I was just like, you're just casually just driving drunk all over St. Cloud, Minnesota. What the fuck are you doing? It was really odd.
I mean, at this point, listen, if someone's got that serious a problem, they can't help but drive drunk, just buy a Tesla. I mean, I bought a Tesla for my wife, and that full self-driving thing, holy crap. It's amazing.
I gotta say,
it literally drives itself.
But legal advice, you cannot just buy a Tesla
correct.
and
you're still operating the vehicle. It's
like
still
you
a
could be
DWI.
You should be like, but I'm riding in the back seat, officer. Oh, that'd be good. Unt says, when is Jen McCabe testifying? She's a real treat. Tara Rayner, putting link in chat, taillight test by B in trouble. So I wonder if they must have tested it. My question is, does this material shatter? If it's a fibrous polycarbonate material with glass fibers in it, I think that the whole point would be so that it doesn't actually shatter and launch out. Those things tend to, I mean, they break and they crack, but they don't, it's not like glass. When glass shatters, it goes everywhere. It's almost, well, depending on the type of glass, if you have Pyrex or whatever, that's glass under tension already. So once it breaks, it shatters and actually launches out.
It's like a bomb.
Right. But even that wouldn't cause, I mean, these lacerations are like an inch in some cases, all across his arm. There's no way a taillight, which is this big, annihilates someone's arm like that. You just, and show me the physics of how it happened. Someone convince me, even if the taillight does shatter or crumble or something, how does it get that pattern going up an arm? None of it makes sense. Bothers the fuck out of me, actually. Crispy Leg says, can you please give a quick summary what this case is about? This case is about a cop who dies after a whole party of drinking with a bunch of other cops. His girlfriend drives away in a car, and now she is accused of murdering him with that car right before driving away. Does not Lots of people would suggest it does not appear to be supported by evidence, but we'll have to see. Lisa Franceschi says, glad to see you back, Nick. Love you and Bronca together. Hey, thank you, Lisa. Joe Maz Q, I would just like to reiterate how weird it is that she was making timelines with friends, family, whoever. So weird. I don't think it's as weird as you think.
All these women watch true crime 24 hours a day. It's this is their real life true crime now. It doesn't surprise me at all they would be doing this.
And the hard part about this is going, there is a nefarious reason people would get together and go through timelines. But there's also a perfectly innocent reason that people would get together and try and figure out just what the hell they all just went through. Their friend is dead. They were all around and no one knew what was going on or where he was or why this happened.
Yeah.
And so they're just like, what happened? Like, let's just try and organize thoughts. So these people could all be terrible, but there's also perfectly innocent explanations for a lot of this behavior.
And then there's kind of a place in the middle, right? Because even if they did it with the best of intentions, they are contaminating all their recollections of the event with other people's recollections.
But just because they are contaminating it doesn't mean that it's malicious,
correct,
nefarious, and it is the attorney's job to use the possibility of that contamination to discredit the other person's testimony. I mean, that's they're supposed to do. Like, and to do it strategically is to recognize the innocent reasons that this might occur and say, look, it's not your fault. It's not like you guys got together and wanted to screw over Karen Reed, but you don't know that this happened. You can't say that this happened because that was actually something Jenny saw, right? Because you were talking to Jenny about it.
Yep.
And just casting doubt on their testimony. Heather Whitaker, the defense experts, ARCA or crash daddies, as we call when they're when are really good. They actually built a cannon for the tests. Cool. Hawkman79, Nick, you should do another show with Turtle Boy, streaming every night except Friday. You can do it. He is charged with witness intimidation. His case is still pending, from what I understand. Anima Rumper says, without lesser included charges, what's to stop the state from coming back with a lesser charge if they don't get a conviction on the first charge? Not double jeopardy since it's a different charge. No, that's not true. Just because it's a different charge, the factual scenario, the nexus of facts connected to the charge is what's on trial.
Yes, correct.
So once you get
it's the legal jeopardy that's the issue here, right?
Right.
So once the legal jeopardy attaches, double jeopardy attaches.
Right. And so you get your final deposition on the legal nexus of facts, the legal jeopardy that's involved, and then that's done. So they can't just go, well, we failed on murder 1, we're coming back for murder 2. Then we're going to come back for murder 3. You don't need lesser included charges for that because they fail on murder 1, they fail on every murder and manslaughter underneath. And to me, the state should pick its appropriate theory and lesser included charges should not be allowed. The state needs to prove a case. And the more bloated we allow the state to be in their theory, like, well, she intentionally murdered him or she didn't intentionally murder him in the alternative. It's like, well, how are you going to prove to me beyond a reasonable doubt that she intentionally murdered him if you suggest that, well, maybe it was unintentional? That's reasonable doubt inherently and should disqualify the prior charge to me. But
yeah, I think it's terrible we allow the state to do this, just like we allow the state to say there's like a manslaughter charge and there's 3 different theories of manslaughter. They say, well, you know, if a third of the jury believes one theory and another third of the jury believes a second theory and another third of the jury believes a third theory, you don't actually have a unanimous agreement on any theory, but they all lead to manslaughter. So they pretend it's a unanimous verdict of manslaughter. I think that's horrific.
I agree. MLS says the defense's job is not easy. Correct. They need to convince 12 people that another 10 people are all lying. It's easier to convince one person that another person is lying, but these numbers are working against the defense. Now, the one pushback I will have is if you have solid evidence of a conspiracy, it becomes much easier to convince people that a larger number is lying. But you have to have some evidence of that conspiracy, and it can't just be they're in a group chat. Again, perfectly innocent reason for a bunch of friends to have a group chat. You know, they plan these parties where they go out drinking. There you go. There's your group chat. Nothing nefarious about it at all. But no, you're MLS, you're 100% right. This is not, the defense's job is not an easy case, and it's made much harder by Karen Reed's statements. And I think those statements are going to be very, very damaging for her.
Yeah.
Here we go. We got this.
I am the Jewiest non-Jew out there. Not only have I figured out how to get a higher percentage of super chats, but get out of having to read your stupid comments.
Yeah, I'm right.
Joe should be so jelly.
Oh my goodness. Preambleist. Good to see you back, Nick. You might dip into Owens versus Eckerd by the time it comes active again and hit up the Fox Den. Owens versus Eckerd. I'm not familiar off the top of my head. Anima Rumpier. Why would you stay there, though, while the car is backing up? It's not like you wouldn't see the reverse lights coming at you. One, dude might have been catastrophically hammered. I mean, he died outside. He may have died outside. In all honesty, he might have just fallen over and died outside. Passes out after drinking heavily at the bar. I'm going to go inside. His girlfriend leaves. Maybe he goes to take a piss or something on the side of the yard, the yad, as it were. And then he just falls face down on the ground and dies. It happens. Do I think it happened in this case? No. But just because, he could have done that. But also, what was the exact question again? It was, why would you stay there while the car's backing up? Maybe he doesn't see it. Maybe his eyes are closed. Maybe anything's going on. Again, maybe he slips forward as the car's backing up. We don't know.
Yeah, I mean, he would expect to, if he knows the car is leaving, he would expect to see the glow of taillights, right? And
right.
Cars go fast, and it's snowing, and the ground is wet, and he's been drinking all night. His reactions are not going to be top shelf under the best of circumstances. So Owens v. Eckerd is the case where this woman falsely claimed that a star in the Bachelor TV show that she was pregnant, and she came up with fake sonographs and sued him for paternity in court. And the judge finally determined that she was just lying. In fact, he referred her for prosecution to the county attorney.
Well, because he alleges he never had actual vaginal sexual intercourse with her. So it was a blowjob twin insemination. Okay, I was like, this sounds familiar, but I couldn't remember. Yeah, Megan Fox covered that heavily, so it sounded like a hilarious case. Surviving the Strange, we train protective canines, lots of GSDs and Belgians. What you described, Nick, is the most common defensive bite pattern. I always have bruises in that area, even in the suit. So yeah, again, that is exactly where his lacerations are. They're here, going up to just below the deltoid on the arm, and it looks like a dog's coming at your face. It's your whole arm. You're not like trying to get your hand down there. You're trying to use your big muscles and get everything you can in front of you. That's your reflex.
Wherever the dog's attacking, whether it's your face or your groin, you're putting your arm in there.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Ryland Poole says, oh, wait, here we go.
Setting aside ethics, I think it's so funny that we banned slavery unless you're a convict. It's an affront against God and human dignity. But felons can be forced to fight Cali wildfires for pennies.
It's a weird tension between liberty and the protection of society. We employ government for one major purpose: defense from enemies, foreign and domestic. That means your personal protection is partly on the government's responsibility to some extent. But I always say, don't ever rely on the police as a peacekeeping or protective force. They're an investigative force. They're not there to protect you. They might protect you incidentally, but that's not their job. Rely on yourself for protection. And how would they do that? Andrew, what's the best way to rely on yourself for protection?
The best way is, well, of course, be prepared to win the physical fight. I like to do that to the greatest extent possible, arming myself with everything from my lethal weapon hands to my pepper spray to my 9mm pistol. But if you're going to win the physical fight, you also have to be prepared to win the legal fight as well. You can learn how to do that this Saturday in a single day. Learn everything you need to know to get hard. Hard to convict if you're ever compelled to defend yourself, your family, or your property. This is a class I only teach twice a year. This class is this Saturday in just a couple days, April 26th. If you can't make the class, register anyway. We make the recording of the class available for 2 weeks after the live class. Learn everything you need to know in one day. Check it out at lawofselfdefense.com/advanced.
There you go.
It's a fun day. If you like this, it's way more fun than watching this trial. I'll tell you that much.
Hey, wait a minute. But I'm not at that one.
You don't get any and what is it with these medic guys? Do they hire them based? Do they get like a bump in hiring if they have a speech impediment? That first guy, the first name, Nuttall.
Nuttall, we don't need you talking. We need you compressing that chest and secreting in those throats.
Oh my God.
Kyle Wells says Jen McCabe's vag is the wood chipper from Fargo. Oh my God. Tara Rayner has what is this? Oh, I think this is taillight example. This is an 8-minute video. I thank you, Tara. I'll look at it and maybe it's something we'll show on a break or something tomorrow, but I'll keep it up. I appreciate that. But it looks like it's the glass test from this model Lexus. So we can see what happens to taillights. Unless you want me to pull it up right now, but P401, welcome to Paralegal. But otherwise, we could save it for a break. I'll review it and we can save it for a break tomorrow. I know you've been up since 4. And that was my I got 2 of these audio chats left, and then we're good, and then I'm good for the show.
And then I have just a couple.
It was kind of true. There is a video that displays slight movement of the car as she's backing up, but not of the tail light actually being broken. It can be assumed.
Here we go. One more here.
Inferred.
Aaron has been going up since the beginning. Welcome back, Nick. Missed you.
Going up in sidebars, he must mean.
Yeah.
Here's one for me, $10 super chat from Justin. Thank you, Justin. Says prosecutor Brennan made Turtle Boy the first name on the state's witness list. I guess that's a way to keep him out of the courtroom. Take that as you will, based on all the BS the state has been doing, I guess. I actually didn't watch the trial the first time precisely because somebody named Turtle Boy was covering it. And I just thought, Turtle Boy, that's not anything I want to be involved in. For all I know, he's a perfectly nice guy. I don't know anything about him, but the name just really put me off. Tommy Radcliffe, $10, says, to even say that, to predict that aloud is irresponsible and allows for the possibility of an absurd travesty of justice. I was right. Tim Pool is a child. Lucky. I don't know what any of that means. Are you talking about this trial?
To even say what? I don't know.
I don't know. Sounds like Mr. O'Keefe is lucky. Loose tooth, $10. Sounds like Mr. O'Keefe is lucky not to have to dodge these drunk driving floozies anymore or suffer these thick neck broads who resemble the rock crusher from the Never Ending Story.
These look like strong hands.
That's you. Let me just take a look and see if there's any more super chats for me. I don't think there are. And then I'll let you decide how you want to wrap up. Okay, I'm all good.
Tara says only a couple minutes needed. Like I said, I'll review it and see if it's something we want to show tomorrow. I think it'd be good for a break tomorrow, assuming it's all good. Bronca's been up since 4 a.m. I want to get to hanging out with the fam a little bit and figure out what the rest of my evening looks like. And then I got to try and I keep trying to go to bed early, which I've been doing for weeks. And now it's like every time I try to go to bed early, something interrupts it because I've got a trial going. So I'm going to try and be up a little earlier tomorrow and have the stream link up well before that. But I think I'm all set. So to my audience, thank you guys for being here. Make sure to smash that like button with either your nose, tongue, or butthole on your way out. I really appreciate that. Make sure you go over to Law of Self-Defense and drop a subscription for Andrew Bronca as he is on his quest to 1 million subscribers. Let's help get him there. And then tell your friends, Karen Reed trial, day 3 starts tomorrow, 8 a.m. Central Time, 7 p.m. Mountain, 9 Eastern, 6 or a.m. And then 6 a.m. Pacific. And you got to check out my progressively more epic thumbnails. The third one will be unveiled as soon as we get the link pulled up.
And Nick, I'll give you a call as soon as we hang up here. I'll give you a call to coordinate how to set up for tomorrow.
Just hang out in this thing.
Oh yeah, okay, all right, yeah, right,
yeah.
Okay.
So we're all good. But yeah, thank you guys for watching. I'll try and be a little bit more on time tomorrow. And then, yeah, anything on your end and take us out.
All right. Oh, that's right. It's up to me. All right, everybody, thanks for joining us. Nick and Andrew streaming the Karen Reed trial. Until we meet again tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern time, I wish you all well and stay safe.